World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
In these first days of 1943, we of the United Nations have set our feet firmly on the long road to victory. On the military fronts, we are on the offensive. It may be a long, hard pull, but we can face the future with confidence. Even in Tunisia, in French North Africa, the military situation looks bright. But at the same time, a political situation has developed which introduces a discordant note into the unity so necessary to our military operations. For the latest developments in French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. Yesterday we saw the most terrific air battles that have yet taken place in the North African sky. When the day was over, the scores stood 28 Axis planes destroyed or taken, and 34 damaged to 7 Allied planes shot down. This is the way it happened. A strong force of flying fortresses went out to bomb Great success. On the way back, the fortresses ran into a force of about 50 German and Italian fighters lying in wait for them over the Tunis area. The violent engagement of the flying fortresses shot down 17 Axis fighters without loss of themselves. 138, which were escorting the fortresses, got 2 more and lost 2 themselves. That makes 19 German planes down. The 20th was a Junkers 88.
We regret that interference makes Mr. Collingwood's reports from Algiers unlistenable. He was reviewing the story of recent Allied air activity in which Allied bomber squadrons supported by P-38s and P-40s, our best fighter planes, have been smashing at all of the Axis supply ports on the eastern Tunisian coast. At Sfax and Gabas and Sousse, the Axis has been repeatedly bombed until those supply ports are reported in shambles. Insofar as the political situation is concerned, Generals de Gaulle and Giraud are now reported exchanging correspondence to arrange a meeting to iron out the political difference among Frenchmen fighting the Axis. The London spokesman of the fighting French reports that further correspondence will be necessary, a not altogether promising sign. Next, for the news from the European front, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
London, generally, is a pretty quiet place on Sundays. There's not really been what you would call a hectic Sunday since that Sunday the Allies landed in Africa. Today, London heard about the continued heavy Allied air attacks on the island of Crete, some of them made by United States Army Air Force bombers operating under the Royal Air Force Middle East Command. 30 of these American bombers took part in yesterday's large-scale daylight attack on Crete, the first big daylight raid on the island since the Germans captured it more than 18 months ago. From French North Africa came those dispatches to London saying that the American flyers yesterday had their busiest day since the Allied landing. There was little news from the British First Army in Tunisia. Apparently, large numbers of American troops are still needed to police the areas in Algeria and Morocco, the communication lines, which the late Admiral Darlan was supposed to make safe. But there's never any news about that. Home-based Royal Air Force fighters were flying back and forth over the cold straits of Dover during the afternoon. Formations of high-flying fighters left their vapor trails in the clear, bright sky above the French coast. 4 German fighter bombers dropped their bombs on a small southeast coast town of England, hitting an empty church and an empty school, as well as a few houses. When the 4 small German planes were seen coming in from the sea, they were high up and still climbing. Cautiously, they dropped their bombs from 15,000 feet, nearly 3 miles. As you would expect, some of the bombs fell into the sea. London Sunday newspapers printed prominently the United States State Department's white paper outlining the record of the American policy of avoiding war, which finally came to an end on that December 7th when the Axis countries demonstrated they were operating under a different policy. The London papers published the report under such headlines as U.S. was warned of aggression and U.S. was warned about Pearl Harbor attacks year before Japan struck. Now back to New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment. But first, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here's the picture of an event we hope never happens.
Why, Emily, there's nothing to fix in a radio. Here, let me show you. Stand back out of my way now. A couple of wires come apart. That's all's the matter. Oh, broken. I've fixed it all right. The screwdriver slipped and smashed a tube. Emily, this would never have happened if you'd stood back like I told you.
And it never would have happened if that radio had been taken to an Admiral dealer for service. Now, a tube is broken, and since tubes are difficult to obtain, this family may have to do without radio until the war is over. Play safe. Make it your rule to call an Admiral dealer when your radio needs attention. Admiral dealers are trained in the science of radio. They are experts in servicing, and they have all the equipment and tools necessary to put your set in first-class condition quickly and economically. Radios are precious these days. Your set is worth more than you paid for it originally, because it probably can't be replaced until after victory is won. So treat it right. Call your Admiral dealer and know why people say Admiral service is America's assurance that the radios on the home front will last for the duration. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio, here's John Daly.
The official midday communique from Moscow reported new Red Army advances on the Central, Stalingrad, and Caucasus fronts. The communique was general rather than specific, but it reported that a strongly defended German base north of Veliki Luki was occupied and that the Red Army was 27 miles beyond Kotelnikovsky in the drive southwest of Stalingrad. The Germans are counterattacking both west and southwest of Stalingrad and west of Moscow, but the Russians report all attacks beaten off and advances everywhere. For the moment, with the threat to Stalingrad lifted, probably the most important front is that west of Moscow in the vicinity of the German defenses in the Veliki Luki-Rizhev-Vyazma area. Much of the future progress of the Russian winter offensives depends on the ability of the Red Army to maintain its momentum in their attacks on the hedgehog defenses in depth, which the Germans built in this area after the failure to take Moscow in 1941. Press dispatches from the front are a little more specific than the noon communique about operations near Veliki Luki. But since they are dispatches, the news is, of course, unofficial. One dispatch reports that the Russians have cut the Leningrad-Vitebsk Railroad and advanced 14 miles along the Moscow-Rigo line to Novosokolniki, only about 70 miles from the Latvian border. The cutting of the Leningrad-Vitebsk Railroad may mean that the siege of Leningrad will be lifted. That city is now in its second winter of siege, and the fact that the Red Army is concentrating so much strength in the Veliki Luki area is an indication that the lifting of the siege of Leningrad is also one of the objectives of the winter campaign. However, progress on the Central Front is comparatively slow and will probably remain so. The Germans have been digging in there for more than a year, behind a formidable system of fortifications, including concrete pillboxes, trenches, anti-tank traps, and all the other types of World War II tested defenses. These defenses, as most of you know, were built by the late Fritz Todt, who built the West Wall on Germany's French border. They are the sort of defenses which the Russians have been banging their heads against for a good many months. For instance, in the offensive against Rizhev, the Russians earlier this year reached the outskirts of the city itself, only then to have to turn back and hold their front-line positions without making any great progress forward. Now it's believed that the Russian armies have bypassed all of the Rizhev defenses, and the Rizhev city itself is still in German hands. The fact that the armies can sweep around Rizhev, the Russian armies, and still leave the Germans inside the city attests to the importance of this new kind of fortification which was built by the late Fritz Todt. It's a fortification which must be slowly and systematically crushed. Another important factor in assessing the potential of the Russian offensives is the cost to the Russians in manpower and material. We have no idea as to the extent of Russian casualties since the winter offensive began well over a month ago. We can be fairly sure that they have been large, perhaps so large that the Russians will have to accept limited objectives for the winter campaigns. However, there is one clear indication that the Russians have all the strength they need. Military men point out that if it was necessary to husband manpower, the Russians would not have spread their attack over such a large area. For instance, considering the Red Army's successes before Stalingrad and in the Middle Don, it was hardly necessary to launch another offensive in the Nauchik region of the Caucasus. With the fall of Veliki Luki, much, by the way, of the Germans, which, by the way, the Germans in their communique hint is still in their hands, there is good reason to feel that the Russian winter offensive will achieve successes that will perhaps even surprise the Russians themselves. Today, the communique, the noonday communique, which, as I said, was more general than specific, still reported that the Russian armies in all of the 7 fronts in which they are now fighting are continuing to make advances. They're advancing in the center. They're advancing both north and south of Stalingrad, and they are advancing in the Caucasus in the Nalchik region. It's a feat which nobody expected of the Russians, at least at this early date. But we might all do well to remember the old adage, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Next, Admiral Radio takes you to Colombia's correspondent in Cairo.
Mr. Morrison in Cairo. I am limited in the things I can say to you because carriers but in the past week, I have talked with many men who knew what with military and naval men, with civilians, and
We regret once again that interference has cut Mr. Morrison's report off from Cairo. This is evidently a bad day for shortwave broadcasting, but we will continue to call in CBS correspondents abroad, trying the Pacific area next. First of all, some of the news from Cairo, which Mr. Morrison was giving you. There is a hint today that a large-scale battle may be shaping up in Libya. It's reported that the British Eighth Army is now in contact with the Axis forces in the Wadi Bey al-Kiba area, about 180 miles east of Tripoli. But a British communique says there's nothing to report on the progress of activity. Yesterday, the British radio said that the Axis forces were digging in at a point slightly farther to the west along the line of the Wadi Zemzem, a rugged, dried-up watercourse. It declared that the Axis had assembled some tanks at that point and that the enemy troops were building trenches and throwing up fortifications. Once again, we look for heavy action in the Libyan fighting. But at the same time, we must remember that General Montgomery's Eighth Army has stretched itself additional hundreds of miles away from its main supply bases. That even now, the principal secondary supply bases may be as far back as El Agela, and it is going to take time to pull those supply forces forward so that the main armies can go into action. There has been increased action in the Pacific War area, so Admiral Radio turns next to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
This is Pearl Harbor. The war on the vast Pacific front continues to step up in the frequency and intensity of aerial raids in the New Guinea, Bismarck Archipelago, and Solomon's Islands regions, with the news highlighted this week by the announcement of the raid on Wake Island by American bombers in force. There's bitter and savage fighting on the Papuan Peninsula of New Guinea, where Allied troops are continuing to cut up stubborn Jap forces in the pockets along the Buna Beach area. But beyond this ground fighting and the constant patrol fighting on Guadalcanal, the big story is on the sea and in the air. This is the world's longest battlefront and its deepest. Land fighting is a series of battles for strong points fought over perhaps bloody but relatively unimportant areas of land. It's the same out here, with surface ships and bombing planes fighting for strong points, which are strategic islands moving through or over great stretches of ocean to get to these strong points of land. The Wake Island attack is the third on that island, the first at low level. It was a soul-satisfying raid to all who remember the Marines' great stand a year ago. But it is still more significant than that. There were evidently large planes in force carrying some 75,000 pounds of bombs through to Wake Island without the benefit of any landmark at sea, found the island, bombed it, and returned to their bases without mishap. Now mark this. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet and Pacific Ocean areas, made a significant remark in commenting on that raid. He said, and note it carefully, let the enemy take such consolation as he may from the thought that this raid is only a sample of things to come. Unquote. The Jap must now be alert wherever he holds land in the entire Pacific area. Ours is now the ability to choose the place where we will strike next and strike him first. It will come soon and also at a time of our choosing. Admiral Nimitz is not one to speak lightly. And when he says the Wake attack was but a sample, be assured he promises still greater attacks and still greater force. This despite the fact that the Pacific Fleet and the Pacific Army forces, with relatively small aid from our allies, this Pacific force of ours is fighting a war against Japan, a major world naval and military power. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We'll return you to CBS in New York.
We've heard the news of Africa, Europe, and the Pacific. Now, for some developments in Latin America, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Bogota, Jack Fendel reporting.
The war is being fought on many strange battlefronts and with many types of ammunition. This country is still neutral or non-belligerent. It broke diplomatic relations with the Axis powers right after the attack on Pearl Harbor. But part of the war is being fought today in the jungles of Colombia, only a few hours by plane from where I am speaking. Under the pressure of democracy's need for every ounce of rubber that it can scrape together, A force of Colombians and North Americans is cutting roads through jungles and laying out airfields so that the larger army of men who follow them will be able not only to gather rubber, but speed it onward to the United States. $1 million worth of United States money is the first ammunition in another phase of this war, as a group of American doctors and nurses starts a public health and sanitation campaign here. Their fight will be centered on disease germs that don't respect national boundaries and neutrality laws and could easily spread to the nearby Panama Canal if unchecked. But while public opinion and many government circles here have centered their attention on domestic issues and economic problems, the Army is preparing for all eventualities and for the possibility that hostilities may come to the shore. Under War Minister Alejandro Galvez, a recent nationwide conference of high-ranking Colombian Army officers adopted measures which will place the Army practically on a war footing. Not all of those measures can now be revealed, but they include a unified command which will assure more efficient execution of military plans and directives, and more advanced training methods and the lessons of modern warfare. It has likewise been announced that War Minister Galvez, together with a group of generals and other officers, will visit the Panama Canal Zone sometime this month to inspect the defenses there. While this will ostensibly be a courtesy visit, it will undoubtedly give the opportunity to the authorities of the Canal Zone to discuss more coordinated plans for the defense of the Panama Canal, to which Colombia is so important geographically. This is Jack Sandell at Bogota, turning in now to CBS at New York.
We regret that atmospheric conditions have made so much interference in our shortwave pickups, but hope that the reports from Honolulu and Bogota were understandable. Now, for the news at home, Admiral Radio turns next to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
The Navy has just reported that American bombers in the Solomons have set one Japanese destroyer afire and left another in a sinking condition. The destroyer formation was first sighted off Shortland Island at 2:30 yesterday afternoon, Solomon's time. It was immediately bombed by a squadron of flying fortresses, but no hits were observed. 3.5 hours later, it was again attacked, this time off Rendova Island by a squadron of Douglas dive bombers protected by Wildcat and Airacobra fighters. The destroyers were escorted by Zero fighters, but these were taken care of by our own, while our bombers proceeded to bomb the surface squadron with good result. No more has been heard of the destroyer squadron since then, although it's reasonable to suppose that a number of ships got through to relieve the Japanese on Guadalcanal. There's been no land fighting on Guadalcanal of much importance lately. Just artillery duels, a clash between patrols now and then, daily air bombardments of the Japanese emplacements, and at least a daily raid on Munda, where the enemy is being harassed to prevent him from setting up a going airdrome. Major General Camel, Chief of Army Ordnance, announces that the production of tanks, guns, trucks, and munitions will be reduced in the coming year by from 10 to 20%. About $8 billion worth of contracts will be canceled. But more than this amount will be added to appropriations already outstanding for the manufacture of airplanes, merchant ships, and naval vessels. In 1943, according to the War Productions Board, we'll manufacture roughly 100,000 airplanes, with the emphasis on heavy bombers and cargo planes instead of fighters. Our merchant vessel goal for 1943 is 20 million tons. This year, we only produced 50,000 airplanes and a little over 8 million tons of merchant shipping. As you probably know by now, the value of Period 3 oil coupons will be cut at midnight to 9 instead of 10 gallons. And the issuance of B and C gasoline coupons will be resumed tomorrow, with the difference that this time a B card will only be good for 378 instead of 470 miles per month. You'll need a C coupon from now on, and they'll be hard to get if you have to travel 379 or more miles per month. Last night, the State Department issued a white paper on the tragic decade, beginning in 1931 with Japan's invasion of Manchuria and ending in 1941 at Pearl Harbor. It's 144 pages long and costs 25 cents. You can obtain it by writing to the Superintendent of Documents. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Here in New York is Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott, with an analysis of the latest developments in the fighting in the Pacific. Major Elliott.
The capture of Buna Mission eliminates another Japanese foothold on the northern coast of Papua. But, as General MacArthur is careful to point out in his dispatch, it does not mean that the Japanese resistance in this part of New Guinea is ended, as the Japanese still hold a well-fortified position at San Amanda Point. The tenacity of the Japanese resistance indicates that they are aware of the importance of their positions in New Guinea and suggests that they are trying to delay the development of a two-pronged Allied attack on Rabaul in New Britain Island, their principal advanced base in the Southwest Pacific. The same consideration applies to the persistent and costly Japanese efforts to establish and operate an air base at Munda in the New Georgia Islands, which stands between Rabaul and Guadalcanal, much as Buna stands between Rabaul and Port Moresby. Should Japanese resistance at both these outlying posts be brought to an end, the way would be open for a twin advance of Allied forces with Rabaul as ultimate objective. Certainly the capture of Rabaul would not be easy. It is well fortified and will be stoutly defended. But with the loss of its covering outposts, it would be fatally isolated and exposed, and could be supported by the Japanese only from their great fleet base at Truk in the western Caroline Islands, almost 800 miles away. It would, under such circumstances, be necessary for the Japanese to decide whether the retention of Rabaul was worth the risk of their whole remaining fleet in a great naval action to attempt to restore Japanese command of the sea in this area. If not, they could only bid their garrison at Rabaul sell its lives as dearly as possible, as has been done at Puna and on Guadalcanal. Why is Rabaul so important? To the Japanese, because it covers the approaches to Truk and is the keystone of all their outpost system in the Southwest Pacific. From our point of view, Rabaul is of great consequence because its secure possession would enable us to set up there a great submarine base, moving the point of departure of our submarines hundreds of miles nearer to their target area, which is the sea immediately south of the Japanese main islands. Our submarines have been doing magnificent work in the Pacific, striking at Japan's most vulnerable point, her merchant shipping. On this shipping, the whole future ability of Japan to carry on the war depends. Already, operating from their distant bases, our submarines have shown results, sub for sub, about 3 times as great as those obtained by the German U-boats in the Atlantic. If they can have the additional advantage of a forward base like Rabaul, they will do far better. And we have new submarines coming constantly into service. The possession of Rabaul will be to us an immense advantage, which the Japanese cannot possibly afford to let us gain if they can find means to prevent it.
Now, here is Warren Sweeney with a word for Admiral Radio.
We're going to let you hear an authentic sound, the noise to be heard inside a tank during battle.
3rd Battalion, advance to Hill 51. 3rd Battalion, advance to Hill 51.
That's the sound inside a tank during battle. And if you listen closely, you heard the tank crews getting orders by radio. Those radios, Admiral is making many of them, perform the miracles of this war. Credit for their design must go to the men of the Signal Corps. Credit for building them must go to American workers. The men and women, for example, on the assembly lines of Admiral's 2 great plants. Admiral workers are conscious that they're doing something bigger than they've ever done before. They're building radio equipment upon which American men will depend for safety, for efficiency, yes, and for their very lives. Good equipment is built because of this spirit. Victory will come sooner and at a far lesser cost because of it. And with victory, Admiral will again take its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Have you heard the latest rumor? Then keep it to yourself. This doesn't mean Americans are forbidden to talk about the war. Talk about it all you wish. But don't mention something merely because you heard someone else say it. Talk only about the things you yourself read in a reliable newspaper or you yourself hear on the radio. Let's beat the Axis. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The Allied Fifth Army in Italy has thrown German counterattacks and has cut deeper into the enemy defense lines around Cassino, the strategic town guarding the road to Rome. In Russia, Soviet armies have smashed within striking distance of 3 German escape railroads, and the fall of Sarny in Old Poland appears imminent. British Mosquito bombers were over German targets again last night. And in the far Pacific, Marine jungle fighters on New Britain Island have made new gains in the face of strong Jap opposition. Now for our first news direct from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting. We regret that we are not able to make contact with Columbia's correspondent in North Africa. However, for home front news, Admiral Radio takes you now to CS Washington, Don Pryor reporting.
Congress goes back to work tomorrow. You can't escape the feeling that it's going to be a tremendously important session. Certainly it will be racked with controversy because all the pent-up wartime pressures of the nation will focus on Capitol Hill. Here are some of the issues that are waiting to be solved. Taxes. Bill providing a little over $2 billion, 1/5 as much as the Treasury asked for, is awaiting action in the Senate. Subsidies. By February 17th, there will have to be a showdown on the whole question, using subsidies to hold down the prices of food. The argument was postponed a bit by stopgap legislation adopted before Congress went home for the holidays. Wages. The Senate has passed, and the House is all ready to act on legislation which will give the non-operating railroad employees an arbitrary 8 cents an hour increase in wages. And then there's the red-hot of labor policy in general. The recent steel strike and the threatened railroad strike are certain to lead to demands for more stringent labor legislation. There will also have to be strong movement in favor of national service legislation, which in effect would be a labor draft. Last night, Major General Hershey of Selective Service announced that occupational deferments for men over 22, whether they're fathers or not, will be curtailed sharply after the 1st of next month. The War Mobilization Director Burns has announced the adoption of a uniform clause for war contracts to cover their termination. It's the first big step of the new Brooke organization in preparing for demobilization when the war is over. President Roosevelt's annual message is expected to go to Capitol Hill the day after tomorrow, but we still don't know whether the president will deliver it in person. That's up to his personal physician, Rear Admiral McIntyre. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here in America, when a man's work is done, he can sit leisurely radio, perhaps an Admiral radio, and listen with complete enjoyment to his favorite program. But not so with the oppressed peoples of Europe, with Pierre the French, for example, who lives under the heel of the Nazi boot. Pierre must wait for darkness. In the night, he steals down to the cellar, through the secret door, and there he is, underground. That's where his radio is. There, underground, at the risk of his life, he gets information which tells him when the long-awaited invasion is coming, and how to aid by destroying enemy installations, rails, bridges, factories. Through radio, underground, the oppressed learn the truth. Learn of the coming invasion that will crush the heart of the enemy. To coordinate invasion from the sea, on land, in the air, and yes, even underground, it takes radio. Admiral Radio is proud to be part of the coming invasion, just as Admiral was proud in pre-war days of its leadership as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. The entire production facilities of Admiral's 2 great plants are devoted to victory. But Admiral gives you this assurance: when victory is ours, the skill and precision now going into weapons of war will be found in your new and better Admiral, America's Smart Set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Massive Russian spearheads are pushing steadily forward today against retreating German troops in the southwestern Ukraine and in Old Poland. Red armies smashed within striking distance of 3 German escape railroads. Pushing on rapidly from captured Ilyinsky, 40 miles east of Zhemerinka, one of General Vatutin's spearheads has brought the Odessa-Warsaw Railroad under attack. The cutting of this vital line of communication would force the Germans south to depend on secondary long-way-around railroad through Romania. Another Red Army group is less than 11 miles northeast of the junction town of Maranovka on the Belayat-Sirkov to Smelya Railroad. And in addition, Vatutin's advance units have practically made the east-west railway from Smelya to the Odessa to Warsaw line useless. Red Army troops are only 11 miles north of this line, which is the main German escape route across the southern Ukraine. Meanwhile, General Kona is developing his drop from captured Kirovograd. He's smashing the rear of German forces in the Dnieper Bend and increasing the threat to Krivoy Rog and Nikopol, the iron, coal, and manganese centers in the southeast. Red Army observers report that roads in the captured Kirovograd area are covered with smashed enemy guns, lorries, and crippled automobiles. To the northwest, Soviet columns in Old Poland are reported 5 miles east of the town of Sarny,
capture of which would cut a fourth rail line which links the German armies to the north and south. American and British troops in the Allied Fifth Army in Italy have beaten off German counterattacks and reached point within 4 miles of Cassino, the important town which guards the road to Rome. Reports from the front say terrific mountain battles are now underway, battles unlike anything seen in this war since the Greeks fought Italians in Albania 2 years ago. American troops fighting with bayonets and hand grenades pushed the Germans out of their strong positions in the village of Justo, and they've now driven into the heights closer to Cassino. Allied planes continue to hammer the continent. For this news and an interview with one of our fighting men, Admiral Radio takes you to London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
In the past few months, this great aircraft carrier called Britain has become a concentration point for the fighting men of the United Nations. Sunburned men who conquered Africa confer over the map of Europe those who drove out the Japs from the Aleutians. And here's a man who has seen the war in both the Atlantic and Pacific. 32-year-old Colonel William J. Cummings of Lawrence, Kansas. He's better known to his boys in the 8th Air Force Fighter Command as Wild Bill Cummings when he leads the Thunderbolt Group for Europe. Cummings now escorts our liberators and fortresses to Germany in daylight. But not so long ago, he was fighting Japanese Zeros in the Pacific. Colonel Cummings, which do you consider the toughest state of war, the Atlantic or the Pacific?
Well, as an airman, there's no doubt that the war is tougher here in Europe than it was out in the Pacific. The German planes are just as good, if not better, than the old Jap Zero, and I think the German pilot is more resolute. The Jap fights very hard on the ground, but in the air, the Jap will bluff out just as soon as anyone else.
I'm glad to hear that. But Colonel Cummings, I understand that although you're a fighter pilot, you've also fought on the ground against the Japs. How was that?
Well, you remember when the Japs attacked the Philippines, we were pretty short planes. By the time we were driven to town, we only had a few left. We kept passing them and shelling back and forth minute an hour, bringing in supplies and ammunition. After a while, all our planes were out of action, and my squadron became infantrymen. We had rifles and pistols, and we fought skirmishes with the Jap infantry closing in on our soldiers in Bataan. Things went from bad to worse. Everybody had malaria, dysentery, and dengue fever. Then one day a liberator came in from Australia, and 35 of us piled into it, and we flew safety on the mainland.
You were one of the lucky ones, weren't you? How many of your squadron got out of there, Cummings?
Just 9 out of the original 40. The rest of my friends are dead or prisoners of war. Some were killed on the ground, some were hit with bombs, some were shot down, and the rest are in prison camps.
You get rest after that experience, Colonel Cummings?
Yes, after making a few missions over New Guinea against Japanese Zeros, I went back to America. Joined a new fighter squadron, and they sent me over here.
Well, where would you rather be, here or in the Pacific? Living conditions are better over here, aren't they?
Yes, they are, except for the cold.
Well, how about food? That's better over here, isn't it, Colonel Cummings?
Well, on the town, we had 2 meals a day, rice and sometimes little canned salmon. Over here, it's spam and Brussels sprouts.
Well, I guess you'd settle for a steak and French fried.
Sure would, Larry. But when this is over, I want to get back and fight Japs. After you've been strafed and bombed and seen your friends die alongside you, war becomes very personal. I left a lot of good friends back there.
Yes, war is more impersonal for our boys here in Europe. Most of them have never seen a German. They've never seen the cities their bombs destroy. Have you ever been in Europe yourself, Colonel Cummings?
No, I never have, but I don't think it'll be long now. Germans almost in the same position as we were in the Pacific 2 years ago. They're on a defensive.
I guess they are, and I hope they'll keep them on the defensive for a long, long time. Thank you very much, Colonel Cummings. We return you now to CBS, New York.
Here at home, our Army Air Force mechanics are now inspecting a captured German medium bomber, the famed Junker 88. For a report on just how this ship stacks up against our planes, Admiral Radio takes you to Wright Field. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Sitting here on the flight line at Wright Field is an interesting testimony to our Russian allies' powers of persuasion. It is a Ju-88, a German twin-engine airplane that not too long ago sat on a flight line somewhere in Romania. A young Nazi aviator owned that Ju-88, and after giving much thought to the certain basic inconsistencies of master race doctrine, he came to a decision, which was, in effect, nuts to this. He therefore promptly climbed into his plane and flew to Allied territory, surrendering himself and his plane intact. Being a very observing young Nazi, he was smart enough to surrender to the British, even though they were farther away than the Russians. This plane is now at Wright Field, headquarters of the Air Force's Materiel Command, where daring American test pilots are learning exactly what makes it click. It is long and anemic looking except for its head, which is fairly large. It looks like a garden snake trying to swallow a golf ball. 3 or 4 Germans get that bulbous nose up front, but it's a cinch 2 of them must be junior Germans. Captain Gus Lundquist, a young man from Chicago, has, with several other test pilots at Wright Field, been flying this plane. The captain's passion for the Ju-80 is somewhat restrained, but he did consent to talk about it with me today. Captain, what do you think of it?
Confidentially, Mr. Slocum, it isn't a very good airplane. As an all-purpose plane, it's good. It can be used as a bomber, a fighter, a reconnaissance job, or a dive bomber. But, and this is the important but, she isn't any too good in any one phase of the different types of...
How about the gadgets on her, Captain?
She carries good instruments and a couple of buttons that are something. One button, when pushed, sets off a charge that destroys a bomb bay mechanism.
How'd you find out about that button?
The hard way, Mr. Slocum. We pushed it. One of the boys got hurt a little bit.
How about the other button?
That blows off the entire tail assembly. We discovered that right after we found out about the bomb bays, but not by pushing anything, so the tail's on.
What do we have that's like the Ju-88?
Our A-20 is something like her, but the A-20 is faster, better armed and armored, and carries more bombs. Anything that junkers can do, we have one or more planes that can do it better.
You and the Nazi pilot who surrendered her seem to have basically the same opinions of the 88. Could you say a kind word about her at all?
Well, Mr. Slocum, she flew across the Atlantic.
That's a thought, Captain Lundquist. Thanks for helping us give a picture of the German Ju-88, now close to obsolescence. But as any merchant mariner or Navy man can tell you, she was a great gal when she had it, and she really had it. Now back to Admiral Radio in New York.
This week, the Germans made little effort to minimize the disaster of facing their troops in Russia and their troubles at home. For a direct report from one of Europe's listening posts, Admiral Radio takes you CBS Madrid, Glenn Stadler reporting.
As Not Marshal Rommel ranged up and down the Channel coast, checking his anti-invasion preparations, all of Europe, and especially Holland, Belgium, and France, became visibly more restless. This condition is everywhere reflected in the German-controlled newspapers. Notices of executions of patriots are increasing daily. A typical one from the Canal of Lyon announces that 3 Frenchmen were shot by a Gestapo firing squad on December 28th, the charge of favoring the enemy. But despite reprisals and 3,000 arrests each week in France alone, anti-Nazi groups became larger, better organized, and more daring. In Valenciennes, a dozen armed men, led by a man brandishing a gun in each hand, broke into the jail, took 50,000 francs, and liberated 5 companions. In a running gun battle, one was killed. The others escaped, some on bicycles. Thus, having failed to quell resistance, Nazis have reverted again to what they must think is a clever trick, but has had little or no success. It's a periodic appeal to surrender firearms and promises immunity from punishment, even though possession of guns and explosives is illegal. The catch is, of course, that the minute someone is foolish enough to comply, he is arrested. Yes, they promise immunity, but only for periods specified. The person is guilty of having arms in the previous overlapping period covered by an identical law prescribing the death penalty. German papers carry none of this type of news, but the propaganda ministry believes that people might get the wrong idea about life in the occupied countries. Hitler's own Völkischer Beobachter features blasts at the Allies and laboriously written explanation on why the Red Army is in Poland now. The Nazi journals, however, do carry hundreds of death notices daily, and there obviously is a large backlog because many are dated as of 6 months ago. One recently announced the death on the Russian front of a soldier named John Dillinger. Another in black border and big type bore only the name Adolf. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Our Pacific forces continue to strike hard at the enemy in the central and southern area. For a summary of the latest developments in that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
In the Pacific, United States Marines on New Britain have pushed a mile and 3/4 south of Silimati Point. There's heavy fighting. Rabaul is graded for the 6th time in 6 days. Australians are driving up the Huon Peninsula and are close to a juncture with United States forces who last week landed at Sidor. The marshals have been formed again. I'm now able to tell you that I've just spent some time with the Marines of Tarawa. Earlier, I flew to a Pacific island and, to my surprise, landed squarely in the midst of them, just as their convoys were arriving. I say to my surprise because outside of a few circles, nobody knew who they were. There had been considerable speculation as to where the Marines would be taken for rest and rehabilitation after their occupation of Tarawa. That arrival of Marines, back from one of the grimmest, bloodiest actions of all the history of this fighting corps, was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. They came off their troop ships in every stage of disarray. They still wore their mottled camouflage fighting outfits, those who still had them, but in shorts and old suits of underwear, and some wore improvised wraparounds. They brought much of their equipment back with them, and it had look of well-worn battle gear. Only a corp that's been in real fighting can have quite that appearance. They had some of them with them, and some who had died on the way home. They were tough, hard-bitten, and soberly serious. A men who'd learned about war at Guadalcanal before they found out about Tarawa. And yet, being Marines, there was a jauntiness about them that even their disheveled clothing could not hide. This was no gay landing, nor was there any of the spick and parade ground stuff about this homecoming. But even so, as they poured down the gangways and stepped again on solid earth, the Marines raised their heads and straightened their shoulders and looked just square in the eye as if to say, well, that was that. They had trophies, naturally. Bundles of Jap paper, money, Jap flags, and all the dozens of things that fighting men pick up on battlefields to take back to the girlfriend of the family. They went to a plain in a higher region of the island and set about making themselves a great camp. It's a real undertaking to set up a camp for as many men as they had and do it from the ground up, but they thought nothing of it. They're there now, getting some rest. They are restless, though, and I think they'd welcome action at once if they could get it. When you have seen the Marines back from Tarawa, it makes you glad they are on our side. It would be very unpleasant to have to meet these Marines in battle anywhere. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Two Army nurses who helped care for our wounded soldiers in the South Pacific are now back in this country. For their story, Admiral Radio again takes you to CBS Washington, Dunn Pryor reporting.
I met a couple of girls yesterday out at the Army's Walter Reed General Hospital. They had a story to tell, so here they are. They are Lieutenant Marguerite Cooney of Worcester, Massachusetts, and Lieutenant Helen Burns of Wallingford, Connecticut, both Army nurses. They just got back to the States after 22 months abroad. How'd you happen to get in the Army, girls?
We both joined through Red Cross in 1940. We volunteered for 1 year.
That was Lieutenant Burns. You say you volunteered for 1 year, but it's well over 3 years now.
Well, the war changed things. We got our orders to sail right after Pearl Harbor, January 1942.
Well, did you know where you were going? Incidentally, that was Lieutenant Cooney that time.
No, we didn't know.
Well, most of us guessed that we're going to Australia. That seemed like the most logical place.
And you were right?
Yes, but we only stayed there a week and then went to New Caledonia.
Had you ever heard of New Caledonia before?
No, we didn't know there was such a place in the world until we set foot in it.
Was it exciting after you got there?
It was at first. We were expecting trouble when we landed. We went ashore in fatigue uniforms with tin helmets and everything, but nothing happened.
Oh, where were you? In a city?
I wouldn't call it that. We were in New for a while. That's the biggest town on the island, but it's just a dirty little village.
We stayed there a few weeks, though, and then our outfit moved to 120 miles north.
And that was some ride. It took us 10 hours in a truck.
Where was that? What town?
No town at all. We were right out in the woods.
How about living accommodations?
We lived in tents for 8 months.
Our hospital was a tent, too.
And we had to carry all our water from a brook.
We bathed in the brook, too, and we had a little pool there screened off with tenting.
Sort of rugged, but it does sound like fun.
It was. But, of course, we got pretty homesick now and then.
After the first 8 months, we got the natives to build us some grass houses. We could have a house built for about $25.
They were all right, too, until I got too full of rats and mice and things.
Did you handle very many casualties?
Not quite a while. Finally, all the boys who were with us at first were sent to Guadalcanal.
But we had plenty of casualties later. After 14 months, we moved again, not far from Noumea. We received many from the New Georgia and Russell Islands.
Were they good patients, mostly?
Most of them were very good and very appreciated.
Speaking of getting back in the States now, after 22 months, how did it feel to get back?
Wonderful. It's funny how the little things impress you most, like bathtubs and being able to walk into a store and buy something. But the thing that surprised me most was the fact that rationing wasn't really as bad as I thought it would be. My friends had written about how terrible shortages were.
And how about you, Lieutenant Cooney? What impressed you most?
Women running streetcars, buses, and so many of them in work clothes. I'd heard about all those things, but I really wasn't prepared for it.
Do you want to go back out there?
Yes, I do. I was terribly anxious to get back here, but now I feel kind of restless and lost. I suppose I'll get used to it after a while.
Yes, I suppose you will after a while. That was Lieutenant Marguerite Cooney and Lieutenant Helen Burns, Army nurses just back from the Pacific. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
The Chungking Radio has broadcast a note Jap Premier Tojo to keep him up to date on the latest figures on American airplane production. Dear Tojo, the broadcast said, for your information, for your further information, the United States produced a bombing plane every 4 minutes, every day, 24 hours a day during December. And then the broadcast gave the figures. a record number of 8,800 planes in December to bring the American total for the year to almost 86,000 planes. The Chinese broadcast concluded. Start counting, Tojo. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Does your radio give you the same flawless reception and carefree enjoyment it did when new? If not, the trouble may be some easily made adjustment you can do yourself. To conserve your busy Admiral dealer's time, Admiral has prepared a clearly illustrated home checkup chart showing you how to correct minor difficulties in reception. For example, here is one of the 20 suggestions made. Make sure your antenna lead-in wire hasn't become frayed by rubbing. The exposed wire, when wet by rain, sleet, or snow and blown against the building, may be grounded and poor reception results. The Admiral home checkup chart is designed purely as an aid and time saver for your Admiral dealer and will not help you to correct major troubles or structural failures. Your Admiral dealer is the man to call in such cases because of his knowledge and equipment. But for your copy of the Admiral home checkup chart, ask your dealer or address a card or letter to Admiral Radio in care of this station. Thanks to huge increases in farm production, America has enough food to satisfy the basic requirements of good health and sound nutrition and still meet the food demands of war. But we do not have all the food we want and can afford. Rationing is the democratic way to share and share alike. It is a vital wartime necessity, but rationing is not enough. Prices must be kept from skyrocketing. Black markets must be stamped out. 15 million Americans have signed the Home Front Pledge, which is, I will pay no more than top legal prices. I will not accept rationed goods without giving up ration points. Living up to this pledge will assure a fair share for all. And that's the right way, the Democrat way. Remember, food fights for freedom. The appearance of Army personnel on this program does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the Army, as the Army does not endorse any product. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM Air, 3rd Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On all the far-flung battlefronts of this war, initiative from the Axis powers. Land forces of the United Nations no longer dive instinctively for the foxholes when planes roar overhead, for most of them are Allied planes. This single factor, perhaps more than any other, has put the United Nations on the offensive. In North Africa, in both Libya and Tunisia, the story of the fighting is principally the story of air fighting, of Allied planes methodically hammering at Axis supply ports and Axis supply lines. American bombers from Tunisia have made their first attack on the Axis-held area of Tripoli in Libya today. They bombed an airfield 10 miles west of the enemy base and scored direct hits. That pays back the British Eighth Army in Libya for some of the attacks it has been making on Axis bases in Tunisia. It also reveals again the cooperation between the Allied forces in the East and West. Both, of course, are working with a common objective, to drive the Axis from all North Africa, and first, to drive them from the air. Allied air power in the last few days also has won and is still winning important decisions in the Pacific. And for a report direct from that area, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
This is Honolulu. The mopping up on the Papua Peninsula of New Guinea has forced the Jap back some 150 miles to his bases at Lae and Salamaua. This, however, is not so much of a retreat by him as it is a nipping off and destroying of his advanced base by the Allied forces. There were hardly any survivors to retreat. In a broader sense, the Japs have not even started the retreat in the Pacific. They've been stopped, yet even now they're preparing to strike again. The latest reports are that our planes carried out a continuous night and day attack on a Jap convoy in the Huon Gulf area of northeastern New Guinea, hitting 2 transports, one of which was burning, the other beached, shooting down or destroying on the ground 43 fighter planes, damaging a bomber and 6 fighters, In addition, probably shooting 17 other Jap fighters out of the sky. Also, an additional 7 out of 15 Jap fighter planes that attacked our planes on a return flight from bombing a Jap airdrome at Madan. But reinforcements were believed landed by the Japs in the Huan Gulf area. In the Solomons and Guadalcanal, American forces hold their precious ground and its priceless airfield. Land fighting continues, but patrol action. Up north, at the other end of the vast Pacific front, the action is by sea and air, rather by land. The picture out here, then, is one of continuous bombing by air of Jap bases by our forces. Bombing that also extends into the reaches of the sea, seeking out Jap transports carrying reinforcement troops for New Guinea and the South. Despite our sinking of substantial portions of his convoys and the probable death of thousands of Jap troops aboard, the enemy is believed to have been able to strengthen his forces, protecting his airfields in the New Guinea, at Rabaul in New Britain, and the Reykjavik Bay areas in Santa Isabel of the Solomons. Some of us out here consider the optimistic statement of Admiral William F. Halsey as probably the most un-Halsey-like statement that great fighter ever made. He predicted complete, absolute defeat for the Axis powers, specifically including Japan, in this coming year. That is a large order, even for so great and successful a fighter as Admiral Halsey. If he can justify it, then he has information that many of the rest of us out here would like to have. There's only one reporter speaking, but one who's talked to many men who've been fighting and who've been observing on the long line from the Aleutians to New Guinea. Almost to a man, they predict a long war out here. They resigned to a holding war with offensive, yes, but still a war of holding until the European deal is closed, and then still a long, hard battle before we give our men liberty in the city of Tokyo. Meanwhile, they're fighting fiercely in a most difficult theater of war with tremendous courage and inspiring success. This is Webley Edwards speaking from Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
And now, before we get more reports from CBS correspondents abroad, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Wherever America's fighting sons are serving, whether as advanced scouts on the desert wastes of Africa or as snipers in the foxholes of the Solomons, one ever-faithful friend is always at their side. That friend is their radio, built by Admiral. America's fighting sons spent many happy hours listening to their Admiral radio in the living room back home. Now they find it's an Admiral-built radio that fights with them on the field of battle. And the meeting of so dependable an old friend out there is a heart-warming experience. Knowing this, knowing the confidence these fighting men have in Admiral, inspires every worker in Admiral's two great plants with a desire to produce the best radio equipment possible as fast as possible. And all they produce goes to help America's armed services attain victory. When victory is won, Admiral will again build fine radios and radio phonograph combinations for home use, and thus serve these fighting sons a third time. For as victors, they will want to take into their own homes the familiar friend of pre-war days, the dependable partner of the battlefield, a radio built by Admiral, the only radio known as America's Smart Set. Now, here again is John Daly.
And now, across the Atlantic for the news of European developments, Admiral Radio turns now to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
In London, for some weeks, war correspondents who specialize in reporting air operations have been arguing about the absence of an all-out air offensive against the Germans on the continent during the past 2 months. Some say the comparative lull has been due to Allied operations on other fronts, which required planes that would otherwise have gone to Royal Air Force's Bomber Command on this island. Others insist it's just been the weather. But the lull has been only comparative. Last night's Royal Air Force attack on targets in the German city of Essen was the 5th raid on the Ruhr in 7 nights. 7 bombers are missing from this raid and mine-laying operations. The Air Ministry says good results from the British 4,000-pound bombs were seen at Essen. The weather over the targets was clear last night. While we cannot give weather details in wartime, everyone knows that Britain's weather has little in common with the weather in many American areas where new United States Army pilots are taught to fly. British fogs and rain are as much of a military factor as Tunisia's mud. Today, the London Sunday Express's columnist, Matt Gubbins, says only the British could survive food and fuel rationing and a wet northeast wind. The Huns, he says, might stand 2 winters in Russia, but I doubt if they'd stand 1 in England.
Today's German High Command communique was read with some interest in London, where it was noticed that the German communique today speaks of the German garrison at Veliki Luki heroically resisting strong Russian attacks. For days, the Germans have been keeping up the pretense that they still hold Veliki Luki, possibly counting on recapturing this strong point and then claiming that they had never lost it. Perhaps that word heroically in today's communique means the German High Command is losing hope of recapturing Veliki Luki. For the last time a German communique spoke of Germans fighting heroically was in making a half-hearted admission of the Russian breakthrough on the Middle Don front. Also in today's German communique, all the fighting on what the German High Command yesterday so vaguely described as the Don region and between the Don and the Caucasus is now described as the defense battle in the south. This is said to be going on with unabated violence, all Russian attacks having been repelled. Britain's Home Secretary, Herbert Morrison, today made a speech at Newcastle dealing with the post-war future of the British Commonwealth. I want it to last, he said, not because it's British, but because it's good and will be better yet. Without it, the world would lose a great factor of stability and progress just when those things are most needed. Mr. Morrison said, it's not enough for our friends or critics abroad to pay lip service to the self-governing empire. It's necessary that they understand it. Other people may think there must be a catch in it somewhere. Well, there is no catch. The freedom and independence of the dominions are real. The proof is Eire, Southern Ireland, which decided to stay out of the war and was left free to do so to the great hurt of the empire's cause and with little advantage to her reputation. Britain's Home Secretary had something to say about worldwide peace and worldwide security, not just freedom from want and freedom from fear in Britain alone. And he had a good deal to say about the future of the empire's colonies, those territories which have not yet attained the status of dominions. It's impossible to cover, in this report, the points which Herbert Morrison covered or touched on. I suggest that you read the speech, not because you'll necessarily like it, but as long as this transatlantic controversy is going on, the criticisms might just as well be based on the facts. If there has to be an argument, it always helps a little when both sides talk about the same thing. London has reports from the Middle East of increasingly heavy blows by Allied air forces against the enemy in North Africa. Especially in the past 48 hours, the range and number of Royal Air Force night operations have been increased. And Royal Air Force and United States Army Air Force bombers coming from east and west have now met for the first time in a sort of air pincers attack on the German bases in Tripolitania. Next to CBS Cairo and the report of Columbia's correspondent in Cairo.
Mr. Morrison in Cairo. Nothing you would call news is coming through the evil weather that now blankets the front in Libya. But the front that 10 weeks ago was 150 miles from Cairo is now 1,500 miles away, and getting there is proportionately difficult. Let me tell you instead what goes on here. A year ago, an American in this city was almost a rarity. Now even the shoeshine boys have learned to spot American insignia and even to identify an American in civilian clothes. The other night in the lobby of Shepherd's Hotel, I heard the unmistakable accent of Indiana cutting through the murmur of lobby conversation. It was the voice of an American girl in the blue uniform of the Army nurses. Yes, I heard her say to an English captain, yes, I know, I'm a pretty girl, but right now I'm hungry. And what are we going to do about that? I see Americans everywhere now, all of them doing something, all learning the terrible importance of this front. And as I watch them, I think that perhaps the reason the shoeshine boys can spot them is their air of brisk freshness. Listening to my countrymen here is like attending a continuous performance of Gone with the Wind. So many of them are from the South. But today I was talking to a Yankee from Cambridge, Massachusetts. He told me the leaves turned red and yellow last fall, as though nothing were more important. He said there was snow now in the little street, and that the subway fare to Boston is still a dime. And as we talked, I remembered a Yorkshireman.
He told me the leaves turned red and yellow last fall, as though nothing were more important. He said there was snow now in the little street, and that the subway fare to Boston is still a dime. And as we talked, I remembered a Yorkshireman who told me all one night about his own village of Putsey, and I realized that there must be thousands of conversations like this. People here don't talk about war. War to us has become not a crusade, but a job to be finished. People here talk about home and about tomorrow. They have ideas about the world tomorrow, and if the ideas crystallize and have effect, tomorrow's will be a better world. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York.
That was Chester Morrison of the Chicago Sun reporting from Cairo. 1,500 miles to the north in Russia, the Red Army is still advancing, but the midday communique from Moscow makes it clear that the Nazis are counterattacking desperately. So far, the counterattack seemed to have done little good, since even the German communique claims only that the Nazi armies are fighting defensively. On the other hand, the Russian noon communique said that the Red Army had occupied 30 inhabited localities in the Caucasus region, and press dispatches indicate that the important Nazi-held railway junction, Georgievsk, is practically surrounded with Russian troops within 10 miles of the city. In the Don area, where the Nazi counterattacks were the heaviest, the Russians claimed new gains and said the Germans suffered a serious defeat and heavy losses of equipment. Thus, at week's beginning, with at least 5 Red Armies driving directly or indirectly on Rostov, the Russians appear to have a reasonable chance to cut off the Axis armies in the Caucasus. Next, to our own hemisphere for news from Latin America. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Chile. Charles Griffin reporting.
The resolution will come. It is expected towards the end of next week or soon afterwards, when the Senate is informed of the latest developments by means of the exposition to be read out on Tuesday the 12th by the Foreign Minister. The Minister of Interior, Senor Raul Morales, delivered a report of his recently completed official mission to the United States last night, and President Rios, accompanied by Foreign Minister Senor Joaquin Fernandez and a number of experts, is devoting the weekend in his summer residence at Viña del Mar to give the finishing touches to the proposal for an early break-off with the Axis, it is affirmed. The Foreign Minister denied the report that the Presidents of Chile and Argentina contemplated meeting soon on the border.
That was Charles Griffin reporting from Chile. One of Columbia's reporters is today in one of the famous bombers that gave Tokyo the first taste of American bombs. Admiral Radio switches now to a microphone aboard a B-25 somewhere over the Gulf of Mexico, and Bill Slocum, Jr., ready to report from one of America's most efficient fighting weapons.
Dead is purely coincidental, because I am now laying on my stomach in a B-25, a vicious piece of fighting machinery built to carry bombs and more bombs and a minimum of human cargo. This B-25 is the same model that Jimmy Doolittle and some other ambitious young Americans took off from Shangri-La for a little bombing job in and around Tokyo. The B-25 is also the ship that is making clay pigeons out of Axis boats and supply depots in North Africa. It is really quite a ship, and restrictions permitting, I'd like to tell you how this dynamite-spitting gadget works. It's a 2-motor job, and it carries, in addition to bombs, heavy and well-distributed machine gun emplacements. Its normal crew consists of 6 men, but if Shangri-La happens to be some distance away, it can function with fewer. At the controls of this B-25 is Lieutenant J.B. Richard of Great Neck, Long Island, a schoolmate of mine and once something of the town's problem child. Today, he's operations officer at Southeast Training Center of the Flying Training Command's Tyndall Field, and a very serious young man indeed. Lieutenant Richard, you've been bending my ear about B-25s for 2 days now. Would you repeat some of that briefly for the listeners?
The B-25 is a great bombing instrument because it's capable of carrying a heavy load and still move fast enough to keep fighter planes at a respectful distance. There's plenty of machine gun protection, too. She's a trifle hot when she lands, but if you tend to your business, you won't have much trouble getting her in.
Thank you, Lieutenant Richard. A little hot is pilot's term in archaeology for a plane that lands with great speed, and the B-25 does that, just as it does everything else, with high speed.
The B-25 is a big airplane, although it is called a medium bomber. It permits its crew all the freedom of movement they would have, all 6 of them in a telephone booth. It is a compact instrument of war, and unless you want to wriggle along on your stomach, you stay put once you get in. Before me are a pilot and a co-pilot. In front of them, down in the nose, is the bombardier. Behind me, sitting on a tiny stool, is a navigator, and next to him, a very grim young man who handles a very potent piece of machine gun gear. There's another gun farther back. There are gadgets everywhere. I can't tell you much about them because A, I don't know anything about them, and B, I wouldn't be let talk about them if I knew. But I do know American ingenuity has poured steel, aluminum, cloth, and dynamite into a piece of fighting machinery which, when mixed with the courage and brains of American airmen, should go a long way toward shortening up this war. And Tokyo air wardens will be unhappy to learn that we are not faced with any shortage of B-25s at the moment. I return you to CBS in New York and John Daly.
Now, for the news at home, Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
Washington this week has come to a sort of turning point. Except for the rumpus over Ed Flynn's hopes of becoming a diplomat after resigning as chairman of the Democratic National Committee, there's no immediate cause for bickering between the administration and its opponents. There's the question of post-war planning, of course. In his speech last Wednesday, the president said he thought it within the realm of possibility that the 78th Congress would be called upon to formulate a peace. Yesterday, the dominant isolationist member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Nye, said he thought the New Deal's peace plans were doomed to failure, just as were those of Wilson. But he added that he and his Republican colleagues would have no objection to discussing peace plans calmly with their Democratic opponents, even while the war is going on. In Congress last Wednesday, I watched the reactions of certain legislators to Mr. Roosevelt's speech. Hamilton Fish and Arthur Vandenberg never once applauded, even when except when Mr. Roosevelt left the House. But Gerald Nye applauded every time the president mentioned disarmament or peace, except on one occasion when the phrase was durable peace. In general, the president's speech was well received, though the applause, I noticed, was rather milder from the Republican wing than those who heard the speech over the radio may have thought. Even Republicans, however, accepted the speech as a conciliatory gesture on the part of Mr. Roosevelt. And it was conciliatory, except on one specific point: expansion of Social Security after the war. Here the president, in saying, "I dissent," made it very clear that in the 2 years remaining to the administration, he would do everything in his power to impress on Congress what he considers its obligation to our fighting men, to assure them of the third freedom, freedom from want, by means of permanent unemployment insurance and free hospital and medical care for those who require it. At his White House conference on Friday, the president was asked if he anticipated much debate on Senator Wagner's pending Social Security bill. He said he didn't, and explained that he felt the differences at the moment are based on methods of attaining Social Security rather than the principle that Social Security is a good and necessary thing. Tomorrow, the Congress will receive the president's budget message for the fiscal year beginning on the 1st of next July. Mr. Roosevelt is expected to request appropriations of more than $100 billion, mostly for war expenditures, and Congress is expected to give his text a very critical appraisal. Most of our legislators are dead set against spending a cent more than is necessary, even for airplanes. But our legislators are not expected to quibble over the direct costs of the war. They may argue over some of the president's views, for his budget message is expected to be couched in far more specific, stronger terminology than his address on the state of the nation. But they won't even have much of an opportunity to fight over income taxes, for the president has anticipated their temper and has already gone on record in favor of pay-as-you-go. Though he still supports Mr. Morgenthau and others at the Treasury in their opposition to the Rummel Plan, so-called, neither he nor Mr. Morgenthau any longer oppose pay-as-you-go in principle. So it's almost certain that Congress will shortly pass the Rummel Plan or something very like it, no matter what it's called, and with a very substantial majority. There will be very little debate in Congress. But one thing people ought to understand is this: pay-as-you-go isn't going to save anybody any money. It will merely ensure that taxes are paid on time. A Navy communique just released announces 2 more raids on the Japanese airfield at Munda on New Georgia Island, but apparently with no great results. We now return you to CBS in New York.
Returning for a moment to the air war in Tunisia, back in this country after serving on the North African front, Brigadier General Stuart C. Godfrey of the Aviation Engineers has an interesting story of methods of building advanced air bases almost overnight. Godfrey says when it became necessary to establish advanced bases to support the action in Tunisia, a call was put in for airborne engineers. With their equipment, they were flown in cargo planes to points as close as possible to the selected sites. Within 3 days, flying fortresses were taking off from the first base, and a second base was completed on the next day. And now, Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
As you know, point rationing will soon go into effect. The government is doing much to help you understand how it works, giving you daily information by means of radio programs. All you need do is listen, and, of course, keep your radio in good operating order. This last is a job which had better be turned over to your Admiral dealer. It's almost impossible to buy a new radio, and even some parts are difficult to replace these days. So don't let an inexperienced person service a radio you own. Your Admiral dealer can put almost any set in perfect condition, quickly and economically, because he has the right tools, the facilities, and years of experience. Admiral dealers consider it a patriotic duty to help keep America's radios in tip-top shape, just as Admiral considered it a patriotic duty to turn both great Admiral plants to war production, the same plants which made Admiral in peacetime the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. So call your Admiral dealer for radio service. Be sure your set is in the hands of an expert. When you buy war bonds and stamps, you're protecting your future in 2 ways. First, war bonds and stamps ensure the freedoms and liberties American citizens have always enjoyed. Second, you're saving for a rainy day or for the luxuries you'll be able to have after victory is won. For logical reasons, invest 10% of your earnings in U.S. war bonds and stamps. Don't let yourself or Uncle Sam down. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our next news broadcast will be heard at 4:45 this afternoon. This is the WWII Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
Heavy Allied air activity in Europe, in Africa, and in the Pacific is making secure the hard-won hold on the initiative that the United Nations have gained on all the fronts of this war. In French North Africa, the political situation has held the center of the stage. But every day, the military reports have told the story of Allied flyers pounding at the Axis supply ports and strafing and bombing Axis land communications. This is the all-important preliminary to any all-out land offensive. British planes bombed and machine-gunned enemy vehicles on the roads leading from the port of Sfax in Tunisia, and other Allied airmen continued to hammer at Axis targets around the clock. The raids were carried out by the new Bisley planes of the Royal Air Force. Meanwhile, French headquarters announced that French troops fighting northwest of Kairouan had seized several important points near Jebel de Babou. And now, for the news direct from French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers' Charles Collingwood reporting. We regret that due to transmission difficulties, we are not able to get the report from Charles Collingwood in Tunisia right now, so we turn to London for the report of a big air raid on Berlin. For the details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
London expects to get the details of last night's raid on Berlin sometime after midnight tonight, British time. So far, what we know about the Royal Air Force attack is that a strong force of heavy British bombers dropped a great weight of bombs on Berlin, and large fires were seen from the air. One bomber is missing from the strong force. Last night's was the 54th Royal Air Force raid on Berlin. The 53rd was made on a night in November 1941. So, you see, Berlin went through the whole year of 1942 without a raid from the Royal Air Force, but the Russians were over Berlin a number of times. However, those early raids on Berlin were on a small scale, a very different operation from the kind that is now considered a normal raid, made on the principles of concentration and saturation of defenses, made with greater numbers of big four-engine bombers with their bombs of 4,000 pounds and 8,000 pounds. Those old raids were usually directed against single, important war targets, railroad stations, for instance, factories and power plants. If British bombers fly the most direct route to Berlin from this country, they have to cover some 1,200 miles, much of the journey over enemy territory. When the Royal Air Force planes arrive at the German capital, they have to face very powerful defenses. Still, from last night's raid, only one British plane is missing. London was glad to get today's Cairo communique telling us of the opening of a new phase of the Battle of Tripolitania, but London was not surprised. Those strange German reports put out yesterday about fierce battles in which the Axis forces had stopped the Eighth Army bore a strong resemblance to those fake German reports which were put out back at El Agela. This latest forward drive of the Eighth Army began at 7 o'clock Friday morning, and the latest reports in London are that the forward movement has been uninterrupted and the British have advanced some 40 or 50 miles from Wadi Zemzem. A British correspondent at the front with General Montgomery's forces says that the start of the Eighth Army's new drive is the biggest moment since El Alamein. And now back to New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Several days ago, one of the CBS reporters heard on this program, Charles Collingwood, gave the world its first news of the French royalist plot to establish a monarchy in North Africa. Right now, you are listening to the dramatic story of history-making events. And in months to come, radio will give you every step in the complete defeat of the Axis. There's a story you won't want to miss. And the one way to make sure of hearing every single chapter is to take care of your radio, for you won't be able to get a new set until after the complete story is told. At present, your Admiral dealer can put almost any radio in perfect shape, regardless of make or condition. But as the weeks roll by, new parts will become increasingly difficult to obtain. So the wise man will call his Admiral dealer now and have minor adjustments made before vital parts are too far gone to be repaired. Remember, your radio set is a precious instrument, your only way of hearing the story of the battles as they're fought. And remember also, your Admiral dealer is the expert who will do everything possible to keep your radio in tip-top shape for the duration. Admiral dealers have the facilities, the knowledge, and the backing of Admiral. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, here once again, for Admiral Radio, is John Daly.
Now for news of the situation along the Pacific war fronts, Admiral Radio takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
Australia's eternal bugaboo, shortage of manpower, promises to become even more serious during the few months just ahead. Prime Minister Curtin's statement that at least another 210,000 persons will be needed for war work or interactive service within the next 6 months poses a situation which he himself described as of utmost gravity. 210,000 persons doesn't sound so large when considered in the light of America's population. But in a nation of 7 million, where more than 1 out of every 10 persons is wearing the uniform of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, or one of the women's auxiliaries, it's a staggering order. Actually, 210,000 Australians is the proportion equal of nearly 4 million Americans. And when America reaches its 4th year of war, 4 million able-bodied men and women not already working for the war effort will be hard to find. The Prime Minister is frank in his admission that the answer to this problem has not yet been found. But unless the answer is found, the probable alternatives are curtailment of war production or starving the services of reinforcements, he said. General Sir Thomas Blamey, commander of the Allied land forces in the Southwest Pacific area, in a radio talk to Australia a few hours ago, warned against any feeling that our signal success in Papua meant that the Japanese menace to Australia has ended. He praised the joint work of the American and Australian soldier in the Buna campaign, but predicted that Japan is still anxious to eliminate Australia as a possible Allied base from which a successful offensive might be launched. He pointed out that in New Guinea, the peril of tropical diseases was even more deadly than the menace of the Japanese. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
In the Far East, British bombers supporting the British drive in western Burma against Akyab successfully bombed targets on Akyab Island, and heavy bombers of the United States 10th Air Force left a 7,000-ton Jap cargo vessel sinking and another ship damaged in a Jap convoy south of Rangoon. Thus, new news of aerial activity in the Far East. Besides these major raids, today, Allied flyers, mostly fighters, dropped light bombs and machine gun Jap trains and coastal shipping. The ground forces are still fighting about 25 miles from Akyab. Once again, the reports, as in Europe, from the Far East are reports of air activity, of Allied efforts to smash at the enemy's communications, not only to smash at his principal bases of communication and supply, but also to cut into his equipment for the transport of those supplies. The news from Cairo this morning that the British 8th Army is again on the offensive is news that is good news because we've waited for it for several days. The latest dispatches say that the Allied forces have swept to within 110 miles of the Axis base of Tripoli. You'll remember that the British 8th Army struck Friday at 2 points, at the center of the Axis line and also at the Axis right flank. It skirted the impassable depression there and drove into the open desert where Rommel has little chance of digging in for another stand. Thus, the news of Montgomery's 8th Army once again in action, and it's news that ties in with the news of the French force that came up from the Lake Chad area in Africa and which, for the past several weeks, has been winning one battle after another. This French force is, of course, still several hundred miles south of Tripoli, still several hundred miles south of the flank of Rommel's army. But it's a factor that has to be considered in the fighting that is going on now in Tripolitania. How far the French force will be able to move without further supplies and perhaps without having to wait some time to pull up major supplies from its bases, no one as yet can tell. But it's very possible that the British 8th Army may find itself operating with a friend on its flank much sooner than it's expected. We expect to have the news from Cairo direct. Bob Trout has already given us a report on the fighting in Libya from London. And for further details, Admiral Radio takes you now direct to the Columbia correspondent in Cairo.
The 8th Army, having pushed through the German defenses west of WWII, continued the attack today and kept up the pressure on Rommel's fighting rear guard. General Montgomery's advanced units were heading up the tarmac road that leads north to Misurata. They were striking across hard desert to the west and northwest. They were pursuing the enemy in 3 directions, while supply columns with fuel and ammunition were piling after them. Latest reports placed British forward troops on a line that runs roughly east to west across 50 miles of Tripolitanian Plateau. The westernmost point on that line is due south of Homs. The battle that picked the Africa Corps out of the WWII area on Friday night was the first head-on clash the British have had with the enemy since Alamein. But it was not a large-scale battle. Rommel did not pit his whole strength against it. He did not have all his available forces lined up along the Zemzem Gully. He had already withdrawn a fair number of his troops so that he could make a fast getaway when he saw the British steamroller coming. At the same time, he massed enough guns and armor around Zemzem to make the British attack. It was familiar Rommel tactics, delaying as long as he could with a minimum of losses when it came to a showdown. British troops are now rampant in open desert, and I imagine Rommel will have a harder time now than he did at Agela in keeping the place littered with minefields. But there's no reason to think the 8th Army will have a clean, easy sweep all the way to Tripoli. The eastern approaches to that city are covered by a chain of hills slanting inland from the coast near Homs. so Rommel may practice his favorite delaying technique again. He has an estimated 50,000 troops, including some crack German infantry battalions. Somewhere in the background, he has 3 Italian divisions. I don't think any of these are going to stop the 8th Army for long, but there will probably be a few more hurdles to scale before the British get to Tripoli. This is Winston Burdett in Cairo. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Again, we turn to the Pacific for some intimate glimpses of the war in that theater. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
Share of the credit for the capture and retention of our base in Guadalcanal must go to the American fighter plane squadron. Just returned to Pearl Harbor are 2 young naval officers who actually controlled many of the spectacular combats in the skies above the Solomons. These are Commander John H. Griffin of Annapolis, Maryland, who directed fighter operations for a carrier, and Ensign William Knoll of Pasadena, California, who directed Marine, Navy, and Army fighter groups out of Guadalcanal. Commander Griffin, is your carrier still doing its stuff against the Japs?
She sure is. Our boys are knocking the Zeros and Colonies for a loop every time they can find them.
They tell us you fellows have been shooting them down at a rate of 4 or 5 to 1 down there. How do you account for this?
The main reasons are better pilots with lots of armor in the seats of their pants. The good old Grumman Wildcat is a sturdy airplane, and plenty of 50-caliber machine guns don't do any harm either. In fleet operations such as those we have just been through, the accuracy and volume of our ship's anti-aircraft fire is another powerful factor on our side.
In what recent battle did you observe these factors most effectively combined?
In the mission off the Santa Cruz Islands, on our squadrons and anti-aircraft knocked down more than 100 Jap planes.
Do you expect important carrier battles in the future?
Certainly. We've got to wipe out the Japs' carriers before we hit him where he lives.
Commander, do you recall any particular incident that typifies the makeup of our flyers?
Yes. One day when our force was being shadowed by a 4-engine Kawanishi, I directed the combat patrol to attack. In a few minutes, both the Jap and our patrol disappeared from view. I was getting pretty anxious about the result of the chase, but I hated to bother our fighters by asking unnecessary questions when I knew they were plenty busy. When I could restrain myself no longer, I asked the leader, "What's the dope? Any luck?" He came right back with a model 4-word report. Kawanishi found and down.
Commander, did your force have a hand in turning the Japs back in the big battles around Savo Island in November?
Our battleships, cruisers, and destroyers did, of course, and our air group dished out plenty of damage on their own. Our dive bombers and torpedo planes got in their licks on the transports, and the fighters sure knocked down their share of the Zeros. Bill Knoll can tell you more about the operations down at Guadalcanal.
How about that, Bill?
Every pilot did a great job, and I think that General Woods of the Marine Corps deserves a lot of credit. It was a wonderful example of a unified command. Not only the Marines, but the Navy and the Army and the New Zealand squadrons, too, were there. And the General had them working together, not as separate units, but as one force. Attack groups often consisted of Navy torpedo planes and Army bombers, escorted by combined Navy and Marine fighters. But both the Army and Navy pilots had to take off their hats, the Marine dive bomber pilots. They were the workhorses the entire campaign.
They tell me operating conditions on Henderson Field are pretty tough.
Conditions are still difficult, but they're a lot worse in October. The pilots didn't live as aviators are popularly supposed to. They slept in muddy foxholes at night when they could sleep, and ate when they could find the time. The pilots were billeted only a half mile from the Japanese positions. They fought Jap raids, mud and dust every day. There was no picnics for the mechanics either. The pilots' success in shooting down so many Japs was in a large part due to the mechanics' upkeep of their planes.
In a word, what's the air situation down there today, Commander Griffin?
The situation's a lot better than it was last August, but we still have a tough job ahead of us. Our boys, who are meeting the Japs over the Solomons every day, must have a continuous flow of planes, ships, and supplies. These must constantly increase.
Thank you, Commander John Griffin and Ensign William Knoll, for your excellent close-up of our air operations against the Jap and the Solomons. Good luck. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
Biggest United Nations successes are still in Russia. For that story, here is Larry Lesseur, Columbia's correspondent who recently returned from Moscow.
The ice of the frozen river Don is blotched with red today, and Adolf Hitler's prestige among the German people, and above all within the German army, is being struck the first of many blows from which it will never recover. Those red banner armies of Russia are surging back over the white blanketed wheat fields of the Soviet Southwest, and the rich black earth which Hitler's conquered last summer, at such a cost of blood and machines, is slipping from the frozen fingers of his armies at a rate which astounds everyone, except the Russians. In that red-walled citadel set up in the center of snowy Moscow, called the Kremlin, the Russian High Command is planning its moves as carefully as on a chessboard. And today, with a smashing move against the remnants of Hitler's cracked Fifth Army trapped outside Stalingrad, they are calling checkmate on Hitler's last summer offensive against the Volga and its chief city, Stalingrad. From every side, the heavy-booted, fur-hatted peasant army of Russia is pouring fire into the 75,000 Germans and Romanians who have not denied any way of escape. Here, the trapped Germans are holding 60,000 starving Russian peasants and workers as hostages. Many persons have forgotten the great migration of Russian factories and workers from the conquered lands last year, but the workers haven't forgotten. Settled now in new homes east of the Volga, in the Urals and Siberia, their factories are now turning out equipment which is making the present Russian offensive possible. And with every step that they advance, the Red Army is winning back for its wives and mothers in the factories the richest agricultural lands in all Europe. Every foot of this blood-soaked black earth will grow food for Russia next spring. The Russians make a practice of never announcing an offensive until it's achieved some success. But there are rumors that they are moving to free Leningrad at the long end of the battle line. Just a year ago today, I talked to the Russian general who will play a great role in this gigantic task. Dark, incisive-looking General Gavorov, smasher of the Finnish Mannerheim land, the artillery expert who cracked the German stronghold at Mozháysk. I talked with him in the smoking ruins of Mozháysk, 60 miles in front of Moscow. He said, "We are counting on our allies, and until they are ready, we will give the invaders no rest until they are finally driven across the frontiers of Russia."
There are many news developments at home today also. For that news, Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
If you look at your calendar, you'll find, as I did, that March 15th is only 8 weeks hence. And unless Congress gets busy and passes some plan for paying as you go between now and then, March 15th is liable to cause a breakdown in our tax-collecting machinery. The Treasury says everyone's got to make his return and arrange for lump or quarterly payment of his taxes between now and March 15th, or take the customary consequences in the form of a cash penalty. But many people, especially here in Washington, are certain that some form of pay-as-you-go will last, and they're not planning to make any income tax returns until it is. This means that the Treasury is going to have an even greater number of delinquencies this year than heretofore expected. In order to avoid a muddle over taxes, therefore, many congressmen have suddenly decided that pay-as-you-go has got to be given priority over all other pending legislation. Members of the House Ways and Means Committee are now considering a plan to separate pay-as-you-go from other taxation measures and rush it through Congress as quickly as possible. Other legislation due to receive priority has to do with the 48-hour week. Senator Reed of Kansas, with strong Republican backing, has just presented a resolution to repeal the wage and hour law and return to the 48-hour working week. Walter Reuter of the United Auto Workers is also advocating a 48-hour week, and so is Secretary of Labor Perkins, but with a difference. Mr. Reuter would retain the wage and hour law and guarantee 48 hours of employment every week to every worker. There's no fresh news about the Pennsylvania strike, which will be over tomorrow. There was a communique at 1 o'clock. It reports continued American bombings of the enemy airdrome at Munda in the Solomons and another Japanese bombing of our own positions on Guadalcanal. Some casualties were suffered among our troops, the Navy says, but material damage was slight, and our troops continue to advance despite the stiffening enemy resistance. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And now Admiral Radio brings you Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The British Eighth Army has struck boldly and apparently with great power in the direction of the Axis base at Tripoli. Abandoning the coastal road and its difficult salt marshes, General Montgomery has made a wide sweep through the open desert and is reported only 110 miles from Tripoli. Such a move indicates that Montgomery is satisfied that he is well superior in mobile fighting power, especially armored power, to any opposition that the depleted forces of Marshal Rommel can offer. Montgomery is a hard-headed, tough soldier who does not take reckless chances. His drive for Tripoli bypasses the German position at Misurata, which will be hopelessly isolated if Montgomery reaches the coast at Tripoli or anywhere between Tripoli and Misurata. This means that Misurata will probably fall into British hands and will then form an excellent advance base for the British, as is the first good harbor west, that is, the first point at which the British Navy could resume its work of supplying Montgomery's army on a large scale. Hence, Montgomery must have collected the supplies and equipment needed for his present push
by using the long, weary desert road from Cyrenaica, and this accounts for the long pause in these operations. Meanwhile, the Allied air forces at the port of Tripoli, which has made it difficult for Rommel to build up his own strength through that harbor.
And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
These next few seconds might be used in describing the new Admiral radios to be made after peace has come. But right now, all Admiral facilities are devoted to producing radio equipment for America's war effort, most of it under direct supervision of the Army Signal Corps. And Admiral would like to pass along a little of the respect it feels for this great branch of our fighting forces. The United States Army has the finest communications equipment in the world, not by accident, but because the Army Signal Corps has worked night and day through peace and war to devise, invent, and improve communications equipment. The search for better signal equipment started with the first Chief Signal Officer America had, Albert Meyer, who devised wigwag communication. And the search still goes on. Every piece of equipment accepted must be better than the piece which went before. Small wonder, then, that Admiral considers it a privilege to work with the Army Signal Corps. For Admiral has always had that same aim, to make better and better radio equipment. An aim which will continue after the smoke of battle is cleared, when Admiral will again produce fine radios for American homes. Admiral Radios, America's smart set. A 2-cent bullet can stop a Nazi in his tracks. So how about buying a few bullets for our boys to shoot? 5 for a 10-cent war stamp. And those war stamps will fill that stamp book you started and forgot. Fill it. Change it for an interest-bearing war bond. Come on, America. There's 100 million partially filled stamp books lying around. Let's fill them completely this week. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our next news broadcast will be at 4:45 this afternoon. This is the WBBM Air Theater, your station in the Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battle fronts. But first, here's John Daly.
At this week's beginning, Allied armies in Russia and North Africa are preparing for the second round of their great offensives. The Russian armies have consolidated their positions around Rostov and are now drawing the noose tight around that city. In Libya, with Tripoli in our hands, the 8th Army is smashing on toward Tunisia to join in the battle that is to clear the Axis out of North Africa. In the Pacific, the vicious air and ground fighting continues. The Navy Department gave out more news of that front only a half an hour ago. For that news, Admiral Radio takes you first to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The Navy's just announced that American planes have carried out 7 bombing attacks in the Solomons in the last 2 days, doing heavy damage to the aerodrome at Munda. The Japanese have again bombed our own installations on Guadalcanal and Espiritu Santo. The latest Army communique reports that the Germans have captured yet another strategic height in central Tunisia. If the military situation still seems unfavorable, the political situation seems to have gone from bad to worse. The State Department is under heavier fire than at any time since the North African campaign began. A few days ago, the Washington Post accused the State Department of bungling and demanded the removal of Robert Murphy, our chief political delegate. Then Walter Lippmann added his voice to the clamor. And today, Ernest Lindley, who has a reputation for being a State Department apologist, chided Messrs. Hull and Murphy in no uncertain terms for passing the political buck to the War Department and attempting to make General Eisenhower responsible for what he considers their mistakes. But that's not all. I.F. Stone, a Washington correspondent of the newspaper PM, charges that Paul H. Appleby resigned from the State Department as a protest against the appointment of the one-time Himmler of Vichy France, Marcel Péruton, as Governor General of Algeria. Mr. Appleby, a well-known food expert, was lent to the State Department by the Department of Agriculture to take charge of relief operations under Herbert Lehman. But according to PM, he couldn't stomach Péruton. London still reports rumors of momentous decisions, presumably emanating from Washington. And the same rumors are just as prevalent here, presumably emanating from London. A big story is about to break, and everybody's hoping it will entail a sensible moral solution to the North African problem, as well as the Joint Allied War Council referred to by Wendell Willkie today in his speech in New York. Vice President Wallace also spoke today, predicting a post-war America in which all men can become members of the middle class and share in the benefits which that class has enjoyed in the past. After 13 months of war, Congress is now at last aroused over the growing shortage of labor, and manpower czar McNutt is being subjected to a barrage of criticism that he may not be able to withstand. Tomorrow, the Senate Military Affairs Committee will open hearings to determine why, at this late date, the War Manpower Commission still has no definite program. Senator Austin of Vermont says he and his colleagues will certainly draft a labor mobilization law unless Mr. McNutt can convince them that such legislation is unnecessary. A missing Panagra transport plane with 15 persons aboard has been sighted from the air in the jungles of Peru. A rescue party is now searching for possible survivors. J. Pierpont Moffat, American minister to Canada, died in Ottawa today. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
You are one of several million Americans now listening to news reports coming from all over the world by radio. Have you ever considered the part radio has come to play in your life? To most of us, radio is a necessity and a convenience. To American fighting men lined up on over 60 different battlefronts, radio is an absolute essential. It is often their only connection with headquarters and with other fighting units. It is the unifying link which makes coordinated action possible. Admiral has produced radios for both purposes, peace as well as war. In peacetime, Admiral radios were designed for performance and beauty, for the luxury of American homes. In fact, during peacetime, Admiral was the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, Admiral is producing radios for war, radios which will link America's fighting units together, radios which are sturdy enough to take all the grueling punishment of modern battle and still operate perfectly. Yes, Admiral has pioneered in the production of both the radio of war and the radio of peace. When victory has been won, and with it the blessings of peace, look again to Admiral for exciting new adventures in radio entertainment made possible by today's amazing wartime developments and discoveries. Tomorrow, as always, an Admiral radio will be America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
And now more news of the Pacific. Organized Jap resistance in Papua has been ended by American and Australian troops. For the latest details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia. William J. Dunn reporting.
The Japanese invasion of Papua, of Australian territory, lasted exactly 1 day over 6 months. On July 22nd, the first enemy convoy landed troops at Gona, almost without opposition. Saturday of the week just ended saw the last remnants of that ambitious force completely liquidated, and the epitaph of some thousands of Japanese pinned in the brief communique sentence, "Ground fighting in Papua has ceased." The week just ended has witnessed the wind-up of one of the bitterest campaigns any contingent of green American troops has ever called upon to face. This campaign has been of inestimable value, both to the Americans and their Australian allies. In the months it took to drive the Japanese back across the Owen Stanley Range, isolate them, and finally wipe them out completely, the Allies have learned lessons which could be learned in no other way. As a result of this campaign, we now have military leaders who know this type of warfare, who have outsmarted the enemy in a type of fighting he himself developed, and who can, when necessary, lead fresh troops into jungle or mountain warfare with the confidence that comes only of knowledge. Lieutenant General Eichelberger, who led the American forces in the field before Buna and Sanananda, told me early in December that the greatest gain the Allies could hope for from the fighting then underway was not so much the elimination of an enemy force as the invaluable experience we were then getting, and getting the hard way. Another Tokyo myth has been exploded, and the Allied soldier has emerged from the Papuan battle as a pretty fair jungle fighter in his own right. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
In Western Europe, British bombers are continuing their round-the-clock attacks on Nazi-occupied Europe. And Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
From Britain, the Royal Air Force struck again last night at the German U-boat bases in the French Atlantic port of Lorient. The fifth attack on this U-boat base made during January. 4 of them made in the last 10 days. Lorient had not had time to recover from yesterday's daylight attack by liberators and flying fortresses of the USAAF when the RAF bombers were over the port in the moonlight. High explosives and incendiaries, dropped for 20 minutes, started very heavy fires. The men and women of Britain's home front who know pretty well what this war is about have, as you know, not been happy about the political muddle in North Africa. This has nothing to do with General Eisenhower, and no responsible person in Britain has ever said it had. What it's about is the basic purpose of this war. Britain's ordinary men and women quickly saw, even last November, that what happens in North Africa is bound to be a small-scale preview of what will happen all over Europe. They didn't like that preview much. The state of affairs exemplified by North Africa is definitely not what they made up their minds long ago they're fighting for. In recent days, the British people have been getting hints that the North African affair is going to be cleared up and properly done as part of a large understanding between Great Britain, Russia, China, and the United States. The 4 nations, so the hints go, are planning something approaching a General Allied War Council. Curiously enough, the British newspapers attributed these hints to sources inside the United States. And, I suspect, the United States hears that the hints are coming from London. This weekend, the transatlantic rumor barrage reached its climax, in London at any rate, and today's papers are talking about vital decisions, which will soon be announced. Obviously, it's the kind of thing which is not to be talked about too much until the announcement is made. But just in case you have the impression that all Britain knows a secret which the United States does not know, I'll read you the screaming headline from London's Sunday Pictorial, one of Britain's few tabloids. In huge letters it says, "Big news soon, says America." Next to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
The bulk of the Africa Corps, considerably the worse for wear but still an intact fighting force, was falling back into southern Tunisia today while British forward troops were shooting it out with active rear guards somewhere along the coast road between Tripoli and Douala. The 8th Army already was well on its way down the last 100-mile stretch of highway between Tripoli and the Tunisian border. Already British and American fighter bombers are flying from airdromes in the Tripoli area, where the Luftwaffe was operating less than a week ago. Naval and Army engineers have begun work on Tripoli Harbor, getting it back into shape for the convoys which will help supply the 8th Army's next full-scale effort on a battlefront somewhere in Tunisia. Tripoli is a trump card which will resolve many of the supply problems with which the British have been struggling ever since they hit west from Egypt. The Africa Corps in southern Tunisia will also enjoy some new advantages. It will be linked with von Arnim's army in the north by a modern road and rail system. It will stand a better chance of getting reinforcements than it did when it was fighting in the wilderness of Tripolitania. The German command will likewise be able to transfer arms and men from front to front, according to where they are most urgently needed. Von Arnim's army has been consistently strengthened during the past week and is now reported to comprise 2 armored and 1 infantry division, apart from Italian troops. Taking advantage of wet weather, Rommel may prefer to make a stand in the low marshes skirting Gabes Bay, rather than in the fortified Marest zone. Somewhere, certainly, he must fight, whether he picks his battlefield in the swampy south or seeks to join up with the Pink Panther Army in the north. In any case, the 8th Army has an appointment in Tunisia, a rendezvous with General Eisenhower's forces, and General Montgomery means to make all haste to keep that rendezvous. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Again, we turn to the Pacific, this time for an eyewitness story of the recent American raid on Jap-held Wake Island. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Before Christmas, a large flight of United States Army bombers roared through the moonlit skies of the Central Pacific, heading for historic Wake Island, with orders to demolish Jap installations there. And straight and true, they headed for their target, the little island rocking with explosion after explosion. And when the raid was over, Wake Island's installations were a flaming ruin, and the American planes came home almost without a scratch, all personnel present and accounted for. In fact, they had one extra man. And thereby hangs the tale of a man who stowed away on a bomber. I have him with me right here in Honolulu. Sergeant, give us your full name and hometown.
Technical Sergeant Paul W. Sweetheart, sir. Hometown, Pilsen, Kansas. My folks live there now.
Why does a man stow away on a bombing plane, Sergeant Sweetheart?
Because I wanted to see action. I thought I'd been waiting about long enough, so I thought I'd see if I couldn't go along somehow.
You figured this all out in advance?
Well, not too far. I was crew chief on one of the planes, Silly the Whack. We take care of the planes after every flight. We check them over before they go out to make sure they come back. If there's anything wrong with them, we fix them up.
The ground crew really lives that slogan, keep them flying, then.
A fellow gets to thinking when he takes care of a plane that it's almost his baby. Some of the boys get the feeling that we loan the plane to the pilot and navigator when they take it out.
So when you heard something was up, I guess you're pretty busy.
I'd been grooming the ship to see whether everything was okay. I was in and out of the plane 15 or 20 times. I got to thinking I'd sure like to stick with that plane. I knew that the plane could safely carry a lot more poundage, even for a long distance.
Did you know where the raid was headed?
No, but I knew that it would be a big one. So the last time I went in the plane, I took my parachute and Mae West along. Well, my job when the plane takes off is to see that the props are clear and to watch the engine from behind. I went up front and gave the pilot the high sign that everything was okay. Then I ran back and went in the rear of the plane and hid. Everybody was up forward, and I made it without being spotted. I stayed put for a while until we were well up. Then I came out of hiding. The crew was quite surprised to see me.
To say the least. What'd they do?
The tail gunner saw me and asked, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm going along." And he said, "Looks like you are." But Lieutenant Samuel Gregory, the pilot, and all the crew were pretty nice about it. I made myself useful wherever I could. I transferred into this outfit hoping I'd get to be a gunner. And I figured if any of the boys got hurt, I could take their place. Fortunately, nobody got hurt, but I was ready.
Well, what happened when you got back, Sergeant Sweetheart?
I was plenty worried. After we landed, I got busy checking the plane, and nobody said anything for a while. But I caught it later on. The colonel didn't punish me, but I and everybody else was given to understand that it hadn't better happen again.
And that's the story of Sergeant Paul Sweetheart, who stowed away on the big Wake Island raid by United States Army bombers. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no more stowaways on Army bombers. I'm advised by Colonel William A. Massini, Group Commander, that strict orders have been issued against the possibility of any stowaways in any future operations. And other commanding officers have done the same. But this story, and it's a good one, adds proof to the intense eagerness of the young men in our armed forces out here to get into action. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu. We return you to CBS in New York.
Russia's noon communique, general rather than specific in its claims, announced that several more populated places were taken in the Voronezh area and that the Red Armies in the North Caucasus have taken a town of great strategic importance after an advance of 13 miles. Thus, the armies of South Russia closed the iron ring around Rostov. The capture of Armaver, announced yesterday, puts the Russians 110 miles south of the city, astride the main rail line running right into Rostov. Another Russian army is moving up the Manch River Valley towards Rostov and is only 80 miles away. In addition, north and northeast of the city, other Red Armies are steamrolling over German defenses, are only 56 to 90 miles from Rostov, and have already taken most of the rail communications which the Germans needed to maintain isolated forces in the Don Valley. The recent developments in the Caucasus have completely unhinged the German defenses. and the Nazi forces in the Maikop oil region are in danger of being cut off, as were the 22 divisions at Stalingrad. One of the most important bits of news out of Russia today affects the Axis force trapped at Stalingrad. The Russian communique reported that a German battalion surrendered en masse, in spite of the tales of torture and death for prisoners taken by the Russians spread by the German officers. This development may well mean that the entire Axis force remaining may surrender in the near future, thus releasing many Russian divisions for the offensives against Rostov and Kharkov. The German communique describing the fighting in Russia is full of evasive phrases. It speaks of shortening the southern front according to plan, and says that the fighting in the northern Caucasus has shifted to the Kuban Plain, which is an obvious roundabout way of saying that the German armies in that area are retreating just about as fast as they can. In describing the plight of the Axis force trapped at Stalingrad, the communique falls all over itself. It says that the Axis positions there became intensified through further breaches by strong Russian masses from the west, but at the same time, it said that the defenders held unbroken. The Russians say that of the 220,000 men of the German Sixth Army originally trapped at Stalingrad, less than 40,000 remain. In Chicago, in the former Hotel Stevens, our Air Force is training men in the technical aspects of their part of the war. And for a report from this headquarters, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Chicago, Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
It has been my lot in recent weeks, while the boys in New York were checking the signal from Algiers, to do brief and often unintelligible little masterpieces from strange places, such as submarines, paratroop planes, and patrol planes, but never from so unusual a spot as the scene of this epic. I'm standing on a balcony, a gold one, too, and above me are some gleaming crystal chandeliers, and below me are 600 or 700 hungry men packing away their dinner with some grace and unbelievable enthusiasm. They are all soldiers learning the art of radio transmission and reception at the Army Air Force's Technical Training Command's Unit Number 1, Chicago, which was once the Stevens, the world's largest hotel. When the Army took over the Stevens August 1st, every bit of luxury equipment was moved out in 13 nights. It took 1,000 vans to move it all, and as quickly as a room was cleared, it was refurnished with what the Army insists are beds. No fewer than 2 double-deckers in any room, and as many as 5 or 6 in the suites. During the recent Democratic conventions, the Stevens was CBS News headquarters, so I was sure nothing would surprise me in this hostelry. But the picture of a squad of steel-helmeted soldiers marching out of an elevator set me back, although I could not quite erase the thought that we could have used them in those hectic convention days. They can feed 5,000 students thrice daily in this mess hall, which was once the grand ballroom. It's a sort of a perpetual mess hall, because here at the Stevens, men sleep while others study. Downstairs in the huge exhibition halls, there are now 24 radio mechanics classrooms with laboratories installed around the outside walls. The coffee shop is the Post Exchange restaurant, and the flower shop is now the Provost Marshal's office. Up on the 3rd floor, there are even more classrooms. The job the Army Air Forces is doing here is a tough one. Thousands, and I can't tell you how many thousands of youngsters, are being taught ROM, which means radio operator mechanic. That means they can make radios work, no matter whether they are sending the signal from the towers of Bowling Field in Washington or from a bouncing B-25 over Tokyo. They have so many embryo radio men here that the Chicago Park Commission built an overpass over Michigan Boulevard in front of the hotel. It seems the unending stream of soldiers crossing the Bull Mish to drill tied up traffic in all directions. There are lots of women in the hotel because as much of the staff as possible was kept, and many of the teachers are girls. I asked Brigadier General Albert L. Sneed, in command of the vast schooling setup here, how these boys, most of whom never saw the inside of an airplane, felt about the hazards of flying compared to the comparative safety of ground and tower operations. They all want action, he told me. They want to get into planes. They work hard here, and they're anxious to get out. They want to fight. I return you now to CBS in New York and John Daly.
And now Admiral Radio brings you Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
One of the most important questions which remains unanswered at this moment is the remaining striking power of Marshal Rommel's famous Africa Corps as it withdraws into Tunisia. It will find awaiting it strong defensive positions covering the approaches from Tripoli into Tunisia, the famous Mareth Line. On this line, Rommel may be able to make a stand with his infantry units
leaving his mobile elements free to operate behind the line in southern and central Tunisia to protect the east coast ports of Gabis, Sfax, and Sousse, on which he depends for supplies and reinforcements, and to cooperate with the German forces already in Tunisia to clear a wider space for maneuver and gain greater depth for defense.
And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
During the next few weeks, Admiral dealers expect to be swamped with calls for radio service. Radio will become more important than ever to the home. Wage earners will want all possible information on the new income tax report they must file, and housewives will want to keep abreast of point rationing, especially as to the constantly changing point values of the various foods. People know they'll depend on their radios for such information, yet many, whose radios aren't performing as well as they should, won't call their Admiral dealer for service until the last minute. We'd like to advise you to call your Admiral dealer now. He's still able to get replacements for most parts, and his skill is unquestioned. Almost any radio, regardless of make or condition, can be made as good as new by your Admiral dealer quickly, so you won't miss your favorite programs, and economically, so your budget won't be upset. Above all, don't try to repair your radio yourself, and don't put it in the hands of an unskilled person. One little slip, and you may be without a radio for the duration. Be sure, call your Admiral dealer. Get the job done right. This week, Americans everywhere are uniting to stamp out infantile paralysis. Don't neglect making your contribution. You won't if you remember that tomorrow's America will be as strong as today's children. Help make America strong. Give generously to the campaign to fight infantile paralysis. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Theater, your station in the Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On two widely separated fighting fronts, the United Nations today are moving into the final stages of their campaigns. The Russians are choking off Rostov, and in the Solomons on Guadalcanal, United States Army forces have outflanked the Japs to make a substantial advance. In North Africa, bad weather is once again holding up operations, but we are using that lull to good advantage, consolidating our positions in central Tunisia and checking the German drives around Pont du Phare. Now for the first direct report. Today, on today's major developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers' Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. Today I want you to hear one of the most remarkable stories of the war. But before I tell you the story, there's one bit of news that might interest you. Winston Churchill has visited Allied Force headquarters here for a while on his way back to London. Now here is the story. It's the story of Lieutenant Bernard Gillespie, an American bomber pilot from Gila Bend, Arizona. Briefly, this is the story. Lieutenant Gillespie was bombing Gabis. In the blaze of anti-aircraft fire, his plane was set on fire and exploded in midair. Somehow, Gillespie got out and parachuted to Earth. He was captured by the Italians and taken to Tripoli. There, they put him on a submarine to take him and other prisoners to Italy. In the middle of the Mediterranean, the Italian sub was attacked by a British plane and sunk. Lieutenant Gillespie got out and was picked up by a British destroyer, and now he is back here. In fact, he is right here in the studio. I look on him with awe. Lieutenant Gillespie, how in the world did you ever get out of that plane over Gabis?
Oh, it really wasn't so hard. I was in the nose, of course, and when the plane exploded, we went spinning off by ourselves. I opened the escape hatch, and the centrifugal force just tossed me out.
And then the Italians caught you.
That's right. We were only about 20 miles from Gades, and they sent a detail out for us before we could get away.
What were those Italian soldiers like?
They weren't much good. They were dirty little fellows in mixed-up uniforms.
And they took you down to Tripoli.
That's right. They kept us around Gordon for a couple of days, and then they put us in a rickety old truck one night, and we started off to Tripoli. The truck kept breaking down, and it took us 15 hours to get there.
Well, what did they do with you when they got you to Tripoli?
Oh, they put us in an old fort, and they kept us there for a week or so. They put a big German stooge in with us who was in a British captain's uniform. The Italians threw him in the door with all kinds of curses and gestures to make it look real, but we spotted him right away.
Well, Lieutenant Gillespie, how did they feed you there?
Soup and camel's meat most of the time.
How was camel's meat?
It's all right if you're hungry. They fed us a lot better on the submarine, you know. The Italians feed their submarine crews a lot better than they feed their soldiers. I suppose they have to.
How long were you in that sub?
We left Tripoli about 7, just after dusk. We weren't supposed to leave that night, but the British were raiding the ports, and the Italians got panicky and just pulled out. About 3 the next afternoon, we were attacked.
And what attacked you?
A British Beaufort. He dropped depth charges. That was an awful feeling, sitting there in the dark waiting for the water to start pouring in.
I'll bet it was. Did the Beaufort sink the sub?
No, just crippled us. Then a British destroyer came up and started shelling us. That was when I got out.
Were you in the water long?
Oh, about half an hour, then a destroyer picked me up. Boy, was I glad to get aboard.
I'll bet you were, Lieutenant Gillespie. And now this is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Economic Director Burns has just announced in Washington that shoes will be rationed immediately. The rate will be 3 pairs per person a year. The new order covers all kinds of leather shoes except house slippers and soft-soled infant shoes. We'll have full details from CBS correspondents in Washington as the story develops there later in the program. More news in just a minute. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All facilities of both great Admiral plants are devoted to producing radio communications equipment for the United States Army and Navy. We'd like to spend a few seconds telling you of the part radio plays in the sea battle. Our Navy is the greatest afloat today, chiefly because it has developed coordinated action to so high a degree. Through radio, the job of every man, every weapon, every ship is accurately woven into an efficient plan of battle. When a plane or submarine spots enemy vessels, it radios the flagship of the fleet. The flagship radios the aircraft carriers to get planes aloft, tells cruisers their positions for battle, orders destroyers to rush specified enemy craft and drop torpedoes. Radio in individual planes coordinates the air fighting. Radio pairs off American battleships with those of the enemy. Radio directs the fire of the big guns. In a fleet action, radio plays its important role on the surface, in the air, and under the sea. Radio weaves the pattern of a victorious sea battle by coordinating the actions of men, weapons, and ships. We Americans can be eternally thankful the United States Navy has given Navy radio men the best possible training for their work and the best possible equipment with which to do that work. It is the best equipment. Admiral is sure of that, for Admiral is building Navy radio and knows the high standards which must be met and are being met by the same workers who produce the high standard radio of peacetime, Admiral, America's smart set. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
In the Southwest Pacific, our flyers have scored an impressive victory over Jap planes in the New Guinea area. For a direct report from that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
As Australia watches intently the news of reported air and sea actions in the Solomons, one fact stands out prominently in the news from the Southwest Pacific area. That fact being the unmistakable increase in Allied air attacks on Japanese bases northeast of this continent, from which aid might be directed to an enemy force further south. During the 8 days ending Saturday, Allied planes based in this area made a total of 36 separate raids on enemy bases or shipping in New Britain, Bougainville, Boko, and the Admiralty Islands. This is almost double the number of raids on similar bases in the preceding week and covers a much wider area than has been the custom in normal operations. Rabaul, of course, has the enemy's #1 base south of Truk has been subjected to the severest blows.
That was William J. Dunn in Australia. We return you now to CBS in New York.
The biggest news in England is that Prime Minister Churchill has returned home after conferences in Casablanca with President Roosevelt, conferences with the Turks, and a visit to the British Eighth Army in Tripoli. As is to be expected, the Prime Minister's visit to Turkey has caused a resurgence of speculation on the future participation of Turkey in the war. Today, there is a report from Ankara that observers see a definite possibility of the Allies seeking use of the Dardanelles Straits for transit of unarmed merchant ships carrying supplies to Russia. This speculation is tied in with a report that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was host last night to Turkish Premier Sukru Saracoglu at a dinner attended by the American ambassador and the British ambassador. It is definite evidence of improved relations between Turkey and Russia. In the past, the relations between those two countries have not been of the best, and very probably a part of Prime Minister Churchill's job when he went to Turkey was to get a rapprochement between the Turkish government and the Soviets. The fact that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was the host to the Premier of Turkey at a dinner is really a very significant development, principally because the ambassadors of foreign countries in other capitals are usually ignored if the relationships between the two countries are not of the best or are not improving. If there's a deterioration of relationships between two countries, the ambassador of the country, whether it be ours or anybody else's, is usually given a brush-off, as we would say in this country, by the government officials of the country to which he has been assigned. The developments between the Turkish and the Russian relations are very important to the progress of the war in the general Mediterranean area. There is, of course, a great deal of speculation about the possibilities of campaigns on the underside of Europe. The Allies are planning all sorts of campaigns. We got that much news out of the Casablanca conferences. But any major Allied move in the Mediterranean area must, of itself, have some help from the Turks, whether it be beneficent neutrality or action on their part, military action. Either one would be helpful. One big possibility in the way of invasions into the underside of Europe would be an Allied drive up through Crete, Greece, into Yugoslavia, and then into Austria. The drive would be difficult because the country over which such a military campaign must be conducted would be very hard terrain to take modern weapons through. However, the Turks, if they came in with us, could go up through Bulgaria from European Turkey, and it would aid our cause substantially. And now for another direct report from overseas. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Cairo. Chester Morrison reporting.
Tonight we shall go ahead in 6 seconds from now.
In the last war, I spent a lot of time in a seacoast town at home that was a port of call for transports bringing troops a long way around to Europe. And one of the things I remember is the succession of large numbers of men who would dumped ashore for a day's leave into a town they didn't know and which didn't know them. The town, being an old town, accustomed to the antics of our own fleet on leave, found it no remarkable circumstance that a lot of homeless, lonesome military men, restless after a long voyage, should appear overnight out of nowhere and depart 2 days later. To the men, it was high adventure. To the town, it was routine. To preserve its own sanity, the town pretended the men were not there. And usually, when nobody paid any attention to them, the men went away somewhere else. But I, among thousands of others, never will forget a sign sticking up from the lawn of a park in that town. It read, "Sailors and dogs, keep off the grass." Something of the same kind is happening here. This is an even older town than Norfolk, Virginia. And from time to time, thousands of soldiers have passed through it. Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks and Arabs and French and British, even Americans. I had lunch today with a soldier whose complaint must have sounded in this strange city centuries ago, as it sounded in Norfolk in 1917. "I've got the dough," the soldier said, "and back home I could go into any hotel I wanted to. But here, just because I'm a private, they tell me they have no rooms. And from there, it's an easy step to a blanket indictment of all the factors responsible for the thing he was complaining about. Some of this kind of complaint will bounce back to you people at home sooner or later. Don't let it worry you. When our boys here get used to routine hardships, they won't mind the experiences they're having now. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York.
Back across the Pacific, another American fighting man, a submarine skipper, is standing by to tell us of his successes against the enemy. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
I have with me here at Pearl Harbor a submarine commander who has just returned from a patrol in Japanese waters. He is Lieutenant Commander David C. White of Detroit, Michigan, who is now a veteran of several successful patrols against Japanese warships and supply ships in the Pacific. Commander White, what luck this time?
We had a short but very active and interesting trip. It started out by sinking a nice-sized cargo ship one night, and later we tangled with a convoy which took the remainder of our torpedoes.
Would you tell us about that cargo ship, Commander?
Yes, we were conducting an offensive patrol in the Yellow Sea. While closing the China coast and trying to fix our position one night, we sighted an object which we thought at first was an island we'd been looking for. Coming closer, we discovered that it was a good-sized cargo ship or naval auxiliary. We continued on the surface and fired a salvo of torpedoes at him, all of which missed. This was quite a blow to our pride, so we shifted to full power on the engines, reloaded the tubes, and started chasing. It was a bright moonlight night, and I felt pretty sure he could see us. He picked up what speed he could, but it wasn't enough, and we were soon at very close range, directly astern of him. I then fired one torpedo, which blew him up.
Blew him up? You mean the ship blew apart?
Yes, he almost disintegrated. There was a terrific explosion, a tremendous sheet of yellow flame, and he went under in about 5 minutes. He must have had a considerable quantity of explosives aboard. Quite a few of our people came up on the bridge to watch her go down. We were only a few hundred yards from the ship.
What was your next encounter, Commander?
One evening sometime later, just before evening twilight, the officer of the deck reported seeing 3 Japanese ships in column a considerable distance away. Our position was such that it was impossible to close and fire during daylight, so I started chasing on a converging course. Part of the run was made submerged to escape detection. After dark, I surfaced. There were many fishing boats all around us. We had to thread our way through these, close aboard, and I was afraid they might give an alarm.
Did they?
No, we got through them all right. After about an hour's chase at full speed, we were close astern of the last ship in column. The first torpedo missed, but the second one hit him in the stern. This stopped him and jammed his rudder hard left. He presented a nice target as he swung, and we fired another which hit him amidships on the port side. He sank immediately, and we started after the others. The alarm was now given, so the others put on all the speed they could. It took several hours to overtake them, but we finally got one torpedo in each of the 2 of them.
That's good shooting.
I couldn't wait to see the ship sink because our lookouts reported escort vessels chasing us, and we had to clear the area to charge batteries.
Commander White, I happen to know that you've been twice decorated for your aggressive attacking and sinking of enemy ships in the Pacific. Would you tell us about some of your other patrols?
Well, we've sunk some ships and we've damaged more. The Pacific used to be a pretty big ocean to us, but now it's like our own backyard. We operate from one end to the other without giving the matter a second thought, and that involves miles, thousands of them.
Commander White, they tell me that once you men get into the submarine service, you wouldn't change over to any other service for anything. Why is this so?
It's hard to explain, but it's true. It's not the softest job in the world, but there's a lot of satisfaction in it. It's certainly been gratifying to work with such a fine bunch of officers and men as I have on my ship. They're really wonderful, these boys. I wish I could tell everybody what these men have to undergo and how they do it with light-hearted cheerfulness and courage. Of course, every submarine commander thinks he has the best crew in the world, but I wouldn't want to trade mine for any.
Commander, I know that Mrs. White in San Francisco and your parents back in Detroit will join me in adding a word to that. We're glad that our submarines are commanded by men like you. As the Navy men say, well done. This has been an interview with Lieutenant Commander David C. White, commanding officer of the United States submarine, just returned from another successful Pacific patrol. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
The official Russian midday communique gave some details of the capture of Bataisk 10 miles below Rostov, which was announced last night. That battle followed the now familiar format of Red Army units systematically clearing Germans out of one street after another. Other than that, the communique merely said that Russian forces conducted offensive operations in the same directions as before, toward Rostov, Kursk, and Kharkov. On all three of these main drives, the Russians occupied some more towns, but the communique gives no details. However, frontline reports said that Russian forces had reached a point only 3 miles south of Rostov and were preparing to force a crossing of the Don. And just a short while ago, the British news agency Reuters reported that Stockholm had heard a Moscow broadcast reporting that Russian troops crossed the Don today and violent street fighting is raging inside Rostov itself. That report is, of course, unofficial, but the communiques may confirm it later. Now, for more news on the shoe rationing program announced since we went on the air, and for the latest report on the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
15 minutes ago at the White House, economic stabilizer Burns announced that shoes will be rationed effective at midnight. From now on, he said, every American can buy 3 pairs of shoes, but no more each year. Infant shoes and slippers will not be rationed. Stamp number 17 of War Ration Book number 1 will be good for 1 pair of shoes until next June 15. The stamp will be transferable within a family, however, so that if a wife wants 4 pairs and her husband can get by on 2, well, that will be quite all right. Shoes are being rationed for 2 reasons. The Army and our Lend-Lease allies have created a great demand for shoes, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 million pairs a year. The second reason is that since the war, more civilians have been buying shoes than ever before in history. Sooner or later, a shortage would have resulted, so that the OPA, acting under orders from the War Production Board, has stepped in to assure us all of a reasonable and equitable number of shoes each year. The War Production Board, however, will direct manufacturers to reduce the number of styles and to limit colors to 4, black, white, brown, and Army russet, aiming ultimately at the mass production of only several serviceable, moderately priced war model shoes. Leather for shoe repairs will not be rationed, at least for the time being, and liberal allocations of shoe leather for the benefit of shoemakers has been made. There was a Navy communique an hour ago. It wasn't the one we've been waiting for, with news of the outcome of the naval forays off the Solomons, but it contains some very good news nevertheless. Our troops on Guadalcanal, the Navy says, have outflanked the Japanese to the west of Henderson Field. Presumably, we advanced from 40 to 50 miles without encountering much resistance, circling around the enemy center at Cape Esperance and taking up new positions at Titi, a half-mile west of Marovovo on the northwestern coast of the island. For the time being, at least, the Japanese appear to be virtually surrounded, and Henderson Field has been freed from any further threat. Meanwhile, American dive bombers have again attacked Munda, and other planes have bombed some newly installed Japanese positions on Kolombangara Island in the New Georgia Group. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here in New York is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The military successes of the Red Army are already having their effect on both flanks of the long Russian fighting line. To the south, the Turks have entertained the British Prime Minister and his chief military advisors in a conference on Turkish soil, a conference in which he talked with the President of Turkey and Turkey's military chiefs. The significance of this event can hardly be overestimated, both as to its possible military results and as to its influence in strengthening Allied prestige throughout the Muslim world. To the north, meanwhile, persistent reports come out of Finland to the effect that that country is anxious for a separate peace with Russia and desires to dissociate herself from any connection with the Axis. This may be more easily aspired to than accomplished, as long as German troops remain on Finnish soil in any numbers. There can be little doubt that the Finns find their position a most difficult one, but now the situation is changing. The relief of Leningrad, the reopening of the rail communications of that city afford the Russians an opportunity to make it into a great base of operations for further offensives in the north. The Finns know very well neither their own decimated forces nor the few German divisions remaining in Finland could stand before the onset of a full-scale Russian assault. But they are likewise aware that the Russians may now find the opportunity to press back the German left flank along the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland. And should this be the case, the German troops in Finland would be cut off from any hope of support. Hence, many Finns must be wondering whether the time may not be at hand to break with Germany and seek a separate peace with Moscow, a peace in which they might hope for the good offices of the United States.
Now, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Last week, we suggested you have your Admiral dealer put your name on his list. That is, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. Here's the reason. Certain vital parts are becoming difficult to obtain. If your set is checked regularly by an Admiral dealer, he'll keep those vital parts in operation as long as possible. Admiral dealers know how, and if he sees they won't last, he can start looking for replacements far enough in advance to ensure getting whatever you need by the time you need it. Yes, and there's another important advantage to being on an Admiral dealer's regular list of service customers. In these days of shortages, it's only human nature for any dealer to take care of his regular customers first. So if you don't want to be disappointed when your radio runs into real trouble, call your Admiral dealer now. Get your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Be assured of tip-top performance for the duration. And don't forget, Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. This week, the United States salutes her Boy Scouts, 1.5 million strong. Almost without exception, every Boy Scout has done more than a full share toward winning the war and is still on the job, doubling and redoubling his all-out effort. A salute, then, to the Boy Scouts, an organization of which America is proud. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The streets of Stalingrad, if you can give the name to open spaces between ruins, still bear all the marks of battle. There's a usual litter of helmets and weapons, stacks of ammunition, papers fluttering in the snow, pocketbooks from dead Germans, and any number of smashed corpses lying where they fell, or stacked up in great frozen heaps for later burial. Stalingrad can never be repaired. It will have to be rebuilt from the beginning. But even though all its buildings are wrecked, there's life in it still. Along the narrow stretch of cement-colored cliff by the river, which the Russians held through long months of assault, there's a city of dugouts. Dugouts occupied by the soldiers who've not yet left, and by a few women who stayed behind to launder and cook for the men. There's a real holiday atmosphere among these people today. They're the proudest men and women I've ever seen. They know they've done a terrific job and have done it well. Their city's been destroyed, but they've smashed the invader by sheer stubbornness and unconquerable courage. These men and women fought and worked for months with their backs to the river that they'd sworn never to retreat across, facing an enemy who held the only dominating height in Stalingrad and could pound them with shells and mortars unceasingly by day and night.
The triumphant conclusion of the Battle of Stalingrad, with the capture of 8 more German generals and 45,000 other prisoners in the past 2 days, has overshadowed the rest of the news from Russia. But our allies have kept up their great advance on the southern front. The programs of the German radio were interrupted this afternoon to broadcast the special communique. It was followed by sustained funeral drum rolls and by slow music, then by the national anthem and a 3-minute silence. A little later, it was announced that Goebbels had ordered all places of entertainment to be closed for 3 days. When this announcement was broadcast, it was followed by more slow music. It has also been announced that the whole public life of Germany for these 3 days will be given over to mourning. All radio programs are being changed.
You
as representatives of the American people, have before you the glorious opportunity of carrying on the pioneer work of your ancestors beyond the frontiers of physical and geographical limitations. Their brawn and thews braved undauntedly almost unbelievable hardships to open up a new continent. The modern world lauds them for their vigor and intensity of purpose and for their accomplishment. You have today before you the immeasurably greater opportunity to implement these same ideals and to help bring about the liberation of man's spirit in every part of the world. In order to accomplish this purpose, we of the United Nations must now so prosecute the war that victory will be ours decisively and with all good speed. Sun Tzu, the well-known Chinese strategist, said, "In order to win, know thyself and thy enemy." We have also the saying, "It takes little effort to watch the other fellow carry the load." In spite of these teachings from a wise old past, which are shared by every nation, there has been a tendency to belittle the strength of our opponents. When Japan thrust total war on China in 1937, military experts of every nation did not give China even a ghost of a chance. But when Japan failed to bring China cringing to her knees, as she vaunted, the world took solace in this phenomenon by declaring that they had overestimated Japan's military might. Nevertheless, when the greedy flames of war inexorably spread in the Pacific following the perfidious attack on Pearl Harbor, Malaya, and lands in and around the China Sea, and one after another of these places fell, the pendulum swung to the other extreme. Doubts and fears lifted their ugly heads, and the world began to think that the Japanese were Nietzschean Superman, superior in intellect and physical prowess, a belief which the Gobineaus and the Houston Chamberlains and their apt pupils, the Nazi racists, had propounded about the Nordics. Again, now the prevailing opinion seems to consider the defeat of the Japanese as of relative unimportance, and that Hitler is our first concern. This is not borne out by actual facts, nor is it to the interests of the United Nations as a whole to allow Japan to continue not only as a vital potential threat, but as a waiting sword of Damocles, ready.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battle fronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
Here are the latest developments. The Navy has announced the loss of America's largest submarine. Red Army troops have widened their gains in the Dnieper Basin and at other points on the Eastern Front. Allied bombers have blasted Japanese airdromes and harbor installations in the Solomons and New Britain. The British Eighth Army is pushing on toward the Marat Line, but there have been new Axis gains in central Tunisia. Now for news direct from French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. The Germans have already dented our new Tunisian line. After we beat off an attack on the Kasserine Pass day before yesterday, the Germans attacked again yesterday, and this time they took the pass. Today's communique speaks of local enemy gains in this area, but we know they have passed. Heavy fighting is still going on, and British armored forces have moved down to reinforce the American units in the Kasserine area. It is just possible that the Germans may not be able to hold on to their new gains. We can't tell until we know the results of today's fighting. At the moment, all we know is that the Germans have the Kasserine Pass. Yesterday, General Bergeret, the number 2 man in the French African government, told correspondents out here some facts on the number of political prisoners still in African camps. I think many people were surprised to learn that there are still 734 French communists in concentration camps here. Some of these are local communists, but most of them were arrested 3.5 years ago in France when Russia was in uneasy alliance with Germany. They were brought over here in 1940 after the fall of France. By far the most notable of these French communists were 27 deputies, representatives properly and popularly elected to the French Chamber of Deputies, which is equivalent to our Congress. When those 27 were arrested, it was a sensation which shook all France. In the years that have passed, France and the world forgot about the 27 until we arrived in North Africa and found them still in jail outside of Algiers. A couple of weeks ago, the communist deputies were released, and last week I had a talk with some of their number. They were a little gray, a little blank from their years in prison. They'd been out a week, but they said they still got sick when they ate a heavy meal. They were a little bewildered at the new shape of things that had come about while they had been away, and they were searching desperately for some part to play in this new world. Mido, a gray-headed old Union leader, a little seedy from prison life, kept saying, there must be some way we can help the Allies. All we want to do is beat Germany. And Rocher, who was a quiet, thoughtful man, said, after all, we represent thousands of people in France. They elected us. They still believe in us. They are worried and confused by what's happening. Why can't we go to the radio and talk to them and tell them that they must continue to believe in the Allies, that only one thing counts, and that is that Germany must be beaten? The communist deputy sat in my hotel room talking like that for a long time. It was a pathetic interview. After 3.5 years, they'd come out of prison into a world that seemed full of hope, but there was nothing for them to do in that world. Or if there was, no one would let them do it. This is Charles Collingwood, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
From all battlefronts, land, sea, and air, from all quarters of the globe, comes news of American fighting men in action. And with every dispatch, Admiral workers receive fresh inspiration. Admiral workers are producing radios for American fighting men. Radios which are now on the fighting fronts, welding forces together, helping units and men work as a team. Perhaps, at this instant, a Navy flyer with an Admiral-built radio in his plane is on patrol duty. He spots a Nazi submarine. He radios a report to his base. A destroyer, summoned by radio, speeds out to sea. It locates the submarine's exact position by means of a radio device. And when the submarine is sunk, the destroyer reports to its commander by radio. Admiral is building all types of radios used in such action as this, the best radios in the world. For neither our Army or Navy will accept anything less than the best. Both the Army and Navy know only too well this coordinated action of planes, ships, men, and weapons depends upon radio. And both insist upon getting the best radio equipment. Admiral will build such equipment to the limit of its capacity and keep on doing so until this war is won. After that, Admiral radios will again be made for the American home, each one worthy of carrying on the tradition that an Admiral is America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Across the Atlantic, the British people are watching developments in India, where Mohandas Gandhi's condition grows worse. For a report on this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
There are no new reports in London on Gandhi's fast, other than that his condition is growing more serious. Britain's weekend celebration of the 25th birthday of the Russian Red Army reached its high point this afternoon when British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden addressed an enthusiastic audience packed into Albert Hall, Eden paid high tribute to the gallant Russian armies and said that never in its long history had the German army suffered a disaster like that at Stalingrad. At the beginning of his speech, he had a surprise, a message to the British people from Stalin. Stalin, on behalf of the armed forces of the Soviet Union, thanked the citizens of Great Britain for the celebration. Its effect, he said, would be to strengthen confidence in Russia that the moment is near when the combined armies of Britain and Russia, by joint operations, will smash the common enemy. The allusion to joint operations leaves little doubt that Stalin does not consider the North African diversion enough, but he is not alone in that. The Casablanca conferences between Roosevelt and Churchill brought a promise that Europe would be invaded soon. And here in England, the people are not worried about the present reverses in Tunisia because they have any doubts as to the final outcome there, but because they're afraid the upsetting of the timetable in Tunisia will hold back the planned invasion of the European continent. Although we may have to wait for a land offensive against Europe, the Allied air offensive against Europe is well on its way right now. I have just returned from a bomber station of the United States Army 8th Air Force, a station from which flying fortresses fly across the English Channel to bomb Nazi sub-bases and industrial centers by daylight. It's a dirty, nasty job, and we're losing planes and men. I talked to an American squadron leader at that bombing station who had lost one of his planes in a raid over Europe, and he had something he wanted me to tell you. He received a brave, pathetic letter from the mother of one of the boys on a fortress that was lost. She gave her boy for the cause of freedom because it was necessary. But, she said, I have been told that the British have taken all our good planes and given us old, inferior ships to use. Was my boy in one of those old ships? That squadron leader told me to tell you to rack that up as another piece of dirty Nazi propaganda. He told me to tell you that they are flying American planes, the best that you at home build. But he said they needed more of them, and it was up to you to see that they got them. This is John Daly in London. I return you now to CBS, New York.
The Russians celebrated the 21st anniversary of the Red Army today by rolling on unhalted toward the Dnieper River. Moscow's latest bulletin places Russian forces in the river basin within 34 miles of Dnipropetrovsk and Poltava. And all along the 500-mile front from Oryol to Krasnodar, the Red Armies report victories which have left almost 2,000 dead Germans on the battlefields. Yesterday's capture of the important rail junctions of Pavlograd and Krasnograd disrupts all direct German communications between Kharkov and the Donetsk Basin regions to the south. In the Donetsk area, the Russians continue to mop up remaining German troops. The Red Army reports the capture of a number of villages west of Rostov and southwest of Voroshilovgrad, and the Russians claim they repelled Nazi counterattacks in the Krasnoarmeysk region. Soviet forces advancing from Krasnograd have stormed more towns, killing 400 Germans and capturing supplies. To the north, on the Oryol front, midway between Moscow and Kharkov, the Russians report gains despite strong enemy resistance. At one point, German automatic riflemen seized a town, but Red troops surrounded the enemy and wiped out every man. On the fighting in the Caucasus, the Russians report the capture of a district center 17 miles west of Krasnodar. The German version of the fighting on the Eastern Front is vague as usual. The Nazis say they repelled attacks in the area of Rezhev, the strong German base 130 miles northwest of Moscow. And the enemy communique said Russian pressure slackened at several points between Oryol and the Azov Sea because of a break in the weather and heavy losses. Meantime, Moscow and other Russian cities rang with speeches and jubilation in celebration of the Red Army's anniversary. Patriotic slogans are displayed everywhere. A typical one says, "Hail to the victory of the Anglo-Soviet-American alliance over the base enemies of humanity, the German fascist enslavers." Back in this country, most of us have given little attention to our Coast Guard, despite its day and night alert. For an on-the-spot account of these activities, Admiral Radio takes you now to a Coast Guard patrol boat in lower New York Bay. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Old New York's grimy streets and depressing masses of skyscraper loom only a few short miles from me now, and they're the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in all this world. Say what you want about them, they do not bounce, and this overgrown canoe the Coast Guard calls a patrol boat combines the worst features of an airplane and a submarine. Actually, the little beast moves with considerable speed, and when it does, there isn't too much unpleasantness. But it is on anchorage patrol in the busiest harbor in the world, and that means every so often it sidles up to a freighter and wallows around while expert Coast Guardsmen make quite sure the freighter is where it belongs and is doing nothing it shouldn't do. Whether there are hundreds of boats in the harbor or whether there is a dozen is a little matter the censors feel should be a secret between them, myself, and the thousands who travel in ferries. But as anybody who lives in a harbor town can tell you, as dusk falls, sometimes you'll see the harbor filled. When dawn comes, it is practically empty. And another convoy of death and destruction for the Axis and food and warmth for the Allies is on its way. It's the job of the Coast Guard Harbor Patrol to see to it that these freighters, many of them Liberty ships, take on their precious cargo without interference as they clear this harbor in as much secrecy as possible. These Coast Guardsmen are a combination seagoing policemen and firemen. They ferret all over the waterfront on foot, in boats, in jeeps, and in airplanes. And if they see anything amiss, they are all trained to nip it in the bud and keep damage to a minimum. The boat I'm on is on anchorage patrol. There are other Coast Guard units who see that only accredited citizens are given access to the waterfront. Others keep their eyes open for fire hazards. And they're all better than expert hands at mob and riot control. We're going to hear this crew in action shortly, I'm sure, because we're bearing down now on a big freighter, swinging at anchor and loaded to the gunwales with, shall we say, general cargo. I'd like to give you a picture of this harbor when it's filled. And that doesn't mean it's filled now, nor does it mean it's empty. The last time I was out, the Richelieu was laying sleek and trim amidst a couple of hundred travel-stained freighters. Some shiny new Liberties, other rugged old tramps, all of them low in the water and with cargoes piled high on their deck. All of them with life rafts, and all of them armed, fore and aft. There's plenty of opportunity for a little high-class sabotage in this harbor. But that sabotage problem is the Coast Guard's. And to the naked eye, it looks like the saboteur is having a pretty bad season. We're coming up under the nose of a freighter now. Let's see how it works out.
Check this, please. Low. That's right, Steve.
Our captain is hailing the boat through a loudspeaker. In a minute, we will hear an answer from that boat.
That's the right voice. He's alongside now.
We'll hear an answer in just 1 second now as the captain speaks through the loudspeaker. I don't know whether you can hear it or not. Here he is now.
Ahoy, the vessel. Hello. Is the master aboard?
Hello.
Who are you?
Chief officer.
We're going to move you to a new berth. Stand by to get underway at 16:30. The pilot will be aboard at 1600. Your hoist is the same.
Sounds simple, doesn't it?
Thank
but
you.
Remember, no boat gets in this harbor without military scrutiny, and the Coast Guardsman asking those questions already knew the answers. He just wanted to make sure the boys aboard the boat knew him, too. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Across the Pacific, our land, sea, and air forces continue their battle against the Japanese. For news from this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
There is a significance in the Navy's report of an attack on Attu Island by surface ships that may be missed by the casual observer. Attu Island is at the tip of the Aleutian Peninsula, which juts in a long line of islands to the southwest of Alaska. It comes to mind that that's up north somewhere. That's true, it is up north. But the Aleutians are very definitely a part of our Pacific front against Japan. They are the right end of our line, so to speak, just as Guadalcanal is our left end. The center of this long Pacific line has been static since the Japs attempted to punch through Midway to Hawaii and were rolled back. Then the forces of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz made a hazardous but successful attack at the left end in the Solomons. Guadalcanal is now fully occupied and is a strong point for our forces. And now this weekend, Pacific Fleet units have gone into action at the other end of the line up north. There's been previous action in the Aleutians. There was an attack up there on Jap installations at Kiska by our surface ships in August of 1942. But this is the first shelling of Jap installations on Attu Island, which is 300 miles west of Kiska, and more than 600 miles west of Dutch Harbor, Alaska. Attu is 1,800 miles west of the meridian that goes through Hawaii, although well north of here. But this is the main significance. Attu is less than 800 miles in a direct line west to Asiatic land, Kamchatka. And Kamchatka borders on the Jap-owned Kuril Islands, which extend some 800 miles southwesterly to Japan proper. This is the furthest west our surface ships have struck. It indicates that the Pacific Fleet is not only willing to take offensive action in enemy-controlled waters, but also able to do so. This Pacific reporter is no Pollyanna. I've been pretty pessimistic at times in reporting from this area for the last 14 months. There have been tremendous obstacles for our Pacific Fleet to overcome since its first attacking task force went out and hit the Japs in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands a little over a year ago. This Pacific War has been called a holding operation with a kick in it, and aptly. But the kick is beginning to develop. The offensive spirit has developed rapidly since midway last June. Our fleet in the Solomons tried to provoke a decisive battle with the Japs down there the other day, but the Japs were cagey. They did not choose to fight. They will have to fight before very long because the fleet will see to it that they do. When that fight comes, we will be hurt, for you cannot fight battles like these in the Pacific without losing men and ships. But the Japs will be hurt worse. The men in the Pacific Fleet will bet you on that. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We'll return you to CBS in New York.
In this country, the Navy has announced the loss of our largest submarine, and the nation is awaiting the OPA announcement of point values for rationed foods. For these developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The 2,700-ton mine-laying submarine Argonaut, the largest of our fleet and possibly the largest in the world, has failed to return from patrol operations and is therefore presumably lost. A Navy communique says next of kin have been notified. The same communique also identifies the destroyer mentioned in communique number 282 as having been sunk in the Solomons on February 1st. She was the 2,100-ton De Haven, commissioned only last September, the Navy says, and she was sunk by Japanese dive bombers. It's hard to visualize the fact, but the De Haven, one of our newest and fastest destroyers, weighed 800 tons less than the missing submarine. Loss of life on the destroyer is believed to have been small, but if the Argonaut's really lost, she doubtless went down with all her normal complement of between 90 and 100 men. In the Solomons, our planes are still attacking the airdromes at Munda and Vila, and in the Aleutians, our surface vessels have sunk a Japanese freighter. At 7 o'clock tonight, the Office of Price Administration will answer one of the questions uppermost in the minds of American housewives. How many cans of food will be available per person under the new rationing program? I know, but reporters have been pledged to silence until tonight, when the OPA will announce the number of points per month each person will be entitled to and the respective value in points of some 200 processed foods, canned, frozen, and bottled. Until a week from tomorrow, none of these foods will be legally available for sale. Meanwhile, all Americans will be expected to register for Ration Book number 2. I now return you to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
This week, the magazine editor and publisher reported that casualties among American correspondents in this war have been proportionately 4 times greater than among our armed forces, and the greater part of these reporter casualties have occurred in the Southwest Pacific. Here in New York is CBS correspondent William J. Dunn, just back from 2 years on the battlefronts in the Far East and the Southwest Pacific. Tell us, Bill, just how do you war correspondents operate out there?
The correspondents who are now working in the Southwest Pacific, and this goes for the South Pacific, too, are a pretty great bunch of fellows on the whole. Even the loss of such men as Mel Jacoby, Barney Darnton, and Jack Singer fails to flag their enthusiastic desire to get in wherever the action is. Proof of this can be found in the stringent regulations General MacArthur's public relations officers have had to put into effect to keep the entire press corps from moving in a body to any front that might open. Vern Hoagland of the Associated Press is typical. Vern, you'll remember, had to make a parachute jump from a plane over New Guinea last August. It took him 41 days to find help. 41 days during which he wandered the jungles and the mountains almost without food and with very little water. Yet the first time I saw Vern, after he left the hospital, he told me his one desire was to get back to New Guinea, and he did. The boys who do get to the fronts have very few advantages over the fighting men. They eat the same food, they drink the same chlorinated swamp water, they wade through mud and sleep on the ground, and they often get shot at. These boys have one inviolable rule at the front, a rule which requires the newcomer to dig his own foxhole as soon as he arrives. In a hot, steamy jungle with nothing but a small spade to use, that in itself is an all-day job, particularly for those of us who happen to tip the scales above the 200 mark. I think it's rather indicative of the attitude of these fellows that you never hear any complaints from them when they are actually up in the danger zone. When they get back to Port Moresby, where living conditions are glorious by comparison with the jungles, then they open up with a barrage of howls that are as loud as they are meaningless. Incidentally, one of the first things I learned in New Guinea is that any correspondent returning to press headquarters at Moresby from the jungles is expected to take a bath, and fast. In the early days of the Boona campaign, some of the boys had a tendency to come out of the jungle clad in uniform coating of green dungarees and mud. Having lived in this outfit for weeks, they sometimes failed to realize its possibilities and rested a bit before changing. The entire press corps combines today to prevent any such oversight by the returning correspondent.
That was CBS correspondent William J. Dunn, who has just returned from Australia. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. Admiral dealers have requested that we ask you to be patient when your radio requires service. Every effort is being made to put all radios brought to Admiral dealers in tip-top shape. But doing so sometimes takes a little longer these days. Certain parts, including tubes, are difficult to obtain, and often this means a radio out of action for a few days. There is a method by which you can usually avoid such delays, however. Tell your Admiral dealer to put your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Such checkups enable him to tell in advance whether or not the vital parts of your set are holding up. If he sees one which can't last much longer, he'll start looking for a replacement immediately, and probably have it in time so that your radio stays in continuous action without missing a single day or a single favorite program. Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization, and Admiral in peacetime is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. So tomorrow, first thing, call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. You'll be glad you did. 2 hand grenades will blow a Nazi machine gun crew to kingdom come. And 2 hand grenades can be bought for 8 25-cent war stamps. Let's fill every space in those stamp books again this month. Buy war stamps in addition to your 10% payroll allotment. Give American fighters the extras they need. Give yourself the extra war bond you want to own. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WWII Admiral Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards with a summary of headline news.
Allied forces have repulsed a new Axis attack in northern Tunisia, and they've captured hundreds of enemy troops as well. The Germans issue optimistic claims on the Russian fighting, reporting the recapture of 2 strategic strongpoints. Moscow maintains the Red Army is pushing westward. RAF planes have rounded out a month of heavy assaults by bombing targets in western Germany. And the Navy reports further success by American bombers in the southwest Pacific. For our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. Today's communique from Allied Force Headquarters tells of more German attacks along a wide front in the northern part of Tunisia. Down in the south, Rommel is still falling back from the Kasserine Pass, and everywhere, Allied air forces are striking at the enemy. Our air power in this campaign is one of the sources of our strength. For many of the American pilots, at least, this is their first taste of actual operations, but they're doing a magnificent job. I have one of our pilots here beside me tonight. His name is Bill Sloan, Dixie Sloan. He comes from Richmond, Virginia. He's 22 years old, and his comrades say he's a born pursuit pilot. He flew his first combat mission less than 2 months ago, and today, in Axis planes destroyed, he is the second-ranking fighter pilot in the North African theater of war. You shot down 5 German planes, haven't you, Dixie?
Yes, that's right, but I don't think that's so important.
Well, I do. Why not?
It's the squadron's record that counts. It's the squadron that shoots down the planes. Nobody goes around shooting down Messerschmitts by themselves these days. If you didn't have buddies helping you, you'd be full of holes in 20 seconds.
I guess you got a pretty good squadron, then.
We've got a swell squadron. I think it's the best squadron in North Africa.
Now, who do you think's responsible for that?
Everyone is. It's all teamwork. That's the whole secret. Colonel William Covington of North Carolina is the group commander, and Major Hawley Vaughan of Oklahoma is our own squadron commander. They have a lot to do with us being a good squadron. We know the ground crew, and finally the pilot. Oh, and the planes, of course. You can't have a good squadron without good planes.
I forgot to ask you, Dixie, what kind of a plane do you fly?
We fly P-38.
P-38, what do you think of them?
Well, I'll tell you. This is personal, of course. But I'd rather fly a P-48 than any other pursuit ship I've ever seen or ever flown.
Well, tell me something about yourself, Dixie. Didn't you get 2 German planes on one operation once?
That's right. The squadron got 8 this day.
How did it happen?
Well, we were out on a sea sweep, and we just ran into them. I got a big old Dornier T-17 right off, and then later on I got a Messerschmitt.
Well, how did you get him?
Well, that Messerschmitt did a fool thing. He was on somebody else's tail, and I came around and pulled up into a turn and turned to the right. I followed him up, and then he was off the turn. That was funny. I cut in on him, and he just sort of disintegrated right there.
Pretty work, Dixie Sloan, and I hope you keep on making them just sort of disintegrate. We return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
When U.S. naval guns were raised at Casablanca, their target was the Jean Bart, a French battleship. 2 salvos were fired. The hull of the Jean Bart was smashed. The miracle of that engagement is this. The American guns were 26 miles from their target. The American crew could not possibly have seen the Jean Bart, for she was far beyond the horizon, yet they knew exactly where she was. Their knowledge was obtained by using one of the many different electronic instruments now in service with our Navy. Every hour of every day, these electronic instruments, many of them built by Admiral, are performing miracles for the United States Army and Navy. Admiral was chosen to build such equipment solely on the basis of its ability to produce the best and its capacity to produce the huge amounts needed by the Army and Navy. Admiral's ability to produce the best originated in pre-war days, when its production lines turned out the Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Admiral has the capacity to produce the huge amounts needed because America appreciates Admiral quality. This appreciation made Admiral in peacetime the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, with ability and capacity, plus the zeal of its workers, Admiral is serving America's fighting men on the front line by building radio and electronic equipment which is helping them defeat the enemy and bring a return of the blessings of peace. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
American planes and ships continue to hunt down the enemy throughout the Pacific. For a direct report on the latest developments in this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
The tempo of elite bombing in the Pacific stepped up again this week with raids on 4 successive nights on Rabaul and New Britain Island and flak-like raids on Jap-held bases in the Upper Solomons, smashing in Mundo on New Georgia, Haitian Buena on Bougainville, Vila on Kalambangara, and Raquel Bay on Santa Isabel. Also at Gasmata Airdrome down the coast from Rabaul, a surprise attack on the Kar Islands north of Australia, and at Korkpang on Timor of the Dutch East Indies. There was one raid as far north as the Admiral Islands. On New Guinea, there were raids by American and Aussie planes at Mugu, Lae, and Salamara. The Japs made nuisance raids on us at Port Moresby, attacked us at Tulagi, and made their second raid of the war on Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides. The record shows considerable damage by our raids, little or no damage done to us by the Jap raids. Many of these names will sound strange and may mean little to you. They mean a great deal in the Pacific. Each is a strong point for us, or the enemy, in this far-flung battlefront. The out of this Pacific War what Oriel or what Staff out of the Russian front, or Tunis or Brazilia on the African front. Each point controls hundreds, even thousands of square miles of area, and our object must be not only to capture them to use against the enemy, but also to keep him from using them against us and our supply lines. We can now hit at the Jap Islands all the way from Timor and the Dutch East Indies through New Guinea, the Bismarck Archipelago, to and beyond the Solomons. And we have been hitting him with Admirals Nimitz and Halsey and General MacArthur, getting great results with their air power, which, while stronger than it was, is still limited. Nevertheless, we are pounding the Jap bases regularly, and it must have the Jap worried. For there's a feeling in the air that the United States Pacific Fleet will not stand idly by in the South Pacific, that our raids on the widespread Jap bases may be for more than just to hold him down, possibly as a means of keeping his strength scattered while we are preparing for another powerful punch by Halsey's ships, planes, and guns. There is, right now, the making of an epical naval battle. At the time the Japs were pulling out of Guadalcanal, we had the largest fleet ever assembled by the United States, ready, willing, and able. That fleet was trying to get the Japs into fighting position, but Halsey couldn't provoke them into the major battle that he wanted. It was strategy on the Japs' part not to fight, for our Pacific Fleet probably would have taken the Jap fleet. But do not mistake that Jap reticence for weakness. They are powerful with lots of ships and planes. Heretofore, though, they have come out and offered the target, and we accepted the invitation, each time winning. Now they seem to have decided to hold back, perhaps forcing us to show ourselves in a disadvantageous position. That makes a sparring match out of the current naval action thus far. But Halsey's no toe-dancer. He's a slugger. It should be only a matter of time until he wades into them. It might be somewhere after a bow, for that strong Japanese base is a threat on our side, threatening as it does both our New Guinea and our Solomons air bases, as well as our supply line. Halsey cannot very well hit further north until that strong point is eliminated. Remember what Bile has had quite a pasting from the air this past week. This is Weather Editors at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
For the first time in 3 months, the Germans are making claims of victories on the Russian front. Today, the German High Command says the strategic Soviet rail centers of WWII and Kramatorsk have been recaptured by Nazi troops. These enemy claims are entirely unconfirmed from any other source. On the contrary, an early morning Russian communique reporting on the fighting in the Donetsk Basin pictures a severe defeat for German tank columns. It says the Germans have been beaten back with heavy losses in a great tank battle southwest of Kramatorsk. Later word from Moscow makes little mention of the situation in the Donetsk. However, it's known that the Nazis have been making a determined effort to stem the Russian drive toward the Dnieper defense line, and perhaps they've been successful in slowing the Red Army advance in that sector. Russia's midday communique reports that the Soviets have occupied a number of populated places west of Kharkov. It also claims the capture of a large town west of Kursk and several places in the Kuban region. Thawing mud is said to be delaying operations around Novorossiysk, where the Russians are trying to wipe out a pocket of surrounded Nazi troops. Moscow says artillery exchanges are featuring the action west of Rostov, and that big Russian guns have demolished dozens of blockhouses and dugouts. On the Orel front, anchor point of the German defense in the central and southern sectors north of Kursk, the Germans claim that their encircling operations are proceeding according to schedule. For their part, the Germans, summarizing the day's operations, claim Russian attacks were repulsed north of Novorossiysk, south of Lake Ilmen, southwest of Kursk, and in the Orel sector. And they claim continued success in the Izium area southeast of Kharkov. In Western Europe, British bombers have kept up their steady round-the-clock attacks on targets in western Germany. For that news and other developments in Great Britain, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London. Royal Air Force Bomber Command planes were out last night attacking targets in western Germany and laying mines in enemy waters. So far, we've had no word of daylight operations today. But up to last night, United States 8th Air Force bombers, along with the Royal Air Force bombers, fighters, and fighter bombers, had kept up the round-the-clock offensive from this island base for 60 hours. During those 60 hours, the Allied operations included the 8th Air Force daylight attacks on Wilhelmshaven and Brest, and the heavy Royal Air Force night raids on Cologne and Nuremberg, as well as such operations as 4 different raids on the docks at Dunkirk. Today, the Germans announced that tomorrow will be Luftwaffe Day, and to celebrate it, Goering issued an order of the day saying, "The German Air Force has paved the way for tremendous victories. What could not overthrow us has only strengthened us." There's no report of any German Air Force activity over Britain today. 8th Air Force bomber crews, who bombed German harbor installations in the French port of Brest yesterday in daylight, are still praising the work of the escorting Royal Air Force Spitfires. 3 of these Spits were lost, but so well did the fighters do their essential job of protecting the bombers that not a single bomber is missing, and no member of the American bomber crews reported seeing more than 5 German fighters at any one time. London understands that in central Tunisia, the enemy is still withdrawing, but we don't know just how far he has now withdrawn. Today, a writer in a responsible London paper, discussing the slow, long-drawn-out business of conquering Tunisia, says our strategy there must strike people as curiously planned. We seem to plod hesitantly and even to wait for the enemy. So, this paper goes on, it appears possible that we were inviting the enemy to come take his chance in Tunisia. It may be that we were quite ready to use Tunisia as a large-scale diversion. It's certain that at least one of the 3 panzer divisions, formerly stationed in northern France, is now in Tunisia, and it may be assumed that we prefer to see it there, even if it does make itself rather a nuisance at times. Next, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS New Delhi. William Fisher of Time Magazine reporting.
This is William Fisher, speaking from Delhi, India. We have been experiencing weeks of India. Mahatma Gandhi's path, the millions of Indians, has been the greatest episode in modern history. To many of them, he is a sort of second Buddha, a man remarkably combining political genius with a type of spiritual greatness that has an almost universal appeal in this country. Everywhere in the land, prayers have been said for him. Countless numbers of Hindus have undertaken symbolic fasts in his honor. In busy bazaars, workaday life has sometimes come to a standstill, and his ordeal has been reflected in the drawn, saddened faces of Indians. A few days ago, leaders from all parts of India gathered in Delhi. These included Sikhs, Muslims, Hindus, and Pathans.
We are sorry that atmospheric conditions make it impossible to bring you further the report from New Delhi. However, from Bombay, we have word that the condition of Mohandas Gandhi, now on the 19th day of his 21-day fast, is improved. Here in our New York studios is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
It seems probable that one of the decisive battles of the war is now raging on the muddy plains of Russia between the Donetsk and the Dnieper and on the northern fringe of the Donetsk Basin. Threatened with a disaster exceeding that of Stalingrad, a disaster from which the Wehrmacht might never have fully recovered, the Germans put in their main reserve, or a substantial part of it, at the 11th hour. According to Russian reports, they threw 30 fresh divisions, including a good many armored troops and picked units of the Waffen-SS, into the fight. And for the moment at least, the Germans have stopped the Russian drive for the crossings of the Dnieper and are holding fast to their positions in the Donetsk Basin itself with their vital railway communications. Strategically, the German position in this area still remains critical, and the Donetsk area will continue to be a dangerous salient unless the Germans can retake Kharkov, which seems improbable. The German effort at the moment is just to check a Russian offensive, which, had it continued but a few more miles, would have cut off perhaps 500,000 German troops and restored the Russians to full possession of the Donetsk Basin and probably the Crimea as well.
From another Allied battle zone, North Africa, we've been hearing much lately about the activities of the new American M4 tank. Admiral Radio takes you now to an M4 tank at the Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I'm sitting now in an M4 tank, and in a minute we'll go bouncing along on a rather rugged test run, which will be concluded in 2 minutes or sooner, depending entirely upon the resiliency of my molars. Big as the M4 is, I am convinced it is nothing more nor less than an improvement on the old circus stunt,
wherein 30 clowns piled out of an automobile built for 4. There is within this 30-ton monster a revolving turret holding a 75-millimeter cannon, 3 men, shells, 3 machine guns, hand grenades, and radio gear. Below them are 2 more men and a terrifically large transmission. The tank runs up to 30 miles an hour, and it not only can hit the side of a brick wall, it can go right through it. For all its compactness, I noticed that the crewmen get around inside it like eels in a bucket, and none of them were ever in any danger of being classified 4F. We're all wearing Buck Rogers crash helmets, and the tank is heavily padded. Wherever padding will not interfere with its main job, which is the rapid movement of firepower over any terrain. Here at Aberdeen, they have a bit of terrain designed to test a tank's toughness and a man's bridge work, and we're going to have a go at it right now. In actual battle, these tanks are sealed pretty tightly, and the men use periscopes for steering and for aiming. They are so set that if a bullet should hit one, it would destroy the periscope, but do no damage to the man on the other end of it. And a spare periscope can be inserted immediately. Down in front with me are driver and an assistant driver, who doubles in grasp with a machine gun. In the turret, which is neatly divided by the breech of a 75-millimeter cannon, is the tank commander, who rides with his head out as long as that is healthy, and a loader and an aimer. We're bouncing along now. The crew rides the bumps with ease, enjoying what is a comparatively mild ride, and wondering which will give first, my crash helmet or the roof of this tank. This is the same tank our boys are using in Africa. And after wallowing through mud here at Aberdeen and seeing what the M4 can do, I've gotten a new idea of what kind of mud the boys can stop on. And you'll listen. It must have been true laced with cement, because this M4 stopped for very, very few men or nature-made obstacles. The Aberdeen proving ground is the Ordnance Department, Missouri. The original Show-Me boys worked here. And the American industry building tanks must first get their projects through the test here at Aberdeen. So it seemed a fair question when I asked Major General Charles T. Harris, Jr., the boss here, what he thought of the weapons we were sending our fighting men. General Harris surveyed an interesting collection of captured Axis material and said, I think our stuff is the best in the world. And I would like to add my unqualified endorsement of the crash helmet used by tank troops. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
American dive bombers in the Solomons have set afire a Japanese troops transport and one of 2 escorting corvettes the Navy's just announced. And there's been yet another bombing of the Munda Airdrome on New Georgia Island. Today, the War Labor Board changed its mind and held an emergency meeting on the subject of wages at the Boeing Flying Fortress plant in Seattle. The union, meanwhile, has called off its threatened walkout. But this isn't likely to placate Congress. Tomorrow, 2 anti-strike bills will be introduced, and the Naval Committee plans to hear Captain Eddie Rickenbacker on the subject of absenteeism. Yesterday, Captain Rickenbacker's views on the subject caused the National Maritime Union to accuse him of trying to drive a wedge between our soldiers and workers. Thus, the Battle of Washington enters its 4th week, and it's begun to take on the aspects of a fight against labor unions as well as against the New Deal. I now return you to CBS, New York.
Here in our New York studios is war correspondent Joe James Custer of the United Press. Just back from the Pacific, Joe is one of the reporter casualties of this war. He was aboard our heavy cruiser Astoria in the Battle of Savo Island in the Solomons. He was hit by shrapnel and one of his eyes was injured. Now he's back in the United States for medical treatment and probably pretty happy to be back.
Just a minute, Doug. I'm happy, all right, but I want to get this bum eye fixed and get back out there.
That's the spirit, Joe. And speaking of spirit, what about our boys out there with the Pacific Fleet? You've lived and fought with them.
You can take it from me, Doug. They're tops. On a warship out there, you come to have a tremendous respect for the American sailor. I can certainly tell you some proud stories about the cruiser Astoria and her men. With the ship aflame and under enemy fire, those boys did the job just as they had been trained. When our water pumps had been made useless, a sailor dived over the side into the shark-infested waters and pushed the raft alongside the ship. A shark came for him. He jumped on the raft and rapped the shark over the head with a 2x4 and again pushed the raft into position so the pumps could be used for fire hoses. Then there was the skipper of another cruiser I'll never forget. His Filipino mess steward couldn't swim, so the skipper told the boy to hold on to his ankles while he swam them both to a nearby destroyer.
And we think point rationing is tough.
And remember, Doug, what I'm telling you is everyday, run-of-the-mine heroism among our Navy men. Why, our captain was wounded 11 times on that bridge. At least a half-dozen men around him were killed. Shells tore through the superstructure and shrapnel spattered like hail on a tin roof. And here's what the captain told me later. There we were, he said, with the ship a mass of flames and our power shot away, our water pumps useless, our guns destroyed, and the Jap ship with her searchlight on us firing away. We were dead in the water and helpless. I asked the captain what he did then, and this is what he replied. I thought of all the wounded men on the forecastle and below decks, and I prayed. I prayed to God to stop it. Just then one of our guns, which had been out of action, suddenly fired, and the Jap searchlight went out, and suddenly it was all over. And, Doug, our boy's sense of humor I recall once when we had dispersed 27 Jap bombers and learned that another wave was on its way to attack us, we got ready, and our guns were ready and manned. And while we waited, one of our gunners pulled a harmonica out of his pocket and began playing There's No Place Like Home.
Thank you, Joe James Custer of the United Press. Here's wishing you a speedy recovery.
Now, here's a message from our sponsor. If you find it difficult to buy tubes for your radio, remember this. In 1943, the armed forces alone will need 6 times as much radio equipment as was manufactured for all purposes in 1941. This means Admiral, for example, must work at full capacity just to keep up with production on military requirements. And since military requirements come first, civilian orders have to be set aside. Every American appreciates the spirit behind such a policy. But you can protect your radio, and very simply. Ask your Admiral dealer to put your name down for regular service. He'll inspect your radio twice a year regularly, and thus keep it always in tip-top condition, giving its best performance. If your Admiral dealer sees a tube, for example, growing weak, he'll be able to order a replacement in advance, and more than likely, have it in time to keep your radio in continuous action. You won't need to miss a single favorite program. Regular checkups, made with the expertness which marks Admiral dealers, are insurance that your radio will do its best for the duration. Call your Admiral dealer for regular service tomorrow. You'll be glad you did. Going shopping tomorrow, make it a rule to take your change in war stamps. Remember this, only 6 25-cent war stamps will buy a Sub-Zero combat helmet to protect an American boy. Take your change in war stamps every time, even though you're subscribing to the 10% payroll allotment plan. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WWII Theater Wrigley Building, Chicago. Just 2 drops of Penetrol nose drops strike at the sneezy misery of your head cold. Their balanced medication soothes, helps open up cold-clogged nose passages, eases breathing. Use only as directed. Quality guaranteed by Plow Incorporated. Generous size, 25 cents. Even greater savings in large sizes. Penetro, Penetrol nose drops. The time is 1:55.
Luden's, makers of the world's largest selling menthol cough drops, now introduce a second aid to cough relief. Luden's Honey Licorice Cough Drops. Both medicated, 5 cents. WBBM, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
In North Africa, the British have beaten off 2 Axis assaults before the Marat Line in southern Tunisia, and they've regained the initiative in the north. In Russia, the Red Army has expanded its grip in the region of recaptured Zhatsk. The Germans say it was another withdrawal according to plan. In the Far East, American General Bissell reports the Japanese air challenges are dwindling in the India-Burma-China theater, and American planes have made new bombing attacks on the Japs in the Solomons. Now, for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. Field Marshal Rommel's attack on the British Eighth Army in southern Tunisia has so far been held, decisively held, in the words of today's communique. There is no doubt here at headquarters that this German attack is the real thing. It is a major attack intended to defeat the Eighth Army, and Rommel is using a large armored force. As you know, Rommel attacked at dawn yesterday, 6:49 to be exact. His main thrust was around the southern flank of the Eighth Army position. Another attack was made in the center, the classic move against the defended line that has been used in the desert ever since Wavell smashed through in 1940. By 10:30 yesterday morning, it was apparent to the British commander that this was an attack in force. But the German move had come as no surprise. Montgomery was laying for Rommel, and the German armored forces ran smack into British anti-tank artillery. In the first few hours of the attack, Rommel lost 21 tanks. The British lost nothing. As the day wore on, the British guns continued to pulverize the German armor. This morning, the official word was that heavy losses in men and tanks have been inflicted on the enemy. Our own losses are negligible. The battle is still going on. At last report, Rommel was reforming for a fresh attack, but the Eighth Army has shown no signs of weakening. And in contrast to this dramatic news from the southern front, the fighting north of there has been stagnant. The German attacks in the far north have practically ceased. An American patrol went into Pichon day before yesterday. Yesterday, German artillery fire from the surrounding hills drove it a mile out of town, but the Germans showed no inclination to follow it up. The clear implication is that the Germans didn't have enough strength left up there to dare do it. The whole center of the Tunisian battle is now down in the south, on the Marat Line. This is either the beginning of the end for the Axis in Africa, or it's the beginning of a long period of attrition. It depends on which way the battle goes. But anyway, it means this, that the decisive stage of the battle for Africa has begun. This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
What will the Admiral Radio of the future be like? Admiral designers and engineers are far too busy building radio equipment for the Army and Navy to answer that question now. But of this much, you may be certain. When the war is over and peacetime production is resumed, an Admiral Radio will still be America's smart set. The Admiral Radio of the future may bring you television in vivid Technicolor. It may perhaps automatically record a program for you if you happen to be away from home at the time it is broadcast. Yes, the Admiral Radio of the future will include the best of all modern discoveries. Right now, however, the important thing to remember is this. Your present radio must last for the duration. To make sure it does, ask your Admiral dealer to check it twice a year regularly. Don't wait until your set goes dead to call him, or you may be without a radio for some time, since new parts are often difficult to obtain. Your Admiral dealer, by making regular checkups, can anticipate trouble. If he sees that some vital part will soon need replacement, he will order it immediately and probably have it in time to keep your radio in continuous operation. Call your Admiral dealer tomorrow. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. You'll be glad you did. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
General MacArthur today rounded out his report on our great victory over a 22-ship Jap convoy earlier in the week. MacArthur's communique says that of the 10 warships sunk, 3 were light cruisers, 7 were destroyers. Our planes scored 80 direct hits and 63 hits or near misses in sending the 22 vessels to the bottom. The Japs had about 150 planes in the action. Our men counted 102 of them definitely put out of action. As for new air action, MacArthur says one of our bombers raided the Jap airdrome at Cape Gloucester, New Britain, and another raided Elixshofen above Lae on New Guinea. In China, the Japs are reported to have suffered considerable losses in fighting, which is still going on in Hubei province. In Burma, meanwhile, the RAF's bombers have made a very successful attack against Mandalay. They demolished buildings and railroad cars and started a number of fires. In New Delhi, Brigadier General Clayton L. Bissell, commander of the United States Army Air Forces in Burma, China, and India, said today that the monsoon season this year won't interrupt the offensive of his 10th Air Force against the Japanese in Burma and China. He said, "I've done many things which will permit the 10th Air Force to continue operations throughout the monsoon." He declined, however, to amplify on his remarks. Although it varies considerably each year in different regions, the monsoon season usually brings heavy rains and high winds to Burma, and Burma from May until mid-autumn. Bissell said his forces during February carried out 70 missions comprising 490 sorties, during which approximately 400 tons of bombs were dropped, 28 Japanese planes destroyed, and a considerable number of enemy planes listed as probably destroyed. He said his force had repulsed 2 Japanese attempts to raid American bases in Assam province, India, and that no American planes were lost during the month. Bissell said that he was paying high tribute to the brilliant leadership, both in the air and on the ground, of Colonel Homer Sanders of Texas. In Russia, the Red Army has made new progress in its drive to envelop the Nazi spearhead pointing toward Moscow. But now for a direct report, we take you to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
Reporting at 9 o'clock and 38 minutes. Moscow time. It is now 9 o'clock, 37 minutes, and 30 seconds exactly. Half a minute from now, we will have This is Radio Center Moscow, calling the Columbia Broadcasting System. 15 seconds to go.
We're sorry that our overseas signal from Moscow is unintelligible. Here is the news from the Russian front. The Russians, fresh from their victory at Zhatsk, are driving the Germans down the icy road to Smolensk. Today, a Soviet communique reports the capture of more than 50 settlements on the approaches to the great base of Vyazma. And Moscow claims the slaughter of nearly 4,800 more Germans in the fighting for Zhatsk. In a drive directly south of Olenino, 35 miles west of Rzhev, the Russians declare they've occupied several dozen inhabited places. The communique adds that the enemy is abandoning arms and equipment as he retreats. Berlin admits the fall of Zhatsk, but it uses the familiar line that the city was evacuated according to plan and without a fight. The Germans report that the Soviets are attacking relentlessly at Staraya Russa near the shores of Lake Ilmen. Moscow partially confirms that statement, declaring that Marshal Timoshenko's offensive on the northwestern front is grinding forward. The Russians claim the capture of a town where German counterattacks were beaten down. They say the Germans are using considerable air power on that front, but the Red Air Force is credited with shooting down 16 Nazi planes. In the drive toward the Dnieper River line, northwest of Kharkov, the Russians report the capture of 2 towns. In Western Europe, Allied planes appear to have given Germany an occupied beating along the attacks of the past week. And now we take you to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
After 10 consecutive nights of raids over Germany and occupied Europe, the RAF last night gave the continent a breather. But in every city and town in England today, the little people of the British Isles are making a holiday of a campaign that will keep the RAF well supplied with the wherewithal to keep on bombing the Germans until they cry quits. This is the second day of Wings for Victory Week here in Britain. London's quota for the week is £150 million. Up to early this morning, £30 million, about $132 million of that quota had already been raised. And today the money is flowing in.
In Trafalgar Square, where a great Lancaster bomber is on display, it looks more like a July 4th celebration than a campaign to raise money. I have just come from there, and thousands of men, women, and children are listening to speeches, buying victory buttons and flags, and little stickers on which they may write messages for Hitler, since they are to be stuck on bombs to be dropped on Germany. Everybody is having a fine time. I could not watch the thousands there without seeing immediately how sure they are that victory is now definitely to be theirs. And I could not but admire the cheerfulness with which they give what little they have left to bring that victory closer. Today's London newspapers announce that the Ministry of Food's appeal to eat more potatoes and less bread is not meeting with too much success. And there are warnings that possibly Lord Woolton and his ministry may have to ration bread and flour. However, even the food situation produces a little humor. Yesterday, a young lady walked down one of London's principal streets eating a banana. It had been given to her by an RAF suitor who had just come back from Africa. The papers carried pictures of the said young lady, surrounded by admiring citizens in sufficient quantities to cause a traffic jam. And one paper, over the caption, "To refresh your memory," prints a close-up of that banana. And now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Now back in our New York studio is a man who has seen action on another important war front, Warrant Officer E.J. Kahn, Jr., of the slick pages of the New Yorker magazine, and more lately of the not-so-slick jungles of New Guinea. You've probably read some of Kahn's stories of Army campaigning. He's home on leave from the Army life. Well, Mr. Kahn, you're an old Army man now, aren't you?
Well, I suppose you could call me that, Doug. I've been in the Army since July 1941, and now 1941 seems like a long time ago.
You've seen a lot of overseas service?
Nearly a year in Australia and New Guinea as a private, sergeant, and warrant officer. And just before I left Australia, I was with your CBS correspondent, George Murad. That was only 3 weeks ago. He was in fine shape when I left him.
Right up there at the front lines, I suppose?
Well, I was just about as near to them as you can get in the jungles without finding yourself trying to pick off snipers.
You mean?
Let me tell you the story of a trip to the front lines we made last Thanksgiving Eve, Doug. Our job was to get a boatload of ammunition to a little village on the New Guinea coast just east of the Jap positions at Buna. We had a little trawler with an Australian civilian as captain and a crew of Filipinos and New Guinea natives. We left about 12:30 in the morning, hugging the coast, but we hugged it too closely, and about 2 hours later, we went aground in the sandbar.
Wasn't that sort of a hot spot in which to be marooned?
It certainly was. And don't think we didn't realize it. We knew the Japanese patrol planes, you see, would be along at dawn. So our captain suggested that we take to a dinghy, try to row to a place where we could get help. None of us had any idea what the village we were heading for looked like. Finally, the captain admitted he was lost. He thought we had gone right on past the last American-held village, and that the next stop would be Buna and the Japs.
Cheerful thought.
Yes, and we faced almost as much trouble from our own men on shore as from the Japs. There had been rumors that the Japanese were planning to put reinforcements ashore in that area, and if we sailed in, we might easily be wiped out by our own men. Our Australian captain knew that just as well as any of us, and I can tell you he was getting pretty nervous. Finally, we sighted a village and decided to land. When we were about 50 yards offshore, I shouted, "Guard!" An American voice answered.
That was luck.
Wait a minute. We weren't out of our tough spot yet. We didn't know the password of that particular area, but we did know that the Japs can't pronounce the letter L. So we called out a word that has plenty of L's in it, and, believe it or not, it was just the right one.
And that ended your trip?
Well, not quite, Doug. Then we went up to the front. We were within 150 yards of where Yanks and Japs were fighting hand to hand. But the jungle was so thick, we couldn't see a thing. Guns were clattering, and mortar shells were dropping close. Too darn close. Then we had to get back to our own base, a hike of some 20 miles. When we were passing our abandoned boat, Japanese planes came over. They swooped down, and in a couple of minutes our trawler was just wreckage.
Well, you certainly are a veteran.
Well, I suppose so, but let me tell you that all of our men who went through the New Guinea fighting are real veterans now. They know jungle fighting. They learned it the hard way. And they also know that they're superior to the Japs at that game.
Well, it's certainly swell to hear that about our boys from a man who's been in the jungle with them, and thank you, Warrant Officer E.J. Kahn, Jr. And we'll be waiting for that new book of yours on your overseas experiences, which is coming out in 2 or 3 months. This week, America's heavy bombers dealt new blows to the enemy in Western Europe and in the Southwest Pacific. Our flying fortresses and liberators attacked Germany's submarine bases and dockyards, while their counterparts were helping wreck a Jap convoy off New Guinea. And this was not the first time the Axis has felt the blows of our big bombers. Now for a direct report on what goes on in a flying fortress 4 miles above the ground, Admiral Radio takes you above the Smyrna Air Base in Tennessee. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I have just been handed a tiny slip of paper which says altitude 27,400 feet, temperature outside 35 degrees below zero, which translated means we are more than 5 miles above the ground, and of course 35 degrees below zero is 35 degrees below zero anywhere you're unlucky enough to run into it. At 5 miles above the Earth's surface, you feel like a pampered poodle in the world's most beautiful doghouse. Above is a sky of blue that I, for one, just can't describe. It's beautiful, to coin a phrase. We are wrapped to our ears in leather and sheepskin, and we are all wearing the cutest muzzles you ever saw. These muzzles, of course, are oxygen masks, each molded to the individual face by Major Tom Carbine, who seemed a little upset to find that the Neanderthalic skull was so prevalent in the radio industry. You don't just wear an oxygen mask, you have a fitting. Actually, the masks aren't too uncomfortable. And as Major Tom Carbine says, if you want some real discomfort, take one off at 5 miles. Superman might retain consciousness for 30 seconds. I am in Captain John Heckman's B-17. That's a flying fortress. And many of the boys who are now running a commutation service to Berlin learn to handle these beautiful four-motored monsters here at the Flying Training Command's Smyrna Air Base, commanded by Colonel Stanley Umstead. From the bombardier's turret in the nose to the tail gunner's position, there are 9 highly trained specialists in the crew of a flying fortress. When the fortress is on the offensive, it is capable of flying great distances at great altitudes and dropping great numbers of devastating bombs. When she is on the defensive against interception, she carries enough guns sticking from her nose, her belly, her tail, her roof, and her windows to keep any Axis plane at a respectful distance. When these flying fortress crews are working at their normal posts, they take oxygen from a tiny pipeline running along each side of the plane and fed by cylinders. When they want to move around, they hook their masks to tiny bottles scattered throughout the ship and walk around. Mother Nature limits the time you can spend at these altitudes. What 6 hours is about par. If you're up here too long without sufficient oxygen, you get reactions similar to people who have had too much to drink. I understand that these kinds of persons sometimes get very happy and carefree, and sometimes get very hard to get along with, depending upon the individual. This might easily be the subject for another broadcast. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Within the hour, the Navy announced new attacks by our planes on Jap positions in the Solomons. For this report and news of a new selective service order, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
A Navy communique an hour ago reported still more American bombings of Japanese-held areas throughout the Solomon Islands. Fires were started at Kahili, Buin, and Balali in the Shortland Island area. The American base on Tulagi Island, just north of Guadalcanal, was bombed by the Japanese the night before last. 2 men were killed. Here in the United States, the Army has announced that 14 officers and men are believed to have drowned during maneuvers off the Gulf Coast of Florida. A landing barge in which the men were practicing ran aground on a sandbar during a storm, and the landing ramp was accidentally lowered, flooding the interior. The War Manpower Commission has just abolished the special 4H classification for men between 38 and 45 years of age. Accordingly, the Selective Service Administration has ordered local draft boards to reclassify men in this age group as 1A, 3A, 4F, and so on, but to append the letter H to the regular classification. Thus, a single man in this age group without dependents and in good physical condition will now be classified as 1AH instead of 4H. The purpose of the order is to induce men over 38 to enter farming. If they do, between now and May 1st, they'll be reclassified again into classes 2C or 3C and will be indefinitely deferred from military service. If they don't, they'll theoretically be liable for military service. Meanwhile, the draft boards have been ordered to defer all necessary farm workers, even if, by doing so, it becomes impossible to fill their local quotas. This means that more city men will have to be drafted than originally contemplated, for the Army and Navy are determined to fill their quotas on time in order to have 11 million men available for military service by the end of the year. Tomorrow, the bill to continue the Lend-Lease Act will be introduced into the House of Representatives, and there'll be a debate for at least 3 days. Everyone's agreed that the measure will pass by an overwhelming majority. The only debate appears to center around the proposal of Senator Gillette of Iowa to change the name of the act to the War Supply Act and to make it clear that no payment in terms of dollars and cents is expected from such aid to our allies. Senator Gillette also wants it stipulated that war supplies may not be used contrary to the principles of the Atlantic Charter. Other members of Congress would like to stipulate that at least 10% of all war supplies be made available in the future to our Chinese allies. Another bill, which will be shortly considered by the House, is a proposal to make the Pacific Ocean an American lake, in the words of its sponsor, by acquiring stepping stones of air and naval bases. The author of the measure is Representative Magnuson of the state of Washington, who says that Breckinridge Long, Assistant Secretary of State, and officials of the Navy Department have promised him their cooperation. Apparently, the State Department favors the acquisition of Pacific bases, but not of Caribbean bases. For Undersecretary Wells yesterday took occasion to deny that we have any intention of keeping our Lend-Lease bases throughout Latin America. Seismographic laboratories here in Washington report a fairly heavy earthquake just before last midnight, the source of which was apparently 4,500 miles south of here, which might put it somewhere in the southern Andes, possibly in Chile or Argentina. I now return you to CBS in New York.
That was Lee White in Washington. Now here's a message from our sponsor. In 5 months, United Nations submarines and warships have sunk or damaged 248 enemy supply vessels. Radio and electronic instruments played an important part in every one of these actions. Such instruments located the enemy vessels, told their exact positions, swung United Nations submarines into position to torpedo them. Many of these radio and electronic instruments, employed so effectively by our Navy and Army, are today being built by Admiral. Back in the days of peace, Admiral took pride in a record of achievement that brought many hours of pleasure and entertainment to countless Americans. Yes, and Admiral took pardonable pride in being the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. But today, Admiral workers are rewarded by a far different satisfaction, by the grim knowledge that the product of their skill and labor has become a potent instrument of destruction, an instrument that not only aids in seeking out the enemy wherever he may be, but helps in dealing those smashing blows that one by one hasten the day of victory. Wherever you find American soldiers and sailors, you'll find also the American Red Cross, caring for the wounded, supplying first aid treatment, training nurses' aides, operating recreational centers. These are the humanitarian tasks being carried on by the American Red Cross. Remember, the Red Cross depends for support upon you, so give to the Red Cross. Give all you can. And don't forget the Red Cross Blood Bank. Employees of many firms, including Admiral, are signing up for blood bank contributions as a group. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WWII Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today. Brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battle fronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
On the Russian front, the Battle of Kharkov is nearing a climax. The Germans claim that the bulk of the Steel City is in their hands, but there's no confirmation of that from Moscow. In the Southwest Pacific, MacArthur's bombers are pressing their attack on another Japanese convoy. Flying fortresses report direct hits on enemy cargo vessels. In North Africa, Rommel's artillery has increased its activity in the Marit area, while Allied forces have repulsed Axis attacks in North Tunisia. But the most important development in that war zone is a speech made by General Giraud. For details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. An hour ago, General Giraud made the most important declaration of policy that has been made in North Africa since the Casablanca Conference. General Giraud's speech was about France. It was also about North Africa. But the heart of the speech was about France and what was going to happen when France is liberated from German domination. In his dry, precise, rather high-pitched voice, Giraud said, "I give the most solemn assurance to the people of France that their sacred right to choose their own provisional government themselves will be fully safeguarded. I assure them that the conditions permitting them to make this choice in lawful order and with their freedoms restored will be guaranteed. I am the servant of the French people," General Giraud said. "I am not their leader. Tomorrow we shall be servants of the provisional government, and we undertake to deliver to it our powers." That's what Giraud said about France after the coming Allied invasion. What it means and why it is so important is that North Africa won't happen again. It means that when we enter France, and it's rather odd to hear this from Giraud, we will not bring with us a hand-picked leader to impose upon the French people, nor will we treat with and support the existing government, Vichy, as we did in North Africa. Instead, we will promptly allow the French to pick their own provisional government, and General Giraud has promised to turn over all his powers to that government. This statement of Giraud's has obviously been agreed upon with the Allied authorities. If it means what it says, it can only mean that we have learned the lesson that you do not really purchase tranquility by perpetuating quislings or achieve national spirit under a leader of your, not their choosing. Of most immediate interest to the people of North Africa in Giraud's speech is the passage in which the general formally declared all legislation made by the Vichy government after the fall of France null and void. In other words, as soon as the proper decrees have been drawn up, all of the tyrannical fascist laws of Vichy will be abolished, the anti-Jewish laws among them. The municipal assemblies and other democratic institutions will begin to function again. And, as Giraud said, France will become again the France of human liberties and the France of noble ideals. As you can see, it was a speech about France, the future of France. To the great unanswered question of what part is General de Gaulle going to play in all this, General Giraud made no direct answer. He did not even bring himself to mention de Gaulle by name. But he did say, "With all my heart, I desire the union of all of us. This union is essential. It is a question of life or death for our country." And he said, there can only be one French army facing Germany, whether it comes from Algeria or from Libya. It was an interesting speech. The abrogation of the Vichy laws will do much to make North Africa a better place to live in. But most important of all, this speech of Giraud is an indication that when we go into France, we will not make the same mistakes we have made in North Africa. This is Charles Collingwood, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
It will be interesting to check the actions reported in today's news and see how many there are in which Admiral might have been represented. An American destroyer blasting a Jap transport out of the water. American planes winging their way over Nazi-occupied Europe. American tanks battering the German line in Africa. In all of these actions,
Admiral products for victory might be found fighting alongside American men. Radio equipment, from portable stations carried by hand to giant land-based transmitters. Electronic instruments pointing out the path for American planes and tanks, locating targets, firing guns. These instruments are the Admiral products for victory on the battlefronts. Admiral is capable of building them because Admiral has been devoted to a single purpose throughout the years, the purpose of making each radio better than the last. Nationally known radio and electronic engineers and research technicians have long been employed to carry out this aim. How well they have succeeded is told not alone by the many features which are Admiral's exclusively, not alone by saying an Admiral radio is America's smart set, rather by the simple fact that Admiral is capable of building the intricate radio and electronic equipment demanded by the Army and Navy. It is told also in the thousands of Admiral products for victory on all battlefronts, fighting alongside American men in all branches of the service. Now, here again for Admiral is Doug Edwards.
Today's news from Russia centers on the flaming battle for Kharkov, and there's no doubt but that the situation is serious for the Red Army. The newspaper Pravda reports that Soviet forces have retreated to new lines both west and north of Kharkov. This withdrawal came after the Germans brought up fresh divisions from the west. Moscow's latest communiqué reports that the Nazis on one sector thrust a wedge into Russian defenses, but the position was regained by a Soviet counterattack. The communiqué says that Soviet troops are courageously beating off the onslaught of numerically superior forces of enemy tanks and motorized infantry. In this hemisphere, there have been some developments in South America. For a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Rio de Janeiro. John Adams reporting.
American business and military men arriving in Rio from the States are all greatly impressed by the signs of war activity along the Brazilian coast, from Belém to Fortaleza, Natal, and Recife. Hundreds of planes are passing daily along what is called the Victory Route, via Brazil to Africa and the scattered battlefronts. Uniforms are everywhere, and thousands of those who are not in uniforms are joining the army of rubber workers that are being transported to the upper reaches of the Amazon to help harvest the rubber crop, great quantities of which are incidentally being transported daily from Manaus to Miami by cargo planes. In Rio, however, visitors seem most impressed by the gasoline shortage, the great amount of new buildings going up, and finally the luxurious fact that they can drink 5, 10, or 15 cups of coffee a day if they want it. Yes, there will always be coffee to drink in Brazil, and as long as the war lasts, coffee will also be war news. It's perhaps a touchy subject to you in the States who are rationed, but it is also a touchy subject here, where it is one of the pillars of the national economy, a pillar that wobbles if the crop cannot be sold and shipped. It was therefore big news in Sao Paulo yesterday when the Brazilian finance minister, Souza Costa, announced that the coffee accord reached with the United States last October would be put into effect shortly. By that accord, the U.S. was to acquire the unshipped balance of last year's crop, totaling about 2,300,000 bags, or about 150,000 tons, as well as the 1942-43 crop of 9 million bags, or about 500,000 tons.
We take you now to CBS Australia. George Murad reporting.
Today from Australia, we present Captain Raymond E. Holsey of Altus, Oklahoma, who holds the outstanding record of 51 bombing missions against the Japanese. Just a few days ago, over the shark-infested Bismarck Sea, his flying fortress was set ablaze 350 miles from home base, and 5 of his crew were wounded. But he came in with all hands safe in the charged skeleton of his plane. Part of the wings and all of the belly burned out. How did you do it, Ray?
Well, my co-pilot, Lieutenant Brian Reeves, and the crew fought the fire. But here's what happened. We were out near New Britain making our first run on a big fat transport. I saw zeros, 12 or 14 of them. But I thought, now, what the heck, information and zero go. Just as we got the bombs away, one of the nips got in 2 or 3 good bursts. First, I smelled smoke. Then the engineer opened the door into the bomb bay compartment, and the flame just about took his hair off. They had hit the hydraulic fluid line, and had thrown burning oil all over the bomb bay.
Were you scared?
Boy, you can say that again. We couldn't jump over that convoy. The nip would have shot us clean out of our chute. So I told Charlie Giddings in the next ship that I'd try crash landing on a little island. He furred me down, giving me encouragement all the time. But once he made me kind of sore. I told him it's getting kind of hot in here, Charlie, and he came back with that old drawl. Yeah, Red, looks a little warm in there. We were down to 300 feet when the boys beat the fire out with a CO2 bottle and they went a flying ship. That's about all.
I see, nothing to it. But the boys tell me you landed with nothing but fresh air between the nose and tail.
I guess she did look kind of bad, but those old B-17s can sure take it.
The communique yesterday says another 8-ship carrier has been sighted approaching WWII and hit. Do you think the nips will keep coming in?
Oh, sure, but we'll keep knocking them off just as long as we have plans. Just give us a ship, that's all.
Thank you, Captain Raymond E. Halsey. This is George L. Morad in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
Back in this country, one of our naval flyers is experimenting with a Jap Zero fighter plane captured in the Southwest Pacific. For a direct report on this enemy plane, Admiral Radio takes you now to a naval air station near Washington at Anacostia. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
A few months ago in an Aleutian marsh, a Japanese pilot tried to land a Zero and broke his neck immediately and completely, which is a great line to start any broadcast with. Happily, he broke nothing but his neck, and therefore, standing sleek and anemic in a hangar here at Anacostia, is a Japanese Zero airplane, made in Japan in February 1942. Right now, the Navy's test experts are flying the Zero and are also testing every square inch of hull and every single instrument aboard. This is, of course, exhaustive work, but not as exhaustive as it might be, because there are an awful lot of gadgets aboard the Navy knows quite well. It should, because they were made in America. In a moment, we're going to talk to Lieutenant Commander Tommy Booth, who has been flying this Zero after returning from an interesting and successful mission in North Africa. For a second, let's take a look at some of the things you and I have heard about this super plane. There is, for instance, the story of the heroic Japs who fly these winged monsters with only a speedometer and a compass to guide them. There are several appropriate English colloquialisms that come to mind, but for the nonce, we'll just use hooey. The Jap pilot has as many aids to flying and navigation as the American. Now, Commander Booth, how about the motor and the propeller on this Zero?
The propeller is an exact and perfect copy of our own Hamilton Standard. The engine is a combination of Pratt & Whitney and Wright.
Commander, you've been flying this thing. How does it handle?
It flies like a trainer. It flies very easily, in fact, at low altitudes, and is extremely maneuverable. It's a very neat little job.
Commander, would you want to fly it in combat?
No, and I might add once more, no. First of all, it's the same as putting 2 small cannons behind my ears and 2 machine guns in my hands and saying, go up and fight. There is absolutely no protection in the Zero, not one single piece of armor, and there is a terrific fire hazard. Our gas tanks are self-sealing. Zero tanks are not, and 1 bullet will turn a Zero into a furnace.
Well, I'm for that. How about some statistics on the Zero, Commander? Things the Japs know, but American citizens don't know.
She'll do about 328 miles an hour. That F-4U over there, that's the Corsair, will do better. The Zero can get up to 38,000 feet, and she weighs 5,550 pounds. Her firepower is low. She has 2 small cannons and 2 machine guns.
How does she compare to American ships of a similar type and purpose?
Our fighters are heavier, but they are better protected. There is no compromise in a Jap plane with pilot's safety, and if he's hit, he's dead. We like to give our boys a break with armor protection, and our planes are more heavily armed. And above all, we have those leak-proof tanks.
Could you say a kind word for the Zero?
Indeed, I could. She's easy to handle, and she's well built. The parts are smaller and considerably more compact. She's a tough job to repair. They must use midget Japs to build them.
That, then, is the story of the vaunted Jap Zero, right from the jockey's mouth, so to speak. She can run, and she's easy to handle, but she just hasn't got the class to run with heavier, better-built American thoroughbreds. That's why the Yanks are knocking down 4 Zeros to every one of their own that is lost. And a dead Zero invariably means a dead Jap,
which isn't the case with our boys in planes. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Across the Atlantic, Allied planes seem to have given Germany and occupied Europe another night of rest. For a direct report on developments in the British capital, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London is having a fairly quiet Sunday. A few German raiders were over England's southeast coast region last night, while planes of Royal Air Force Bomber Command were out laying mines in enemy waters. But there's no word of activity during the day, either over here or across the channel over there, although people who live on the southeast coast heard a series of loud explosions from across the channel today. This week just past has been marked by the arrival in London of some unusual reports of French resistance to the Germans in France. Put together, they tell a remarkable story, as you know. However, the belief in London is that all the events reported this week did not necessarily happen this week. In other words, it seems true that the underground struggle against the Germans continues steadily in France, but we should not take for granted that a great uprising is now taking place. You know that Great Britain has, for nearly 3 years, followed the policy of not encouraging a real French revolt too early in the game, while the Germans are still in a position to crush it. It is true that General de Gaulle has now called for a revolt, but what is behind this is not yet public knowledge. The French National Committee in London has also sent another memorandum to General Giraud, emphasizing that the fighting French here are not interested in personal rivalries and setting forth the conditions under which the fighting French and the North and West African French could unite against the enemy. A good many people in London expected a good deal from General Giraud in his speech today. Reports of that speech are still coming into London, and it hasn't been generally read here, much less studied. But from the early reports, it seems that General Giraud lived up to the advance expectations in Britain in such matters as ending the Vichy fascist laws and announcing that France can choose its own government after the war. But we've had no reports here that General Giraud announced a new and more liberal regime in North Africa, as had been predicted. And now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
In this country, the Navy has reported new action in the Solomons and the Aleutians, and the President is meeting with Anthony Eden. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
Curtiss P-40 fighter planes, the Navy's just announced, have carried out 2 attacks on Japanese positions on Kiska in the Aleutian Islands. The same communique also reports 7 more American raids on enemy positions in the Solomons. At 2:30 p.m., just as this broadcast came on the air, a special nonpartisan delegation of senators called at the White House to submit to Messrs. Roosevelt and Eden their plan for bringing about a lasting peace. In a word, the Senate is ready to pledge itself to wholehearted American participation in some international body to keep the peace as soon as the war is won. In other words, to the establishment of some successor to the League of Nations. This would seem to indicate a different spirit in Congress today from that which dominated the body in 1918. Then, Congress' main desire was to return to pre-war isolationism. Today, our Congress, while still tinged with isolationism, is prepared to admit the necessity as well as the inevitability of some international cooperation. Among other things, the Senate's program envisions temporary commissions to administer the affairs of liberated countries until popular governments can be freely chosen, adequate machinery for peacefully settling disputes between nations, and a United Nations police force to prevent aggression. The plan will be introduced in Congress on Tuesday. Tomorrow, joint bills will be introduced in both the House and Senate, proposing the creation of a new office of Assistant Secretary of Commerce for small business. The bill appears to have the support of the Patman Committee of the House.
And now here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The struggle for Kharkov continues, and the tenacity of the Russian resistance once more emphasizes the resisting powers of the modern city as a defensive strongpoint. The Germans appear determined to take Kharkov at any cost, as indeed they well may be, for upon their ability to take and hold this vital communications center depends their ability to maintain the whole of their positions in the Donetsk Basin. The reason for the Russian numerical inferiority reported in this area is undoubtedly the fact that the Russian armies have outrun their communications. The retiring Germans appear to have carried out extensive and very thorough demolitions of the railways, which the Russians have not had time to repair. The early thaws have added to the problem of the Russian engineers attempting to carry out this heavy task. But the Germans have well-organized rail lines directly at their backs, and they are far closer to their sources of power in Germany than they were at Stalingrad or down in the Caucasus. Hence, they can develop more powerful efforts in the Kharkov region than the Russians can, for the moment. The Germans, as always, are fighting against a time limit. They must take Kharkov before the Russians can repair the railways and bring up their reserves. Probably one of the major checks to the German onset so far has been pressure against their northern flank by Russian forces operating from the direction of Akhtursk and Sumy, northwest of Kharkov. But now the Germans claim the recapture of Akhtursk, which indicates that they have had to extend their flank to the north and clear out these Russian forces. Sumy is still in Russian hands, however, and while it remains so, will be a threat to the Germans. There are indications that the Germans are having to send additional reinforcements into the Kharkov sector. Reinforcements which, of course, they hope to withdraw before the troops are required to meet any new responsibility in the West. Indeed, it is plain that the whole German purpose in committing such powerful forces to the Russian front has been, first, to stave off the disaster which threatened their army in the Donetsk area if the Russians reached the Dnieper, as seemed almost certain 2 weeks ago, and second, to stabilize the South Russian front so as to permit the transfer of troops either to the north or back to the general reserve in Central Europe. In this sense, the great battle between the Dnieper and the Donetsk may be called, from the German point of view, a battle of disengagement.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott, Columbia's military analyst. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. In providing the armed forces with radio and electronic equipment that will stand the strain of battle and do the almost impossible tasks required by war, Admiral engineers condensed years of research into the space of a few months. Discoveries were made far ahead of time in the two great plants, which in peacetime made Admiral the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. And the best of these new discoveries will be found in the Admiral of the future. But the Admiral of the future won't be produced as long as the armed forces need Admiral-built communications and electronic equipment, so make your present radio last for the duration. Ask your Admiral dealer to check it twice a year regularly. Admiral dealers have the backing of the Admiral organization, and that's especially important in the matter of obtaining replacements for vital parts in these days of shortages. Admiral dealers are experts who can anticipate trouble, and by so doing, order a replacement for any vital part immediately. Probably have it in time to keep your radio giving tip-top performance without missing even one favorite program. Call your Admiral dealer tomorrow. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. You'll be glad you did. Congratulations to the Campfire Girls of America, who are celebrating the 31st birthday anniversary of their organization this month. These 321,000 girls are contributing much to the war effort by their work in salvaging materials, selling war bonds, aiding the Red Cross, and many other important duties. The Campfire Girls need women who will volunteer as leaders to help them expand their work for victory. Get in touch with your local Campfire office or write National Headquarters, 88 Lexington Avenue, New York City. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WWII Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago. 2 drops, Penetro nose drops, hit directly at the sneezy stuffiness of Head Cole's misery. Use only as directed. At first warning, use genuine prescription-type Penetro nose drops. Quality guaranteed by Plow Incorporated. General bottle, 25 cents. Even greater savings in larger sizes. Get Penetro, Penetro nose drops. The time, 2 o'clock.
This is the BBC. In a few moments, the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Winston Churchill, will be speaking to listeners at home and overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Churchill.
Let me first of all thank the very great numbers of people who have made kind inquiries about me during my recent illness. Although for a week I had a fairly stiff dose of fever, which, but for modern science, might have had awkward consequences. I wish to make it clear that I never for a moment had to relinquish the responsible direction of affairs. I followed attentively all the time what was happening in Parliament and the lively discussions on our home affairs when peace comes. It was very clear to me that a good many people were so much impressed by the favorable turn in our fortunes, which has marked the last 6 months, that they have jumped to the conclusion that the war will soon be over, and that we shall soon all be able to get back to the politics and party fights of peacetime. I am not able to share these sanguine hopes, and my earnest advice to you is to concentrate even more zealously upon the war effort, and if possible, not to take your eye off the ball even for a moment. If tonight, contrary to this advice, I turn aside from the course of the war to deal with some post-war and domestic issues, that is only because I hope that by so doing I may be able to simplify and mollify political divergences and enable all our political forces to march forward to the main objective in unity and, so far as possible, in step. First of all, we must beware of attempts to over-persuade or even coerce His Majesty's government to bind themselves or their unknown successors in conditions which no one can foresee and which may be years ahead, to impose great new expenditure on the state without any relation to the circumstances which might prevail at that time, and to make them pledge themselves to particular schemes without relation to other extremely important aspects of our post-war needs. The business of proposing expenditure rests ultimately with the responsible government of the day. And it is their duty and their duty alone to propose to Parliament any new charges upon the public, and also to propose in the annual budgets the means of raising the necessary funds. The world is coming increasingly to admire our British parliamentary system and ideas. It is contrary to those ideas that ministers or members should become pledge-bound delegates. They are a band of men who undertake certain honorable duties, and they would be dishonored if they allowed their right and duty to serve the public as well as possible on any given occasion to be prejudiced by the enforced premature contraction of obligations. Nothing would be easier for me than to make any number of promises and to get the immediate response of cheap cheers and glowing leading articles. I am not in any need to go about making promises in order to win political support or to be allowed to continue in office. It was on a grim and bleak basis that I undertook my present task, and on that basis I have been given loyalty and support such as no Prime Minister has ever received. I cannot express my feeling of gratitude to the nation for their kindness to me and for the trust and confidence they have placed in me during long, dark, and disappointing periods. I'm absolutely determined not to falsify or mock that confidence by making promises without regard to whether they can be performed or not. At my time of life, I have no personal ambitions, no future to provide for. And I feel I can truthfully say that I only wish to do my duty by the whole mass of the nation and of the British Empire, as long as I am thought to be of any use for that. Therefore, I tell you round your firesides tonight that I am resolved not to give or make all kinds of promises and tell all kinds of fairy tales to you who have trusted me and gone with me so far and march through the valley of the shadow till we have reached the upland region on which we now stand with firmly planted feet. However, it is our duty to peer through the mists of the future to the end of the war, and to try our utmost to be prepared by ceaseless effort and forethought for the kind of situations which are likely to occur. Speaking under every reserve, and not attempting to prophesy, I can imagine that sometime next year, but it may well be the year after, we might beat Hitler, by which I mean beat him and his powers of evil into death, dust, and ashes. Then we shall immediately proceed to transport all the necessary additional forces and apparatus to the other side of the world, to punish the greedy, cruel empire of Japan, to rescue China from her long torment, to free our own territory and that of our Dutch allies, and to drive the Japanese menace forever from Australian, New Zealand, and Indian shores. That will be our first and supreme task, and nothing must lure us from it. Nevertheless, in my opinion, the moment when Hitler is beaten and Germany and Italy are prostrate will mark the grand climax of the war. And that will be the time to make a new declaration upon the task before us. We and our allies will have accomplished one great task. Nazi tyranny and Prussian militarism, which threatened to engulf the whole world, and against which we stood alone for a fateful year, these curses will have been swept from the face of the earth. If I should be spared to see that day, and should be needed at the helm at that time, I shall then, with the assent of the Cabinet, propose a new task to the British nation. The war against Japan will demand a very different arrangement of our forces from what exists at present. There will certainly be large numbers of British and also, no doubt, United States soldiers whom it will not be physically possible to employ across the vast distances and poor communications of the Japanese war. There will certainly be large numbers of men, not only abroad but at home, who will have to be brought back to their families and to their jobs or to other equally good jobs. For all these, after full provision has been made for the garrisoning of the guilty countries, return to something like home and freedom will be their heart's desire. However vigorously the war against Japan is prosecuted, there will certainly be a partial demobilization following on the defeat of Hitler. And this will raise most difficult and intricate problems. And we are taking care in our arrangements to avoid the mistakes which were so freely committed last time. Of course, these ideas may be completely falsified by events. It may be that Japan will collapse before Hitler, in which case quite another layout will be necessary. As, however, many people wish ardently to discuss the future, I adopt for this purpose tonight what seems to me to be the most likely situation. On this assumption, it would be our hope that the United Nations, headed by the three great victorious powers, the British Commonwealth of Nations, the United States, and Soviet Russia, should immediately begin to confer upon the future world organization, which is to be our safeguard against further wars, by effectually disarming and keeping disarmed the guilty states, by bringing to justice the grand criminals and their accomplices, and by securing the return to the devastated and subjugated countries of the mechanical resources and artistic treasures of which they have been pillaged. We shall also have a heavy task in trying to avert widespread famine in some, at least, of the ruined regions. We must hope and pray that the unity of the three leading victorious powers will be worthy of their supreme responsibility, and that they will think not only of their own welfare, but of the welfare and future of all. One can imagine that under a world institution embodying or representing the United Nations, and someday all nations, there should come into being a Council of Europe and a Council of Asia. As according to the forecast I'm outlining, the war against Japan will still be raging, it is upon the creation of the Council of Europe and the settlement of Europe that the first practical task will be centered. Now, this is a stupendous business. In Europe lie most of the causes which have led to these two world wars. In Europe dwell the historic parent races from whom our Western civilization has been so largely derived. I believe myself to be what is called a good European, and I should deem it a noble task to take part in reviving the fertile genius and in restoring the true greatness of Europe. I hope we shall not lightly cast aside all the immense work which was accomplished by the creation of the League of Nations. Certainly we must take as our foundation the lofty conception of freedom, law, and morality which was the spirit of the League. We must try, I'm speaking of course only for ourselves, we must try to make the Council of Europe, or whatever it may be called, into a really effective league, with all the strongest forces concerned woven into its texture, with a high court to adjust disputes, and with forces, armed forces, national or international, or both, held ready to enforce these decisions and to prevent renewed aggression and the preparation of future wars. Anyone can see that this council, when created, must eventually embrace the whole of Europe, and that all the main branches of the European family must someday be partners in it. What is to happen to the large number of small nations whose rights and interests must be safeguarded? Here let me ask, what would be thought of an army that consisted only of battalions and brigades, and which never formed any of the larger and higher organizations like army corps? They would soon get mopped up. It would therefore seem to me, at any rate, worthy of patient study that side by side with the great powers there should be a number of groupings of states or confederations which would express themselves through their own chosen representatives, the whole making a council of great states and groups of states. It is my earnest hope, though I can hardly expect to see it fulfilled in my lifetime, that we shall achieve the largest common measure of the integrated life of Europe that is possible, without destroying the individual characteristics and traditions of its many ancient and historic races. All this will, I believe, be found to harmonize with the high permanent interests of Britain, the United States, and Russia. It certainly cannot be accomplished without their cordial and concerted agreement and direct participation. Thus, and thus only, will the glory of Europe rise again. I only mention these matters to you to show you the magnitude of the task that will lie before us in Europe alone. Nothing could be more foolish at this stage than to plunge into details and try to prescribe the exact groupings of states or lay down precise machinery for their cooperation, or still more to argue about frontiers. Now, while the war even in the West has not yet reached its full height, while the struggle with the U-boats is raging, and when the war in the Far East is only in its first phase, this does not mean that many tentative discussions are not taking place between the great nations concerned, or that the whole vast problem of European destiny For that is what I am speaking of now, is not the subject of ceaseless heart searching. We must remember, however, that we in Britain and the British Commonwealth of Nations, although almost a world in ourselves, will have to reach agreement with great and friendly equals, and also to respect and have a care for the rights of weaker and smaller states, and that it will not be given to any one nation to achieve the full satisfaction of its individual wishes. I have said enough, however, I'm sure, to show you at least in outline the mystery, the peril, and I will add the splendor of this vast sphere of practical action into which we shall have to leap once the hideous spell of Nazi tyranny has been broken. Coming nearer home, we shall have to consider at the same time how the inhabitants of this island are going to get their living at this stage in the world story, and how they are going to maintain and progressively improve their previous standards of life and labor. I am very much attracted to the idea that we should make and proclaim what might be called a 4 years plan. 4 years seems to me to be the right length for the period of transition and reconstruction which will follow the downfall of Hitler. We have 5-year parliaments, and a 4-year plan would give time for the preparation of a second plan. This 4-year plan would cover 5 or 6 large measures of a practical character, which must all have been the subject of prolonged, careful, energetic preparation beforehand, and which fit together into a general scheme. When this plan has been shaped, it will have to be presented to the country, either by a national government, formally representative, as this one is, of the 3 parties in the state, or by a national government comprising the best men in all parties who are willing to serve. I cannot tell how these matters will settle themselves. But by 1944, our present Parliament will have lived 9 years, and by 1945, 10 years. And as soon as the defeat of Germany has removed the danger now at our throats, and the register can be compiled and other necessary arrangements made, a new House of Commons must be freely chosen by the whole electorate, including, of course, the armed forces, wherever they may be. Thus, whoever is burdened with the responsibility of conducting affairs will have a clear policy and will be able to speak and act, at least, in the name of an effective and resolute majority. From what I have said already, you will realize how very difficult and anxious this period will be, and how much depends not only on our own action, but on the action of other very powerful countries. This applies not only to the carrying to a conclusion of the war against Japan, but also to the disarming of the guilty and to the settlement of Europe. Not only to the arrangements for the prevention of further wars, but also to the whole economic process and relationship of nations, in order that the ruin of our wealth may be rapidly repaired, in order that employment and production shall be at a high level, and that goods and services shall be interchanged between man and man, and between one nation and another, under the best conditions and on the largest scale. The difficulties which will confront us will take all our highest qualities to overcome. Let me, however, say straight away that my faith in the vigor, ingenuity, and resilience of the British race is invincible. Difficulties mastered are opportunities won. The day of Hitler's downfall will be a bright one for our country and for all mankind. The bells will clash their peals of victory and hope, and we will march forward together, encouraged invigorated, and still, I trust, generally united upon our further journey. I personally am very keen that a scheme for the amalgamation and extension of our present incomparable insurance system should have a leading place in our 4 years' plan. I have been prominently connected with all these schemes of national compulsory organized thrift from the time when I brought my friend Sir William Beveridge into the public service 35 years ago, when I was creating the labor exchanges on which he was a great authority, and when, with Sir Hubert Llewellyn Smith, I framed the first unemployment insurance scheme. The prime parent of all national insurance schemes is, of course, Mr. Lloyd George. I was his lieutenant in those distant days, and afterwards it fell to me, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, 18 years ago, to lower the pensions age to 65 and to bring in the widows and orphans. Here let me remark that the best way to insure against unemployment is to have no unemployment. There is another point. Unemployables, rich or poor, will have to be toned up. We cannot afford to have idle people. Idlers at the top make idlers at the bottom. No man must stand aside in his working prime to pursue a life of selfish pleasure. There are wasters in all classes. Happily, they are all only a small minority in every class. But anyhow, we cannot have a band of drones in our midst, whether they come from the ancient aristocracy or the modern plutocracy or are the ordinary type of pub crawler. There are other large matters which will also have to be dealt with in our 4 years' plan, and upon which thought, study, and discussion are advancing rapidly. Let me take, first of all, the question of British agriculture. We have, of course, to purchase a large proportion of our food and vital raw materials overseas. Our foreign investments have been expended in the common cause. The British nation that has now once again saved the freedom of the world has grown great on cheap and abundant food. Had it not been for the free trade policy of Victorian days, our population would never have risen to the level of a great power, and we might have gone down the drain with many other minor states to the disaster of the whole world. Abundant food has brought our 47 million Britons into the world. Here they are, and they must find their living. It is absolutely certain that we shall have to grow a larger proportion of our food at home. During the war, immense advances have been made by the agricultural industry. The position of the farmers has been improved. The position of the laborers immeasurably improved. The efficient agricultural landlord has an important part to play. I hope to see a vigorous revival of healthy village life on the basis of these higher wages and of improved housing. And what with the modern methods of locomotion and the modern amusements of the cinema and the wireless, to which will soon be added television, life in the country and on the land ought to compete in attractiveness with life in the great cities. But all this would cost money. When the various handicaps of war conditions are at an end, I expect that better national housekeeping will be possible, and that as the result of technical improvements in British agriculture, the strain upon the state will be relieved. At the same time, the fact remains that if the expansion and improvement of British agriculture is to be maintained, as it must be maintained, and a reasonable level of prices is to be maintained, as it must be maintained, there are likely to be substantial charges which the state must be prepared to shoulder. That has to be borne in mind. Next, there is the spacious domain of public health. I was brought up on the maxim of Lord Beaconsfield, which my father was often repeating: health and the laws of health. We must establish on broad and solid foundations a national health service. Here, let me say, there's no finer investment for any community than putting milk into babies. Healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. One of the most somber anxieties which beset those who look 30 or 40 or 50 years ahead, and in this field one can see ahead only too clearly, is the dwindling birth rate. In 30 years, unless present trends alter, a smaller working and fighting population will have to support and protect nearly twice as many old people. In 50 years, the position will be worse still. If this country is to keep its high place in the leadership of the world and to survive as a great power that can hold its own against external pressures, our people must be encouraged by every means to have larger families. For this reason, well-thought-out plans for helping parents to contribute this life spring to the community are of prime importance. The care of the young and the establishment of sound hygienic conditions of motherhood have a bearing upon the whole future of the race, which is absolutely vital. Side by side with that is the war upon disease, which, let me remind you, so far as it is successful, will directly aid the national insurance scheme. Upon all this, planning is vigorously proceeding. Following upon health and welfare is the question of education. The future of the world is to the highly educated races, who alone can handle the scientific apparatus necessary for preeminence in peace or survival in war. I hope our education will become broader and more liberal. All wisdom is not new wisdom, and the past should be studied if the future is to be successfully encountered. To quote Disraeli again in one of his most pregnant sayings, nations are governed by force or by tradition. In moving steadily and steadfastly from a class to a national foundation in the politics and economics of our society and civilization, we must not forget the glories of the past, nor how many battles we have fought for the rights of the individual and for human freedom. We must beware of trying to build a society in which nobody counts for anything except a politician or an official. A society where enterprise gains no reward and thrift no privileges. I say trying to build, because of all the races in the world, our people will be the last to consent to be governed by a bureaucracy. Freedom is their lifeblood. These two great wars, scourging and harrowing men's souls, have made the British nation master in its own house. The people have been rendered conscious that they are coming into their inheritance. The treasures of the past, the toil of the centuries, the long built-up conceptions of decent government and fair play, the tolerance which comes from the free working of parliamentary and electoral institutions, the great colonial possessions for which we are trustees in every part of the globe, all these constitute parts of this inheritance, and the nation must be fitted for its responsibilities and high duty. Human beings are endowed with infinitely varying qualities and dispositions, and each one is different from the other. We cannot make them all the same. It would be a pretty dull world if we did. It is in our power, however, to secure equal opportunities for all. The facilities for advanced education must be evened out and multiplied. No one who can take advantage of a higher education should be denied his chance. You cannot conduct a modern community except with an adequate, nay, an ample supply of persons upon whose education, whether humanitarian, technical, or scientific, much time and money has been spent. There is another element which should never be banished from our system of education. Here we have freedom of thought, as well as freedom of conscience. Here we have been the pioneers of religious toleration. But side by side with all this has been the fact that religion has been a rock in the life and character of the British people, upon which they have built their hopes and cast their cares. This fundamental element must never be taken from our schools. And I rejoice to learn of the enormous progress that is being made among all religious bodies in freeing themselves from sectarian jealousies and feuds while preserving fervently the tenets of their own faith. The secular schooling of the great mass of our scholars must be progressively prolonged, and for this we must both improve our schools and train our teachers in good time. After school time ends, we must not throw our youth uncared for and unsupervised onto the labor market with its blind alley occupations, which start so fair and often end so foul. We must make plans for part-time release from industry so that our young people may have the chance to carry on their general education and also to obtain specialized education which will fit them the better for their work. Under our ancient monarchy, that bulwark of British liberties, that barrier against dictatorships of all kinds, we intend to move forward in a great family, preserving the comradeships of the war, free forever from the class prejudice and other forms of snobbery from which in modern times we have suffered less than most other nations, and from which we are now shaking ourselves entirely free. Britain is a fertile mother, and natural genius springs from the whole people. We have made great progress, but we must make far greater progress. We must make sure that the path to the higher functions throughout our society and empire is really open to the children of every family. Whether they can tread that path will depend upon their qualities tested by fair competition. All cannot reach the same level, but all must have their chance. I look forward to a Britain so big that she will need to draw her leaders from every type of school and wearing every kind of tie. Tradition may play its part, but broader systems must now rule. We have one large immediate task in the replanning and rebuilding of our cities and towns. This will make a very great call on all our resources in material and labor. But it is also an immense opportunity, not only for the improvement of our housing, but for the employment of our people in the years immediately after the war. In the far-reaching scheme for reorganizing the building industry, prepared by the Minister of Labor and the Minister of Works, will be found another means of protecting our insurance fund from the drain of unemployment relief. Mr. Bevin is attacked from time to time, now from one side, now from another. When I think of the tremendous changes which have been effected under the strain of war in the lives of the whole people, of both sexes and of every class, with so little friction, and when I consider the practical absence of strikes in this war compared to what happened in the last, I think he will be able to take it all right. You will see from what I have said that there is no lack of material for a 4-year plan for the transition period from war to peace, and for another plan after that. For the present, during the war, our rule should be no promises, but every preparation, including, where required, preliminary legislative preparation. Before I conclude, I have to strike 2 notes, one of sober caution and the other of confidence. All our improvements and expansion will have the caution first. All our improvements and expansion must be related to a sound and modernized finance. A friend of mine said the other day in the House of Commons that pounds, shillings, and pence were meaningless symbols. This made me open my eyes and prick up my ears. What then are we to say about the savings of the people? We have just begun a Wings for Victory war savings campaign to which all classes have subscribed. Vast numbers of people have been encouraged to purchase war savings certificates. Income tax is collected from the wage earners of a certain level and carried to a nest egg for them at the end of the war, the government having the use of the money meanwhile. A nest egg similar in character will be given to the armed forces. Those whose houses have been destroyed by air raid damage and who have in many cases paid insurance are entitled to their compensation. All these obligations were contracted in pounds, shillings, and pence. At the end of this war, there will be 7 or 8 million people in the country with 200 or 300 pounds apiece, a thing unknown in our history. These savings of the nation, arising from the thrift, skill, or devotion of individuals, are sacred. The state is built around them, and it is the duty of the state to redeem its faith in an equal degree of value. Now, I am not one of those who are wedded to undue rigidity in the management of the currency system. But this I say, that over a period of 10 or 15 years, there ought to be a fair, steady continuity of values, if there is to be any faith between man and man, or between the individual and the state. We have successfully stabilized prices during the war. We intend to continue this policy after the war to the utmost of our ability. This brings me to the subject of the burden and incidence of taxation. Direct taxation on all classes stands at unprecedented and sterilizing levels. Besides this, there is indirect taxation, raised to a remarkable height. In wartime, our people are willing and even proud to pay all these taxes. But such conditions could not continue in peace. We must expect taxation after the war to be heavier than it was before the war. But we do not intend to shape our plans or levy taxation in a way which, by removing personal incentive, would destroy initiative and enterprise. If you take a single year of peace, see how important this enterprise is, this spirit of enterprise and ingenuity. If you take a single year of peace and take a slice through the industry and enterprise of the nation, you will find work which is being done at the moment, work that is being planned for the next year, and projects for the third, fourth, and even the fifth year ahead, which are all maturing. War cuts down all this forward planning, and everything is subordinated to the struggle for national existence. Thus, when peace came along suddenly, as it did last time, there were no long, carefully prepared plans for the future. That was one of the main reasons why at the end of the last war, after a momentary recovery, we fell into a dreadful trough of unemployment. We must not be caught again that way. It is therefore necessary to make sure that we have projects for the future employment of the people and the forward movement of our industries carefully foreseen. And secondly, that private enterprise and state enterprise are both able to play their parts to the utmost. A number of measures are being and will be prepared which will enable the government to exercise a balancing influence upon development, which can be turned on or off as circumstances may require. There is a broadening field for state ownership and enterprise, especially in relation to monopolies of all kinds. The modern state will increasingly concern itself with the economic well-being of the nation. But it is all the more vital to revive at the earliest moment a widespread, healthy, and vigorous private enterprise, without which we shall never be able to provide, in the years when it will be needed, the employment for our soldiers, sailors, and airmen to which they are entitled after their duty has been done. In this brief survey, I have tried to set before you both hopes and fears. I have given both caution and encouragement. But if I have to strike a balance, as I must do, before the end, let me proclaim myself a faithful follower of the larger hope. I will proceed to back this hope with some solid facts. Anyone can see the difficulties of placing our exports profitably in a world so filled with ruined countries. Foreign trade, to be of value, must be fertile. There is no use in doing business at a loss. Nevertheless, I am advised that in view of the general state of the world after the defeat of Hitler, there will be considerable opportunities for re-establishing our exports. Immediately after the war, there will be an intense demand, both for home and export, for what are called consumable goods, such as clothes, furniture, and textiles. I've spoken of the immense building program, and we all know the stimulus which that is to a large number of trades, including the electrical and metal industries. We have learnt much about production under the stress of war. Our methods have vastly improved. The layout of our factories presents an entirely new and novel picture to the eye. Mass production has been forced upon us. Industries offering scope for the inventiveness and vigor which made this country great. When the fetters of wartime are struck off and we turn free hands to the industrial tasks of peace, we may be astonished at the progress in efficiency we shall suddenly find displayed. I can only mention a few instances of fields of activity. The ceaseless improvements in wireless and the wonders of radio location applied to the arts of peace will employ the radio industry. Striking advances are open both for gas and electricity as the servants of industry, agriculture, and the cottage home. There is civil aviation. There is forestry. There is transportation in all its forms. We were the earliest in the world with railways. We must bring them up to date in every respect. Here, in these few examples, are gigantic opportunities, which, if used, will in turn increase our power to serve other countries with the goods they want. Our own effort must be supported by international arrangements and agreements, more neighbor-like, more sensible than before. We must strive to secure our fair share of an augmented world trade. Our fortunes will be greatly influenced by the policies of the United States and of the British dominions, and we are doing our utmost to keep in ever closer contact with them. We have lately put before them and our other friends and allies some tentative suggestions for the future management of the exchanges and of international currency, which will shortly be published. But this is a first installment only. I have heard a great deal on both sides of these questions. During the 40 years I have served in the House of Commons, and the 20 years or more I have sat in cabinets. I have tried to learn from events and also from my own mistakes. And I tell you my solemn belief, which is that if we act with comradeship and loyalty to our country and to one another, and if we can make state enterprise and free enterprise both serve national interests and pull the national wagon side by side, then there is no need for us to run into that horrible, devastating slump, or into that squalid epoch of bickering and confusion which mocked and squandered the hard-won victory we gained a quarter of a century ago. I end where I began. Let us get back to our job. I must warn everyone who hears me of a certain, shall I say, unseemliness, and also of a danger of it appearing to the world that we here in Britain are diverting our attention to peace, which is still remote, and to the fruits of victory, which have yet to be won, while all the time our Russian allies are fighting for dear life and dear honor in the dire, deadly, daily struggle against all the might of the German military machine. And while our thoughts should be with our armies and with our American and French comrades now engaged in decisive battle in Tunisia, I have just received a message from General Montgomery that the Eighth Army is on the move and that he is satisfied with their progress. Let us wish them Godspeed in their struggle, and let us bend all our efforts to the war and to the ever more vigorous prosecution of our supreme task.
The Prime Minister's speech, to which you have been listening, was broadcast from London and was heard here in Great Britain and throughout the world.
CBS World News has brought you an address from London by Prime Minister Winston Churchill. The pause that refreshes on the air, which was not heard today because of the broadcast of Mr. Churchill's address, will return next Sunday afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Coca-Cola invites your special attention next Tuesday night over another network to the Spotlight Bands program and the awarding of the Army and Navy E to the Brecon Loading Company Powder Loading Plant, which is a subsidiary of the Coca-Cola Company. Immediately after station identification, CBS World News presents a special roundup of latest news developments. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM, Chicago.
CBS World News, 4:49 p.m. Eastern War Time. Doug Edwards reporting. American forces in Tunisia have captured Sened in a 26-mile drive eastward from Gafsa. Sened is about 20 miles from Maknassi, and an Allied communique says our advanced elements are making progress in that direction. Field dispatches report that the Italian garrison at Sened offered only slight resistance. To the south, in the Merit Line sector, there's only patrol activity reported. But Allied planes are heavily bombing the Axis positions. They've scored many hits in target areas and started numerous fires. Our planes have also carried 2 more raids on the Axis airfield between Gabes and Sfax. Just a few moments ago, Prime Minister Churchill, at the end of his talk, said that he had just received a message from General Montgomery saying that the British Eighth Army in southern Tunisia is on the move. It is known that he changed his original script from the phrase, moving into a decisive battle, to in a decisive battle. Military experts take this to mean that the final all-out battle for Tunisia has now started. The mounting American push on the Central Front today prompted British General Montgomery to answer General Eisenhower's order of the day in which the American commander expressed pleasure at having British forces placed under his direction. Montgomery's message said, "We all look forward to joining up with the United States forces very shortly, and after that we will finish off this business very quickly between us." From Cairo, the British Middle East Command reports that at least 4 Junker 88s were destroyed last night by anti-aircraft defenses at Tripoli. It's also reported that RAF fighters from Malta have attacked factory areas in Sicily and southern Italy. 15 locomotives are said to have been destroyed in one raid. Meanwhile, torpedo bombers attacked an Axis convoy in the central Mediterranean. Reuters, the British news agency, says hits were scored on a large destroyer and on a cargo ship. In Russia, the coming of spring finds almost the entire front from the Caucasus to the northwestern sector a mass of thawing ice, mud, and snow. For the 3rd straight day, the Germans are exerting strong pressure on the Soviet lines southeast of Kharkov. Moscow admits that the Russian lines were pressed back at one unidentified point, but the enemy is said to be suffering large losses. Red bombers are active in this area, and they too are said to be taking a heavy toll of the Nazis. The Germans claim that in the Kharkov-Belgorod area, Nazi troops have reached the upper Donetsk River on a broad front. On the Central Front, meanwhile, the Russians are maintaining their momentum. They've captured the important town of Vadinyo, which is 60 miles east of Smolensk. This town is said to be a valuable springboard for future thrusts at Smolensk. It's 43 miles west of Vyazma on a branch railroad line which runs off the main Smolensk-Vyazma line. During the night, more than 300 Russian planes raided Helsinki, the capital of Finland, in one of the heaviest and longest raids of the war in that sector. In Western Europe, the air war continues on a minor scale. RAF Whirlwind swept across the Channel last night to raid the railway viaduct at Morlaix in Brittany. Other fighters attacked railway targets in France. All planes returned safely. Major General Eaker, the commander of our air forces based in Britain,
said today that some of our crews are being trained for night bombing of German targets, this to supplement the night work of the RAF. But the majority of our big bombers will continue to operate by daylight. Eaker told a London newspaper that new and better bombers, more heavily armed and capable of carrying bigger bomb loads, are on their way. Adolf Hitler emerged from his months-long seclusion today to admit that American and British air bombings have wrought great destruction on German home soil. But he declared the crisis on the Eastern Front has been overcome and that the Nazi nation is moving in a gigantic mobilization toward what he termed success until final victory. Hitler addressed a gathering of high officials, army officers, party leaders, and wounded veterans in Berlin's Army Museum. The occasion was the fourth wartime observance of German Memorial Day. His speech was broadcast from Berlin and lasted only 15 minutes, a comparative brief span for the usual verbose German leader. Hitler said that only 542,000 German soldiers had been killed in the war so far, and he declared that the front is being strengthened by millions of men, youths, and the wounded who have recovered. Older men and boys, he said, are manning home defense lines. German authorities took elaborate precautions to avoid a repetition of the bedlam caused by the RAF's visit on January 30th, the bombing which disrupted the celebration of the 10th Nazi anniversary party. Berlin radio waited only 50 minutes before the scheduled hour before announcing that Hitler would speak. And then the actual delivery by Hitler was delayed another 20 minutes past the appointed hour. Commenting on the speech, one BBC authority in London said it sounded like a mechanical reading of a worn-out theme in an empty hall. No applause or cheering was heard. Hitler explained his absence from the public platform and postponement of a Heroes' Day from a week ago today by saying that with a clear conscience, he was able to leave his work to which he was tied down for months. He said the German Eastern Front has been stabilized. And he added, we've taken measures which will secure in the months ahead of us success until final victory is achieved. The war aims of the Western democracies, he said, coincide completely with the demonstrations of their Bolshevist allies, as he put it, and they include the annihilation of all national-minded continental nations. And Hitler admitted to his audience that the German home front in many parts has become a war zone. In a further evident reference to the devastation caused by mighty air raids from the West, he mentioned the fires in German towns and villages, and at the end he paid tribute to the dead in the home country. A few hours ago, the Navy reported on 4 more attacks by our planes against Jap bases in the Solomon Islands. A communique said that in 2 attacks by our dive bombers and fighters, fires were started at enemy positions on Vila in the central Solomons. Meanwhile, heavy bombers blasted Jap positions on Kahili in the Shortland Island area, and dive bombers attacked Munda on New Georgia Island for the 97th time. Earlier, General MacArthur's communique reported lots of activity by our planes in the southwest Pacific. They've pounded Jap positions over an 1,800-mile arc of the islands above Australia. 3 enemy ships were attacked, and hits were scored on at least 2 of them off the northwest tip of Dutch New Guinea. In the same area, a 3rd vessel was raided by our Liberator bombers, but results are not reported. At MacArthur's headquarters, an Allied spokesman disclosed that Billy Mitchell bombers can be credited with sinking that Jap submarine the other day in the Lae Harbor. He says another enemy submarine may have been in the harbor at the same time. The Mitchell bomber pilots told today how their low-flying planes were brushed by flames and water spurting from the submarine they sank. The medium bombers were rocked by the explosions, and great columns of water shot 200 feet above the planes coming in after the first attack element had passed over the submarine. A British communique from New Delhi says there have been no important changes in Burma's Arakan district where the Japs are attacking General Wavell's troops. Apparently, the British are holding their own. Meanwhile, in the air, the RAF attacked the enemy over wide areas of Burma. Fighter patrols were busy over the Mayu Peninsula, where at last reports, the Allied forces were making progress toward Donbek. And a Jap village about 5 miles north of Rapatdong has been bombed at low level. The British also raided Bahamo in northeastern Burma near the Chinese border during the night. Another night attack was carried out on Tungu in southern Burma, but details are not reported. All Allied planes returned from these operations. In China, General Chennault's airmen have made their first raid as members of the new 14th United States Air Force. They attacked a target area 7 miles south of Lacré in French Indochina, just south of China's Yunnan province border. 10 tons of bombs were dropped in this area, the site of what's probably the most important Jap phosphate mining operations in Indochina. Railroad yards, the shipping and receiving area, and a power station are believed to have suffered severe damage. Today's Chinese High Command communique says Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's forces continue their slow advance under difficult conditions south of the Yangtze River
in the Hunan-Hubei border region. But the communique does not confirm the Chinese Central News Agency's announcement that the key Jap defense center at Haijiang has been recaptured. Meanwhile, the Chinese estimate the Japs have boosted their strength in this area to 30,000 men. In this country, the government has ordered the suspension of retail sales of butter and oil and other edible fats and oils to be covered by the meat fats rationing program. The freeze of retail sales is effective at a minute after midnight tonight. The order covers lard, margarine, shortening, cooking, and solid oils, all the edible fats and oils included in the new rationing program. Sales of these items are prohibited until the new program gets underway on March 29th. The freeze does not apply to meats, cheese, and other items in the new rationing program. As it issued the order, OPA pointed out that the reasons for rationing meats, cheeses, canned fish, butter, margarine, fats, and oils are clear to every American. The statement said, "The necessities of total war, the food requirements of our military forces, and the shortage of manpower on the farms have combined to create a scarcity in the supply of all these foods for civilians at home. Under these circumstances, there is no alternative but to see that these scarce and highly essential foods are distributed on a fair and equitable basis. Indeed, in recent weeks, there has been no question in anybody's mind as to the need to ration these foods. The only real problem was how to ration them." The freeze order was issued as one of the greatest general food shortages in recent times gripped many communities on the eastern seaboard. Also in Washington, 26 of the 55 new Republican members of the House today pledged their wholehearted support to a collective security resolution introduced in the Senate. Representatives from 17 states signed a letter urging the establishment of a national foreign policy, such as that embodied in the Senate resolution, which calls on this government to take the lead in organizing the United Nations behind a program for economic and political security. Meanwhile, the Republican minority of the House Ways and Means Committee charges that the committee's tax bill is an indigestible, hasty pudding. Those are the latest developments. This is Doug Edwards reporting for CBS World News. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The big Allied offensive on the Tunisian front is rolling. American troops have captured Fondouk, and the British are knifing ahead both in the north and south. RAF bombers have given Berlin its heaviest pounding of the war. American planes have raided Rouen. The Red Army has captured 7 settlements in the Smolensk area. American planes have battered at Jap bases throughout the southwest Pacific, and enemy bombers have retaliated with raids on our installations in the Solomons. Now, for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. The 8th Army's attack on the Meroth Line is gathering momentum. In the frontal attack on the line itself, new advances were made southwest of the village of Meroth. But what is much more spectacular, the British force, which swept all the way around Rommel's flank, is now in the outskirts of El Hama. All you have to do is to look at a map to see what this means. El Hama, which is marked on our map with the little palm trees that mean an oasis, is in the exact and geographical rear of the Meroth Line. It's not a threat to Rommel's rear, it is his rear. And from El Hama to Gabas on the coast is less than 20 miles. North of El Hama, all the way up to Sousse, American forces are gradually overflowing onto the coastal plain. El Gatar, Meknassi, and now today's communique says that we have taken Fondouk, which is opposite the port of Sousse and only 50 miles away from it. If you are one of those who subscribe to the belief that sooner or later Rommel is going to have to pull out of the Meroth Line and move into northern Tunisia, the implications of all this are enormous. From El Hama to Fondouk, there are Allied columns aiming to intersect Rommel's line of retreat. Each one is a potential threat. Each one is a potential trap for Rommel in which a general could lose an army. Of course, they are still just potential traps. And so far, Rommel doesn't seem to have started to pull out of the Meroth Line. But the threats are all there, and the strategy of the thing is something to watch. There's other strategy in North Africa to watch, the political strategy of General de Gaulle and General Giraud. General de Gaulle is coming here all right, and the announced intention of the two generals is to work out an agreement. The impression here is that some kind of an agreement, some kind of union will be worked out. But the question is, what kind? And that's where the strategy comes in. Both leaders want to bring about the union of all fighting Frenchmen, but both want to keep their own individuality and the individuality of their organizations. The de Gaulle-Giraud meeting won't be exactly a battle, but it won't be exactly a love peace either. This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Should we begin planning now to meet the problems of the post-war world? According to recent surveys, the majority of people say we should. Whether or not you agree with that opinion, you'll want to hear all proposals and views, for the post-war world will be your world. Radio, now and in the future, will present every plan and opinion. Because it will, you'll want to be certain your radio is ready at the flip of a switch to bring in any program you want to hear. Admiral dealers have devised a simple, effective, and economical method to relieve you of worry about radio failure. Simply call your Admiral dealer and ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. In other words, put the responsibility for keeping your radio in perfect condition squarely on his shoulders. Your Admiral dealer will accept that responsibility gladly. He'll anticipate trouble, order any replacement you might need in advance, and probably have it, despite shortages, in time to keep your set in continuous action. Above all, your Admiral dealer, backed by the entire Admiral organization, will put his knowledge and facilities at work so that your radio gives tip-top performance throughout the duration. Relieve yourself of worry. Call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. He'll do the rest. And now, back to Doug Edwards.
On the vast Russian battlefields, the Red Army appears to be consolidating its positions and beating off Nazi attacks. For a direct report on the situation, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
This is the first time that this phrase has appeared in the Russian communiques since last summer's lull in the fighting. It is true that the fighting has slackened all along the Russian front, but it can hardly be called a lull. There still are attacks and counterattacks on the Smolensk front, and the Germans are still trying to gain effective initiative at Belgorod and on the Bryansk sector. The Red Army continues its painful advance through the mud of the Kuban. It's true that the front is comparatively quiet, but it's the kind of quiet you would get if you put a lid on a live volcano. The Red Army's Railroad Battalion has achieved something of an engineering miracle. In a little over 2 weeks, they have succeeded in opening the vital Moscow-Veliki Trunk Railroad. The first military train moved over this railroad yesterday. The repair of this stretch of 280 miles of railroad was one of the most difficult assignments any engineering corps ever had. The railroad has been the center of a battlefield since the early days of the German invasion. It has been bombed by both German and Russian planes. Soviet partisans have blown it sky high at 100 places. But even before Veliki was taken, the Red Army Railroad Corps went to work. They found that besides widening the gauge of the railroad tracks, they would have to virtually reset every railroad rail. You see, the Germans not only destroyed all switches and frogs, but they also sent men along the lines with heavy sledgehammers, who every 50 feet or so just knocked out a piece of railroad rail. I've seen this type of destruction every place where the German army has passed. You probably couldn't run an American streamliner at the speed of 100 miles an hour over the reconstructed Veliki-Moscow railroad line today, but you can jog along at 20 to 30 miles an hour with heavy freight and munitions and arms. And that's what's happening today as the Soviet command reinforces its Veliki garrison, the garrison which is closer to the borders of the Soviet Union than any other group pushed to the east by the Axis invaders. And this is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
Within the past hour, our Army and Navy announced new air blows against the Japs in Burma and in the North and South Pacific. For this news and details on the rationing program, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
There's been a flare-up in the area warfare in the South Pacific. A Navy communique reports 6 more American raids on Japanese positions and 2 Japanese bombings of American positions. Instead of bombing Nauru Island once last Thursday night, it now appears that we made 2 attacks. Nauru is an isolated, once British, now Japanese-held base 770 miles due north of Guadalcanal. Catalina patrol bombers raided it the first time, starting fires. And in the second attack, the one already reported, liberators scored hits on enemy installations. Light bombers and fighters made 2 more attacks on Munda, one on Vila and one on Rendova Island in the South Pacific. And in the North Pacific, a force of Mitchell medium bombers scored hits on the airdrome and camp on Kiska in the Aleutians. The Japanese bombed Canton Island in the Phoenix Group on Thursday night. And early Friday morning, 7 enemy planes made 5 sorties over Guadalcanal. But in only 2 of them were they able to drop any bombs. From India, the Army Air Force reports that 2 formations of liberators bombed Rangoon on Friday night, scoring hits on the railway station, the airdrome, and the harbor area. Meat rationing begins tomorrow, and from the looks of things, most butcher shops are going to be short, at least for a time, until the rationing machinery can get underway. The OPA estimates it will take at least 2 weeks for things to start running smoothly, and meanwhile, Americans will just have to be patient. Senator Ball and a number of other senators and congressmen, however, are thinking about increasing the rations for people doing heavy labor. They think the current rate is plenty for white-collar people, but that the average worker in a war plant ought to have more than 2 pounds of meat and fats a week. Maybe he will, even without congressional action, for the OPA is prepared to raise the ration just as soon as supplies are plentiful enough to warrant such a step. Last night, it removed dried fruits from rationing altogether, and it revised the point values of other processed foods depending upon the demand. Some went up and some went down. I now return you to CBS, New York, and Doug Edwards.
Now here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The news from the Pacific is interesting because of a shift in location out into the middle of that vast ocean. The Japanese have made a light raid. Probably its actual purpose was reconnaissance on our base on Canton Island. And we have made 2 raids on the Japanese installations on Nauru Island, as Mr. White has just told you. Canton Island is a way station on our main trans-Pacific line of communications from Hawaii to Australia and the Solomons. Canton lies a little over 2,000 miles south-southwest of Pearl Harbor and about the same distance northeast of Guadalcanal. It has long been recognized that the Japanese, from their outpost positions in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands, which lie west and northwest of Canton, might at any time try to raid our line of communications. They could hardly hope to seize and hold any of our well-defended bases along this line, of which Canton is one. But if they were willing to pay the cost in ships and aircraft, they might cause us enough trouble so that we would have to divert our attention to protecting this area, at least for the time being, and thus they might prevent us from getting set for a large-scale offensive toward Rabaul, for instance. To do this in one way or another, at a minimum cost, is one of the main Japanese objectives now. The storm is gathering, and the Japanese are trying to keep it from breaking over their heads until they are better prepared to receive it. Our raids on Nauru are entirely consistent with the possibility of Japanese preparations for mid-Pacific raids. If such preparations were underway, Nauru would be an important transit base for Japanese aircraft. It lies almost midway between Guadalcanal and the Marshalls. But Nauru has other values. It is an outpost for the Marshalls on the southward, and from the Marshalls, the Japanese have launched some of their attacks on Guadalcanal. We might be intending to move toward the Marshalls ourselves. In that case, Nauru would also be important. On the whole, therefore, we can only say that the spreading out of the air operations on both sides is interesting and may forecast future developments which may come suddenly and dramatically if they come at all.
Vice President Wallace, on his South American tour, is now visiting in Chile, where he's addressed a special session of the Congress. For a direct report on Wallace's activities, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Santiago. Charles Griffin reporting.
For the first time in history, a Vice President of the United States visits Chile. Vice President Henry Wallace's planes reached Chilean territory on Friday at 10:15, and on its southbound trip overflew the rich nitrate of soda deposits at Pedro de Valdivia and Maria Elena, the enormous copper mines at Chuquicamata and Potrerillos, among the largest in the world, and close at its right, the important iron ore deposits at El Pozo. All of these powerful enterprises are American-owned, and millions of tons of these essential war minerals are shipped almost every day to the United States. Close by, too, for hours, could be seen the almost unprotected coast, which the Japanese cannot reach in spite of repeated threats because of the control of the United States fleets over the South Pacific. In Santiago, after one of the greatest public demonstrations ever staged here, Vice President Wallace established personal contact with prominents in different fields. Yesterday, President Rios invited Vice President Wallace to a private luncheon in his country residence overlooking the capital. The vision of these tremendously important northern enterprises of vital significance during the war was in the minds of all as conversation covered the problems of increased production, transportation, and protection. Today, Vice President Wallace will be the guest at the National Open-Air Stadium, sitting 80,000. And tonight, President Rios stages the dinner at the Moneda Palace, sitting close to 200. Tomorrow, the party leaves by train for the southern provinces and the coal fields. Chile has ambitious plans for hydroelectric power development, for increased capitalization of her industries, for shipping facilities, for raw materials and new markets, but above all, for permanent and stable post-war economic conditions with the United States. Chile confidently expects that practical results will follow Mr. Wallace's visit to this country, and this visit ends on June the 4th after very important contact both in the center, south, and north of the country. I now return you to the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York.
Across the Atlantic, American planes have been over France again, and the British are getting details on the latest night raid on Berlin. For this news and an interview with an American Army officer attached to our 8th Air Force, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
United States Army 8th Air Force Headquarters has just announced that in daylight today, our heavy bombers carried out their 6th raid on the important rail center of Rouen in France. Bombing results were good in spite of heavy opposition. One of our bombers is missing, and 4 of the Allied fighters, which gave excellent cover, did not come home. No figure of enemy losses has been announced, but several German fighters are reported to have been destroyed. There are also more details of last night's RAF raid on Berlin. The Air Ministry has announced that it was the heaviest raid yet made on Berlin. About 900 tons of bombs were dropped, twice the weight ever dropped in a single raid on London by the Germans. Last night's weather was good, and the bombing is described as concentrated. The news of RAF and American air activity over Germany and France is getting a good deal of attention here in England. Spring has come, and with it an urgent wish for the opening of a second front in Europe. Allied air activity is considered the opening gun of that second front, and present air activity adds up to a softening up of the German defense before invasion. How the RAF and the United States Air Forces are doing the job can best be told by the men who fly the planes. Beside me is Colonel Stanley T. Ray of Birmingham, Alabama. He commands one of the groups of the 8th Air Force, a group which has made 30 missions over Germany and France. Yesterday, Colonel Ray was awarded the Silver Star for gallantry in action while leading his group on those missions. Colonel Ray, just what are we doing to soften up the continent for invasion?
Overall, we're reducing the enemy's war potential. We're bombing his production centers where he produces the things he will need to repel an invasion of Europe by the United Nations.
What is the most important factor?
We are fortunate in having England as a base from which an invasion can be launched. But a base will be of no use unless we can get supplies to it to support an invasion. That makes the submarine our number one problem now. And that is why the 8th Air Force has repeatedly raided Saint-Nazaire, Lorient, La Pallice, and Brest. In those raids, we hit the German submarine operating bases on the French coast. That's one phase of softening up. Another has been our raids on northwest Germany, designed primarily to get at production centers of submarines. In the raid on Vegesack, pictures taken during the raid and after show that we inflicted extremely heavy damage on the most important sub-building works available to the Germans.
Well, what about the raids on places like Emden and Ham and Rouen and Amiens?
Those are important rail communication centers. By striking these centers, we interrupt the enemy's flow of raw materials to factories and the flow of finished war goods to the using fronts.
Thus, the destruction of trackage and of freight cars and engines in the raid on Rouen today will have a lasting effect on the flow of supplies to the German submarine bases on the French coast.
Well, Colonel, what can we look for when the 8th Air Force gets the hundreds of planes which General Acre, the commander of the 8th Air Force, said would arrive early this summer?
We've had a hard winter, but we're out of the woods now. When we get those planes, we'll send groups of them to many different targets at the same time. In addition to German industry and communications, we will destroy the German Air Force in its production centers, on its aerodromes, and in the air. We, the RAF and the United States Air Force, will keep the German air raid warning service on a 24-hour basis. We'll send over so many planes that the German anti-aircraft gunners will be beating their heads on the concrete. And since we must come to grips with the Germans on land before we can win the war, the 8th Air Force and the RAF will prepare the way. And then, when this land force goes in, we will provide an umbrella of bombers and fighters which will strike as part of that force. Oh, yes. There's one more thing that the air arm of the United Nations is doing to soften up for invasion. German morale is not cracked yet, but we do know that the RAF night raids and our day raids have already affected morale, and they will have an ever-increasing effect. I wouldn't want to be a German in Germany this summer. There will be no future in it.
And now, back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
You've just heard Colonel Ray of our American Army Air Force in Britain. Now, here in our New York studio, home after 7 months in London, is Joe Alex Morris, foreign editor of the United Press. Joe, what do you think these increasingly heavy American and British raids on the continent are leading up to?
They're leading up to our grand assault on Hitler. You can be sure of that, Doug. But last night's big raid on Berlin was just a part of a long, hard job. Our air offensive is such a vast undertaking that the overall picture cannot easily be seen by us ordinary citizens. But I had a chance in Britain to talk to the men who are doing the flying and to some of the men who direct the whole operation.
What impressed you most, Joe, in your talks with those fellows?
I'd say the vast amount of organization required. Usually, we think of a bomber as having a crew of half a dozen or a dozen men, and perhaps we think of the ground crew of half a dozen more men. But actually, there are dozens of other men behind each bomber. Men who are busy at desks, others who work day and night repairing or overhauling planes. And if any one of them fails in his job, the whole operation is endangered.
Well, it certainly is a job.
Well, there's another side to the picture. You get a glimpse of that when you talk to General Andrews, who is our commander in the European theater, or to Air Marshal Harris, chief of the RAF Bomber Command. They have the job of putting the whole machine together so that it'll work.
I'm beginning to see, Joe, how many difficulties must be overcome as we move toward our goals of all-out bombing of Germany.
Yes, and we still have a long way to go. We can say that there are really two goals, Doug. Both are essential preliminaries to victory. The first is steady day and night bombing. This is a long-range proposition, and the results are not immediately evident at the war fronts. By that, I mean that if we knock out a factory making U-boat engines at Munich, the effect will not be felt in the Battle of the Atlantic until months later. But it will be felt. Or even if we merely destroy the factory's streetcar lines or gas mains or electric light and power lines, then we have also struck a blow that will, much later, of course, be of importance in safeguarding our convoys, because anything that disrupts production of U-boats is going to help win the war.
Well, how about that second goal?
The second goal is perhaps the most important. It is the destruction of the German Air Force, and to a great extent, that will be America's job in the final battle for the skies over Europe. We must force the Luftwaffe to fight, not just occasionally, but day after day. We must attack with vastly superior numbers and vastly superior firepower.
Well, that's where our flying fortresses come in.
Yes, their daylight raids are very important in moving us nearer to our goal. Not only can we hit specific targets that the RAF might miss at night, but we can force the enemy to come into the air and fight, and we can knock him down.
Of course, we don't come out of that kind of fighting unscathed, Joe.
No, indeed. That kind of air war is costly, and we must expect greater losses as our offensive grows. But remember, it's still more costly to the enemy. The Germans have learned what it costs to tackle a formation of flying fortresses, to fly into a battery of fortress guns that may fire 100 bright, ugly chunks of steel every second. They have learned, and they will profit by their lesson, but they won't like it.
Thank you, Joe Alex Morris, foreign news editor of the United Press, for telling us what you observed about our Allied air offensive during the 7 months you've just spent in Great Britain.
Now, here's a message from our sponsor.
Walk into either of Admiral Radio's two great plants. What will you see? Batteries of punch presses, screw machines, electric welding apparatus, and countless other intricate devices, all being operated at top speed by the capable hands of Admiral workers. You'll see Admiral research technicians, radio and electronic engineers, busy in their laboratories where developments that might take years in peacetime are often crowded into a few brief months under the pressure of war. You'll see a never-ending stream of radio and electronic equipment flowing from Admiral assembly lines off to America's fighting Army and Navy on the battlefronts. Admiral, like all America, believes in the principles for which this war is being fought. For Admiral is firmly convinced that when the Axis is destroyed and all men receive the blessings of the four freedoms, we will enjoy a new and lasting prosperity. Thus, Admiral, in peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, is now employing every facility, bending every effort to build the radio and electronic equipment America's fighting men need to seek out the enemy and destroy him, and so bring us nearer to freedom for all men. Mail from home is the greatest of all morale builders. Write to that man of yours in service. Write often, even though he doesn't always have an opportunity to answer. And when you write to men stationed overseas, use V-mail so your letters will be delivered in the shortest possible time. Your post office or your stationer can supply you with special V-mail stationery, so get some and write. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
There's more good news from North Africa. Allied armies are threatening both Sousse and Kairouan as Rommel pulls his Axis forces into the northern tip of Tunisia. American bombers have again raided Naples. RAF planes were over southwest Germany last night. And Berlin says the Red Air Force has joined the Allied offensive against the German homeland. In Russia, the Nazis are reported moving up supplies and men for a new summer drive. But for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. By now, most of the Axis forces in North Africa have been squeezed into the northeast corner of Tunisia. If there are any German or Italian troops south of Sousse, they are probably in our hands. This battle is moving so fast right now that all our information is miles out of date. But the last we heard, our forces from Fondu were near Kairouan, and the 8th Army was well on the road between Sfax and Sousse. The Germans are moving into the hills of northern Tunisia very fast. They are pausing only to fight isolated rearguard actions and to lay minefields. One of the most spectacular sides of this North African war right now is the campaign of American P-38 fighter boys that they're waging against the German transport planes. You know that yesterday they got 40, and a few days ago they got 18. Well, today they got 21 more. The Germans always use their transport planes in a crisis, and this is certainly a crisis now. They are using them to bring over gas and oil and ammunition. But we are taking a terrible toll. With today's 21, we have shot down 79 in the last 6 days. Rommel probably made his decision to pull up his stakes and head for the north as soon as the 8th Army breached the Wadi Akarit. At that time, the big threat to his retreat was the possibility of a successful Allied thrust to the sea, like the one that is now moving from Fondu to Kairouan to Sousse. It's up in the mountainous northeast corner of Tunisia, where something like 200,000 Axis troops must be concentrated now as the final battle for Tunisia will be fought. The British offensive up there around Medjez El Bab, which was designed to secure better battle positions for the final drive to Tunis, has made an advance of 10 miles between Medjez El Bab and Munshar, and between 1,000 and 2,000 prisoners were taken. The concentration of both forces on both sides up in northern Tunisia will be something terrific. All the forces that were stretched out from Tunis to the Maris line have been drawn up into that corner. There is no doubt that the German will be beaten up there, but it's going to take some of the hardest fighting that this war has seen to do it. They are entrenched in those mountains like oysters in their shells, and it's going to be a grim, bloody job to get them out. This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Will your radio be capable of tip-top performance 1 year from today? Admiral servicemen all over the country say yes, providing it receives proper care. The words proper care needn't frighten you. Your radio can have the best of care without inconvenience to you or your family. All you need do is make one phone call, nothing else. Phone your Admiral dealer, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. He'll then give it the thorough Admiral step-by-step examination by which Admiral dealers anticipate and prevent trouble. One of these steps is a checkup of all tubular and filter condensers, especially of the wax used in their construction. Should this wax melt, as sometimes happens when a set is used continuously, the result may be a defective circuit and a radio out of action. An Admiral dealer, in making regular checkups, will discover such trouble spots early, take measures to correct them. He'll render many other services which will help prolong the life of your radio. If he sees some vital part that needs replacement, he'll order a new one immediately, and despite shortages, probably have it in time to keep your radio in continuous action. Yes, your radio can have the best of care without inconvenience to you. Call your Admiral dealer first thing tomorrow. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. There's only a nominal charge for this service. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
The vast Russian front remains comparatively quiet again today, but Moscow observers seem to believe that behind that curtain of inactivity, the Germans are preparing for another summer offensive. Reports from the front say the Nazis are wheeling up fresh material in reserves. Red Army planes are said to have destroyed or damaged at least 36 trucks in the last 24 hours. Otherwise, the lull is broken only by occasional artillery exchanges and light patrol activity. The Russians say they've repulsed several minor charges against their Donetsk River bridgeheads. On the Central Front, Soviet forces have consolidated positions 32 to 50 miles from Smolensk. The latest Moscow War Bulletin reports that no important changes took place at any point on the 1,500-mile battle line. However, German planes are also striking at Russian communications. 80 bombers raided a railway station, but dispatches say red planes broke up their formation. The newspaper Pravda reports a great increase in aviation transport traffic, with heavily loaded trains and planes on both sides shuttling supplies and men to the front and carrying away wounded. That's the latest on the fighting in Russia. Admiral Radio had hoped to bring you a report direct from Moscow by Quentin Reynolds, war correspondent for Collier's Magazine. But atmospheric conditions have made the broadcast unintelligible. However, Reynolds has cabled us this report. He says, Moscow is the city where Hitler's dream ended. Someday, historians will immortalize the small suburb of Moscow called Khimka. You can get on a streetcar in front of the Kremlin and be in Khimka within half an hour. It's just another suburb. But Khimka will live forever, because it was here in October of 1941 that Hitler's dream ended. His army was battering at the gates of Moscow then, and one day a German tank penetrated as far as obscure Khimka. That tank and the German soldiers in the tank died, and the Nazi dream of Russian conquest died too. Hitler never was able to get that close to the Kremlin again. I was in Moscow then, and the city was unafraid but grim, and no smiles were seen on the men and women who walked on the streets of Moscow. Moscow was fighting with her back to the wall, and she knew it. But she fought back just as London once fought back. and faith and courage of her sons and daughters were rewarded. Now I've returned to this city of courage. The nearest German is 200 miles away, and Moscow is confident that soon that distance will be increased. Moscow is not overconfident or falsely optimistic, but Moscow is no longer the grim place it was in 1941. Today the streets are thronged with soldiers on leave. Each night the opera is crowded with men in uniform and with factory hands. The people of Moscow have been at war now for nearly 2 years, but they are neither weary nor have they weakened. Quentin Reynolds continues, when you come here directly from New York, as I did, it is impossible not to notice the great contrast. A month ago, I was annoyed because sometimes in New York I had to walk a few blocks before getting a taxicab. Here in Moscow, there are no taxicabs, no private cars, and no transportation except streetcars and subway. Mostly we walk. Gasoline, oil, and rubber are too precious to use for anything except war purposes. The dim out in New York annoyed us all a bit. Here in Moscow, there's a complete blackout, and you don't go out at night unless it's absolutely necessary. When I left New York, some people were grumbling because of food rationing. Here in Moscow, you can get 1 slice of butter per day, 1 lump of sugar per meal, and of course steaks, roast beef, and chops, as we know them at home, do not exist. When I left home, people were worrying because whiskey and gin were scarce, and it was difficult to obtain vintage wine. Here in Moscow, one is very lucky to get an occasional glass of vodka. There's nothing else. Moscow is making teetotalers out of even American correspondents. We have a midnight curfew in Moscow. The streets must be kept clear in the event German bombers come. Each of us has 1 electric light bulb in his room, no more. Electric power is needed for war purposes. We seldom have water in Moscow. Power and fuel are needed to run the factories. New York is really not so badly off after all. But no matter what privations, no one here grumbles. Even now, the people at home have a tendency to let the army fight the war. Moscow knows that armies alone can't win wars. Here, every civilian knows that this is his war, and he's doing something about it. Yesterday, I stood on an embankment of the river. Spring has come to Moscow and opened the veins of the river, and the ice has been swept away by the swift current. Here on the embankment was a group of school children, about 50 of them. None was older than 12, and 1/3 of them were girls. They were drilling with wooden guns. A Red Army man marched them up and down the embankment, giving crisp orders, and the youngsters marched smartly and skillfully. These children of Mars drilled for an hour, and when they went hurrying back, not to baseball diamonds or playgrounds. Moscow is at war. Each child has his war job. The report from Quentin Reynolds goes on. I've heard people in New York grumble about the servant problem. Here in Moscow, only the very young and very old can be released for domestic service. Housewives with husbands and sons at the front have to do their own marketing, cooking, and housework, and take care of the babies besides. When school is dismissed and drilling is over, these school kids help. They mind babies. They help with dishes. They run errands. They scrub floors. They're organized into what they call the pioneers, much like our Boy Scouts. They work hard, these children who have no time to play, but they are happy. Each child has heard his mother and father say 100 times, "This is your war, too." And each child makes it his war. Every civilian in Moscow has made it his war. Perhaps New York can learn something about the city of courage. And that's the report from Moscow, cabled to us by Quentin Reynolds. In Britain, Allied bombers and fighters are reported to have been over the enemy-occupied continent today following a heavy attack on Germany last night. For these details and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, John Daly reporting.
The RAF was out last night attacking targets in southwest Germany. Details so far are scanty. The communiqué reported heavy clouds, which made it impossible to see results. 2 German fighters were destroyed. 18 RAF bombers are missing. It's thought that the RAF force was a large one. Coastal residents heard planes roaring over the coast from midnight to dawn. A climax is near in the French problem. General de Gaulle presided over a 3-hour meeting of the French National Committee today,
which was convened to hear General Catrou's report. Yesterday, Catrou, de Gaulle's representative returned from North Africa, was closeted with de Gaulle in a private conference on the formula for French unity which Catrou and Giraud had agreed on. The committee has had nothing official to say about the conference, although a spokesman reported that Catrou told the committee that all Frenchmen in North and West Africa were eager to see the establishment of a central and provisional authority as soon as possible. Catrou appears to have held the floor for most of the meeting. Evidently, he was impressing on de Gaulle and the committee the urgent necessity of accepting the formula he arrived at with Giraud. The Giraud-Catrou plan is the essence of fairness and has the complete backing of the British and American governments. A high-fighting French official has told me that the meeting went well today. But in authoritative quarters here, there is still no disposition to be too optimistic about de Gaulle's reception of the plan. It's hoped that Catrou may be able to convince de Gaulle that a refusal to accept the plan will be considered capricious by the British and American governments, and that it cannot but result in the loss of the sympathy of many who have consistently supported the fighting French. It's worth noting that today's London Observer, an independent, middle-of-the-road paper, is very critical of the fighting French attitude. It flatly states that the task of overcoming the obstacles to French unity has not been lessened by the attitude adopted by the fighting French in recent events. It is the first time that an influential London paper has used such strong language in criticizing the fighting French, and it reflects a growing impatience in British circles with de Gaulle's intractability. With all the problems that face the United Nations before the war can be won, it might be well for all of us to pay attention to a notice that was put up on the bulletin board of the Services Club in London's West End last night by an enterprising soldier poet. It said, "The Lord gave us two ends to use, one to think with, one to sit with. The war depends on which we choose. Heads we win, tails we lose." Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Next, for news on the home front, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The president had until last midnight to veto the debt limit extension bill, which carries a rider repealing his order limiting salaries to $25,000 a year. Since he failed to do so, the bill is now presumably a law, and the ceiling on salaries is lifted. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, however, the president will issue a statement on the subject and will doubtless explain his reasons for giving in to Congress. Speaking of price ceilings, economic stabilizer Burns told us at the White House on Friday that we might expect an OPA announcement yesterday fixing prices on many food items at levels somewhat lower than those prevailing today. No such announcement was forthcoming yesterday, and it will not be made today either. But an officer of the OPA has just assured me that ceiling prices will be announced sometime in the next few days. The fact that the announcement is being held up, however, may have something to do with the squabble now going on over grade labeling. This, of course, is designed to protect the consumer, to assure him that quality is standard. Since price control went into effect, however, many food processors have found it either necessary or convenient to lower quality in order to make a profit at the prices fixed by the OPA. So far, OPA in some instances has tended to wink at the practice in the belief that it would be powerless to prevent it in any case. But labor has been making an issue of the matter, and OPA has been paying lip service to the proposition that lowering of quality is in violation of the Price Control Act. Here in Washington, it's understood that the president intended to demand grade labeling in his Hold the Line message last Thursday night, but that he struck out all reference to the matter at the insistence of Mr. Brown. This has angered the representatives of labor, and they're now demanding the removal from OPA of certain former advertising men whom they accuse of representing the interests of clients rather than the public. In the last analysis, however, what OPA will do about grade labeling will probably be decided by economic stabilizer Burns, and he's believed to be strongly in favor of enforcement. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The British pursuit of Marshal Rommel's beaten Africa Corps continues on a broadening front as the full power of the British Eighth Army deploys in the Tunisian Central Plain. Meanwhile, American, French, and British troops on the German flank are making some progress in the direction of Kairouan, and the British First Army is advancing east of Medjez el Bab. Thus, the Axis forces are caught in a narrowing semicircle. The fall of both Kairouan and the port of Sousse seems imminent, And the great question at this moment is whether the Africa Corps can stop its withdrawal and stand firm on the Enfidaville ridges between Sousse and Tunis, or whether it has gotten altogether out of hand under relentless punishment and is about to be herded to destruction against the sea in the vicinity of Tunis itself. Weighing every known factor, the chances appear about even for this as against Rommel's chance to make a new stand. Montgomery is a master of pursuit, one of the most difficult operations of war, as he has already amply demonstrated. Short of Enfidaville, there are no terrain features favorable for defense and nothing offering any shelter from the Allied air attacks. The 8th Army has shown incredible endurance both as to men and machines. The Africa Corps must be suffering not only heavy losses, but severe deterioration of morale. Thus, all the ingredients of rout and dissolution are present. If Rommel can stem this tide, if he can make another stand, he will have well earned the gratitude of his Führer. In that case, the Tunisian battle will become a great siege, with the Allies holding every sort of advantage, but the Germans will have gained more time. If, on the other hand, as is possible but by no means certain, Rommel has lost control of his forces, then it seems likely that within a very few days we shall see a great German disaster in Tunisia, and only the great fortress of Bizerte will be left for systematic reduction by the methodical methods of siege warfare.
General MacArthur reports from Australia that our bombers have made 3 trips over the Jap base at Wewak and its harbor area, shore installations, seaplane base, and airdrome. A 1,000-ton cargo ship was destroyed and 2 others damaged. Wewak is on New Guinea's northeastern coast, about 470 airline miles from our base at Port Moresby and 330 miles northwest of Lae. That's the latest news direct from Australia. For an analysis of the growing air power of the Japanese in that area, here in our New York studio is Columbia's correspondent William J. Dunn, who recently returned from the Southwest Pacific. Mr. Dunn.
You've heard a lot of talk in the past few weeks concerning Japanese concentrations in the chain of islands which front Australia to the north. Increased shipping activity, movement of ground troops, and particularly increased air strength throughout this whole area. The news of the past few days from General MacArthur's headquarters and from Admiral Halsey's South Pacific area seem to leave little doubt that our Pacific enemies are making progress in the mechanical strengthening of those positions from which any further southward moves must be launched or which must bear the brunt of any Allied attempt to move northward. Japanese planes in ever-increasing numbers have been reported in the Guadalcanal area, in New Britain, New Ireland, and in the Kandari section of the Dutch East Indies. George Morad, reporting to CBS World News from Australia, says the Japanese have succeeded in establishing a major air base at Wewak on the northern coast of New Guinea, a base which should prove a potent factor in Japan's defense of Lae Salamaua or even Rabaul. Still, there is one point which should not be overlooked in considering the South Pacific picture. There has been nothing in the news of the past week to indicate that the quality of the Japanese air concentration is in any way proportionate to the numerical increase in planes. The 98-plane raid on our shipping in the Guadalcanal area last week can be said to have failed. The news from General MacArthur's area indicates that attempts to divert our repeated attacks on such enemy bases as Wewak, Kaviong, Rabaul, and Madang have been consistently ineffective, and there seems to be every reason to believe that the Japanese pilot operating in the South Pacific today is not the skilled, clever combat flyer we were meeting 6 or 8 months ago. You have often heard that time is the #1 requirement of the Japanese in the Pacific today. Time to consolidate far-flung gains, time to replace heavy shipping losses, time to exploit and develop the vast wealth of raw material the Nipponese have won in the past 16 months. It is equally true that the Japanese are sorely in need of time to train Air Corps personnel, pilots, navigators, bombardiers, gunners, to replace the heavy losses suffered during their first 6 months of consistent success. American airmen in the Pacific never made the mistake of underestimating the ability of the Japanese flyers they first encountered out there. But they are equally certain that Japan is finding it difficult to train first-class replacements in this all-important arm. Our own pilots out there are asking only that we do not allow Japan the time she wants and requires for the development of an adequate pilot training program.
That was William J. Dunn. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. Salt water plays an important part at Admiral Radio's two great plants these days. Much of the radio and electronic equipment now pouring from Admiral assembly lines goes directly into action with the United States Navy. Every device Admiral builds for the Navy must withstand a special saltwater test, undergo a flood of salt water for 200 consecutive hours, 8 days and nights plus 8 hours more. Not only small, delicate parts, but the complete, highly complicated instrument must function perfectly after being subjected to this grueling test. Admiral's peacetime policy, that of producing only the finest in radio, gave Admiral the experience to build such equipment and build it well enough to meet the high standards established by both the Army and Navy. Admiral's peacetime policy also won public confidence, with the result that Admiral became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, Admiral is using this capacity and experience to serve America's fighting men, to build the radio and electronic equipment they need in coordinating their forces, directing their battles, and winning freedom for the world. The United States this week gives special recognition to the Boys Clubs of America. The Boys Club movement is taking an active part in the biggest job we have today, the winning of the war. More than 500,000 former members are serving in the Army and Navy. Another 250,000, all Boys Club members, are undergoing pre-military training and working as victory volunteers. Our hats are off to the Boys Clubs of America. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The North African land front is quiet, but Allied planes are hurling death and destruction on the Axis over a wide area of the Mediterranean. American Lieutenant General Spots reports that his Allied Air Force commands the skies in that battle zone. The Russians are increasing their air attacks on the eastern end of the Axis European fortress, and our own flyers have again bombed Jap targets in the North and South Pacific. Now, for our first overseas report, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. There's a lot of air activity going on over what's left of the Tunisian front, but not much else. This is not yet the time for large-scale ground fighting. While the land forces were patrolling the 130 miles of African front yesterday, flying fortresses were going to Palermo and Ferryville, and the medium and light bombers were ceaselessly attacking enemy communications. They hit tankers and transports and dry dock and roads and trucks and all of the targets which an air force at the peak of its performance goes after and hits. The story of yesterday's air war sounds very much like the story of any day in the last couple of weeks. Ships and roads and dry docks and a day's score in our favor, 29-8. It's all so much like yesterday or the day before that it's almost boring. But that's the stuff that air superiority is made of, and that's what you get air superiority for, so that every day you can go out and sink the enemy's ships and bomb his roads and strap his troops. That's what a good Air Force does, and what this Air Force in North Africa is doing now. While there is this period of quiet at the front, it might be well to say a word or two about what's going on behind the front. A man I know has just come over from America. He says he was surprised at what he found here. He says he thought all the political difficulties were over. It surprised him to find that they weren't. Well, of course they aren't, although it sometimes seems that they are. The politics of North Africa now are so much less deadly. No one goes around murdering other people or plotting revolutions or trying to seize power. But there still are a lot of people here who want power. Not power here in North Africa, but in France. And that makes the politics that are going on now. considerably more scrupulous politics. People talk about the Constitution now and the law of 1870 this and 1870 that. But it is still politics, and it is still true that what is happening here today is going to decide what will happen in France tomorrow. For instance, General Catrou is due back from London almost any day now, and he may have something to add on the matter of a Giraud de Gaulle agreement. But this is all just conversation now, the sort of thing people say over a dinner table. Because if anything is sure, it is that all this sort of thing is waiting on the settlement of the military problem. The big thing in North Africa right now is to get the Germans out of here. Everything is waiting on that. Other operations, politics, civilian relief, all the rest of it. But right now, it's the final push that everyone is waiting for. It's going to be a rough, dirty business with lots of casualties. But that's the way it's got to be. This is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Heat generated by the tubes of a radio makes ventilation imperative. Here's a problem which Admiral engineers faced when Admiral began building radio and electronic equipment for the Army. Radios built for use in the home can be ventilated without considering the question of dust. But radios installed in tanks, jeeps, and scout cars are exposed to clouds of dirt, sandstorms on the desert, all sorts of abrasive particles that could ruin the set's efficiency within a very few minutes. A new means of ventilation had to be found for these radios, one which would keep dust out but allow air to circulate freely. It had to be found at once, not sometime in the future, and it was. Bricks of spun glass now seal the Admiral-built radio and electronic devices which may be subjected to dust, sand, or dirt. There are many problems Admiral is solving. Most of them, along with their solutions, are military secrets. But this one will serve to demonstrate how Admiral, in meeting the almost impossible requirements of war, is condensing years of research into the space of months and weeks. Many of these truly remarkable developments, now being made in producing vital communications equipment for our armed forces, will be found in the post-war radio for all of us to enjoy. More than ever, the Admiral radio of the future will be America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
For developments in the Pacific War Zone, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Australia. George Murad reporting.
After nearly 4 years of war, Australia came this week to creation of a food control board, or executive. It will handle all domestic and overseas aspects of production, control, and distribution in this great food-producing country. In naming one of his outstanding ministers to the post of controller, Prime Minister Curtin said that meat, for example, will be under government authority from the hoof to the family dinner table. It was also hinted that butter and other staple foodstuffs might be rationed soon. It is well known, of course, that during the dark days of 1939 and 40, Australian meat, butter, and eggs literally kept England and some of the colonies alive. Australia did this quite easily, with no noticeable effect on the domestic supply. But now this nation and New Zealand are charged with feeding all Allied troops in the South and Southwest Pacific. Some idea of the amount of food this involves may be gained by the recent Washington announcement that Lend-Lease to America from Australia is larger than our contribution to this country. And it takes a lot of butter and eggs to offset the cost of a bomber, for instance. It is one of the ironies of war. The greatest food-producing countries, America and Australia, have found themselves much less able to figure out food control than other countries such as England, which previously were largely dependent on imports. Here, as in America, much productive time has been lost, and it is hoped now to correct this by a careful system of surveys, production quotas, and inevitably more rationing. The Australian Board will work closely with similar organizations already functioning in New Zealand, Washington, and London. All of this control, this new pinch on the civilians, means that the American doughboy will continue to enjoy what is probably the best diet provided in any theater of war. They eat so well, in fact, that their worries are only of the folks back home. One of my officer friends religiously reads his weekly 1 pound of fat and sends it back to his wife, California. This is George Elmerad in Australia. I return you to CBS.
This is San Francisco. You have just heard a report direct from Australia. And now for analysis of recent events and possible developments in the Pacific Theater, here is William Winter of CBS World News.
Several weeks ago, Secretary Knox said the Pacific was in a state of suspended animation. Today it appears there is less suspension and more animation. The animation is of two kinds, verbal and military. Militarily, there is evidence of increased Japanese air activity in the Southwest Pacific, countered by increased Allied air activity. General Kenney said the other day that the Allies were outnumbered in the air. In point of performance, however, it appears that Allied air power has maintained consistent superiority. This may be due primarily to the superior ability of American pilots and gunners. The Japanese have been concentrating air and ground forces in various islands west of New Guinea and northwest of Australia. From this area, the enemy is in a position to move against Darwin and Cape Talbot in northwest Australia. However, there would be little of immediate strategic value for Japan to gain in northwest Australia since it's largely desert country. It's possible, then, that Japanese concentrations there may be intended as diversionary to distract Allied attention. The Allies, meanwhile, have been building up positions northeast of Australia, that is, on this side, or the east side of New Guinea, in the New Guinea peninsula of Papua and in the Solomons. An Allied offensive would clearly threaten the Japanese naval and air base of Rabaul, which is about 700 miles northwest of Guadalcanal and about 450 miles or so northeast of Buna. Due north of Rabaul is the major Japanese naval base of Truk, from which the Japanese Navy has apparently been operating in the Southwest Pacific lately. If the Allies neutralize Rabaul and eventually Truk, Japan would lose her main naval base in the Southwest Pacific. Without adequate bases, of course, a fleet cannot operate successfully. On the other hand, the Japanese are in a position possibly to move to the east. Japanese leaders have often expressed their intention to cut the lifeline between the United States and Australia. They made one effort in that direction last June when they tried an invasion of Hawaii, but were defeated in the battle off Midway. Recently, there was a Japanese air attack on the island of Canton. Not much damage was done, but the attack may be indicative of how the Japanese mind is working these days. Canton is one of the islands in the U.S.-Australian communications route, about 1,000 miles south of Hawaii and only about 800 miles east of Japanese bases in the Gilbert Islands. There's been much verbal animation concerning the Southwest Pacific. Official statements have been encouraging. President Roosevelt, after the Casablanca Conference, revealed strategic plans for offensive action in the Pacific. Secretary Stimson announced more planes are being sent to the South Pacific. Dr. Herbert Evatt, Australia's envoy to Washington, after a conference at the White House the other day, predicted good news for our side and bad news for Japan before his mission to Washington is ended. What is not known is how long Dr. Evatt plans to remain in Washington. This is William Winter in San Francisco, returning you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
In Russia, the Red Army has again thrown back Nazi counterattacks in the Caucasus. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
One of the best-known women in Moscow today is a lady called Gamilton. She's a favorite topic of conversation in the subways and on the street corners or anywhere you find a group of Russians gathered. It took me several days to discover that when Moscow speaks of Lady Gamilton, they were talking about the lady friend of Britain's famous Lord Nelson, Lady Hamilton. Last week, the motion picture Lady Hamilton opened in Moscow theaters and immediately took the town by storm. It's a mystery to the correspondents here why the ordinary Soviet citizens should take such an avid interest in the last century doings of a woman they never heard of before. But no one here has ever figured out why a none-too-good Hollywood musical and comedy film called The Three Musketeers has been running steadily at some theater in Moscow for over 6 months. Moscow theater goers like American films of any kind. There's an old Lawrence Tibbett film whose Hollywood title I've forgotten, but in Russia it's called Thrilled by You. It's been running over a year and is still doing a big business in the neighborhood theaters. And in the suburban theaters for the past 2 years have been showing the Deanna Durbin film 100 Men and a Girl. These American films are the closest links that the people of the United States have with the Russian people. Sometimes it's a little horrifying.
We regret that atmospheric conditions prevent our bringing you further that report from Moscow. Across the Atlantic, British fighter planes and light bombers continued the offensive against the European continent last night. For the latest developments in this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, Paul Manning reporting.
Stafford Cripps spoke in Bristol this afternoon. It was the usual Sunday speech of a government leader who travels from London to a smaller city and then addresses a university audience. They were interested in post-war planning, in the feeding of Europe, and the men they would elect to Parliament after the war. But Sir Stafford Cripps pointed out, the war must first be won. The hardest fighting lies ahead in Tunisia, and after that comes the invasion of Europe, which will be a hard, difficult job, but not an impossible assignment. Cripps reiterated Churchill's statement that in the Atlantic we are doing only slightly better than holding our own. This touch of realism you find in every speech made these days by British statesmen. They want no one in Britain to forget that only hard work will win this war. But that's not easy to forget in these islands. Everyone is so close to the war here. If you live along the coast, you see British and German airplanes fighting overhead. Today, fighter planes of the Royal Air Force made sweeps across the Channel into France. During one thrust, a British formation was met by German squadrons. In the ensuing dogfight, both sides lost a plane each. And if you live inland, next to, say, a military target, sometimes you get bombed. There have been few bombs lately, of course, but the impact of the war is always there. It seems that so many families in England have lost some member either by a bullet or by capture. I know well an elderly housekeeper who writes daily to her son, a prisoner of war in Germany. When British prisoners were being manacled last October, she inquired of me if I thought this was true. What could I say? I replied that it might be, but it probably sounded much worse than it was. Maybe the Germans were only using light string, and as sort of a political gesture. She felt better after that. And the Americans who are close to the U.S. Air Force here, they never forget the war either. Many of the finest boys in America are here doing battle nearly every day for their country. They go out over Bremen and Vegasac, Saint Nazaire and Brest. Most of the time they all come back, but sometimes they don't. It's hardest of all to forget that. I return you now to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
In this country, Democratic and Republican congressmen are nearing agreement on a new tax bill. And as we said before, the Navy has reported new action against the enemy in the North and South Pacific. For details, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Bill Costello reporting.
Administration leaders have dropped the deliberate and indeed almost casual manner in which they were handling the tax collection problem. There was a hasty and informal Sunday meeting this morning of key members of the House Ways and Means Committee, and it is generally believed that a new bill will be reported and passed this week, embodying both a withholding tax and at least partial cancellation of 1942 income levies. This sudden disposition to compromise, almost to the point of surrender, is being viewed here against a background of developments in the 78th Congress. The record shows Congress is not satisfied that the executive branch has done everything possible to regulate prices, rationing wages, and manpower. There are now pending at least 6 major pieces of legislation dealing with these subjects. The Pace and Bankhead bills to raise farm prices, the Kildare bill and the Austin-Wadsworth National Service Act to revise the draft on both the civil and military fronts, and proposals for a civilian supply agency, and the Truman Committee recommendations for extensive changes in the war administrative agencies. Congress has shown by the recent passage of the salary ceiling repealer and the abandonment of the Currency Devaluation Act that it will not hesitate to wipe out the president's discretionary powers, and that it has both the strength and the determination to replace them with definite statutory provisions if necessary. Besides this legislative pressure, the minority party is making skillful use of political pressure, and the Democratic side of the House, in rejecting new tax proposals, has suddenly waked up to find itself for the first time in many years on the unpopular side of an issue. The combination of all these pressures has brought forth in recent days a series of administrative orders designed to appease congressional critics. There was the President's hold the line order, the appointment of Chester Davis as food director, a new draft policy, and then last night's order virtually freezing all war workers in their present jobs. Now it appears that the political high command has decided it must yield some ground on the tax issue or face the threat of a major revolt. Committee members after this morning's meeting merely said they had reached no decision, but were hopeful and would confer again tomorrow with the Speaker and other leaders of both parties. A Navy communique this afternoon tells of a new series of damaging raids against the Japanese. 10 attacks were carried out Thursday against the enemy base at Kiska, and other heavy bombers raided Attu Island as part of the plan to blunt the Japanese spearhead aimed at Alaska. In the Solomons, 3 enemy bombers and 3 fighter planes were shot out of the sky, with a loss of 1 American fighter. And 2 enemy ships were possibly damaged in a raid on the Shortland Island area. Some damage and casualties are reported on Guadalcanal, which was attacked by 2 Japanese planes Thursday night. The Agriculture Department reports today that farmers will probably increase their production of food only 3% instead of the 7% which had been called for. As a result, it is estimated that civilians will get slightly less than expected unless the weather is better than usual. For example, there will probably be only 124 pounds of meat per person this year instead of 138, about 10% less. More food will be produced, but more will be needed for all purposes, and the average consumer may plan for a reducing diet. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
This is what the Tunisian situation looks like at the moment. Though suffering heavy losses in prisoners and material, Marshal Rommel has succeeded in temporarily stabilizing a front which now forms the left flank of a semicircle of German defenses covering the approaches to Tunis and Bizerte. The right flank of this semicircle rests on the Mediterranean. The left flank, where Rommel holds it, rests on the Gulf of Gabas. This part of the German front is the weakest from the point of view of terrain, that is, this left flank. And it is here that the Germans are confronted by the strongest Allied force, the British Eighth Army. Hence, we may expect the next Allied advance to come in this sector. The American troops will probably move up on the left of the Eighth Army, and, with some of the French, will take care of the center of the Allied line. And the British First Army and more French will be still farther on the left, next to the Mediterranean. The Allied armies are superior in numbers, material, and in freedom of action. They have the initiative. They have great depth for their air power. They have room to maneuver. They can effect surprise within reasonable limits at any point. But their greatest advantage is undoubtedly their complete air superiority. The Axis now has only some 12 or 15 airfields in Africa. These must not only take care of all air transport operations, they must take care also of the fighter squadrons protecting the transport planes, and of such dive bombers as the enemy may wish to use. Neither fighters nor dive bombers can be operated efficiently over Africa from Sicilian or Sardinian bases. The distances are too great. These Axis airfields are now the targets for almost continuous attack by the planes of Major General Doolittle's Strategic Air Force. Meanwhile, offshore, Allied planes vie with Allied surface warships and submarines in the destruction of Axis shipping. Though it is interesting to note that the Axis keeps up determined, if almost hopeless, efforts to get at least a few ships across to their beleaguered troops in Africa.
Today's war news from Moscow centers on increasing activity by the Russian Air Force. Red Army planes are stepping up their attacks upon East Prussia and on German airfields, communications, and troop concentrations. Meyer has bogged down most land fighting, except in the Kuban Delta on the approaches to Novorossiysk. In Hamilton, Bermuda, the British-American Refugee Conference gets underway tomorrow, and it's expected that shipping and immigration handicaps in the rescue of thousands of additional refugees from Nazi oppression in Europe will be among the foremost problems facing the delegates. Now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from our sponsor.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That proverb might have been written especially for radio set owners, since most radio troubles can be prevented if proper precautions are taken. The ounce of prevention many Americans use is the regular twice-a-year checkup given by Admiral dealers. These checkups are made according to a procedure suggested by Admiral engineers and research technicians. A step-by-step examination which enables your Admiral dealer to locate all possible weaknesses in your radio. For instance, does your set have an annoying hum? Well, this may be the result of a circuit made defective by a faulty tube or condenser. If an Admiral dealer finds such trouble spots as he makes his regular checkup, he can correct them quickly before real harm is done. If he sees some vital part which will need a replacement in the near future, he'll order a new one immediately and, in spite of shortages, probably have it in time to keep your set in continuous operation. Only a nominal charge is made for this service. So be sure your radio lasts for the duration. Call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your set twice a year regularly. Your Admiral dealer is backed by the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. If you want action against our enemies, buy war bonds. Buy at least one extra war bond every week for the next 3 weeks. Uncle Sam has got to raise $13 billion in 21 days. It must come from the pocketbooks of America. So let's go, America. An extra war bond every week for 3 weeks. We want action, and money does it. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Good evening, everyone. My wire is open for any late word Washington may have on the latest Nazi claim. Berlin Radio claims a U-boat sank our aircraft carrier Ranger. Not a word has come out of Washington regarding it up to half a minute ago. It remains an absolutely unconfirmed enemy claim. Germany, you remember, once claimed it sank our aircraft carrier Wasp, and it proved to be a lie. Germany claimed she sank our battleship Maryland off Brazil. It proved to be a British freighter and another Nazi lie. She claimed her U-boat sank an American cruiser off Norway, and that proved to be a lie. The Ranger is a 14,000-ton ship. She's said to normally carry 1,800 men and 80 planes. Hitler may be trying to mar our Easter holiday with some psychological warfare. Here's some news from Tunisia, late news. Another part of Rommel's army may be outflanked tonight. That famous hill known as 648, where there was such bitter fighting earlier in the Tunisian campaign, has been captured by French troops. It's 10 miles southwest of Pont-du-Fort. That's Rommel's last defense line outside Tunis. Nazi propaganda will try hard now to call it von Arnhem's battle in order to persuade us to forget it's Rommel's defeat. But I'll keep reminding you. The handwriting is on the rocky wall outside Tunis tonight. The final breakthrough by General Alexander's army may come at any time. He's cracking Rommel's most powerful line only a few miles outside Tunis. If Anderson's men make it, Tunis may be done for. Hitler would have nothing to show for his 2,000 miles in Africa except Bazet. One surprise report from Tunisia concerns Lieutenant General Leslie McNair, one of our most brilliant commanders, in charge of all ground operations and stationed in Washington. He was on inspection in Tunisia and wounded Friday. His injury is said to be serious, but his chance of recovery is said to be fair. He's 59 years old. Lieutenant General Ben Lear has been called to Washington for temporary command in McNair's post. Here's one headline Hitler never expected. Allied armies are advancing tonight on the entire Tunisian front, on a front 140 miles wide. Montgomery's initial advance at Alamein, you remember, was only 5 miles wide. By that much have Allied troops hammered Rommel's men deeper into Coffin Corner. And here's another surprise for Hitler. General Giraud was a Nazi prisoner last October. Tonight, his army of 60,000 Frenchmen holds every mile of yesterday's 12-mile advance and drives to within 24 miles of Tunis itself. And a little over 200 days ago, General Montgomery fought to hold his last remaining 40 miles to Alexandria. Tonight, Rommel has had to abandon his troops. He's said to be building a new defense line in Sicily. And Montgomery is almost close enough to open his heavy guns on Tunis itself. We've heard a good deal about casualties, ladies and gentlemen, and we shall hear more. We were warned many times to expect heavy casualties in Tunisia. We've had some official figures. Any casualty is heavy for the family to whose home it comes. But our total figure is not considered excessive by any means. Other men coming out of Africa say the full casualties have not been reported. Washington replies all available figures have been given. Any claim to the contrary is said to be based on a misunderstanding. We ought to make desperately sure casualty figures do not become a matter for speculation, rumor, whisper, or contradiction. Surely it's too solemn a matter for that. It was bad enough to have it on such items as rubber, food, or gasoline. Now the matter of shipping losses leaves us puzzled as one government bureau declares firmly, we built more ships than were lost last year. In another bureau, a Senate committee claims we lost more than we built. When I add all the raging charge and countercharge on rubber production between Mr. Jeffers and the War Department, you can't help but feel sorry for any man trying to figure it out. We ought to make certain we keep our casualty figures out of any such debate, speculation, rumor, or contradiction. I think we ought to make it a hard and fast rule to confine all discussion of casualties to official figures. I can recall 5 or 6 times when we were warned casualties would be heavy. It seemed to me many a man must have asked himself as he heard it, I wonder why it's being emphasized so much. Are we being conditioned for some bad news? Are the casualties so heavy that we're being prepared for a shock by this constant emphasis and reiteration? I'm sure that was not our purpose. It was simply that Tunisia was far away, Rommel was on the run. Many people were saying it's all over before it was over. Official Washington knew how much hard fighting waited ahead. It was necessary to remind us of it, and emphasis on casualties was our reminder. But when it's overemphasized, when it plays on our nerves night and day, when we get one report in Washington and other reports are brought out by men coming out of Tunisia, why then you get doubt, whisper, rumor, and confusion. I say it was bad enough on rubber and gasoline. Surely we'll keep anything as sacred as casualties out of any field of debate or contradiction or even misunderstanding. Our job is to make war on the enemy's nerves and not our own. It seems to me instead of emphasizing casualties which are yet to come, we ought to emphasize all the care and preparations we've made to keep our casualties as low as possible. We ought to make it plain casualty figures include a great many men who are missing or taken prisoner or wounded. We ought to hear more about all the brilliant work our medical men are doing and how much new scientific knowledge is doing to save life and limb, even after a man has been wounded. Surely we owe that to millions who are holding a long vigil here at home. Yes, there will be casualties. And there will be miracle-like healing and reunion, too. Hitler and Tojo combined failed to cut down New York's Easter parade today. 750,000 persons turned out in what experts call the most colorful Easter parade in Manhattan's history. Tomorrow we'll see the photographs of coming fashions for the ladies. Well, for a man, a face sparkling fresh is always good fashion, isn't it? A man can't possibly ask for a better calling card than a face sparkling fresh. And Barbasol does leave your face sparkling fresh every time for its shaving at its best. Not just occasionally, but 10 times in 10, 100 times in every 100. Union leaders representing 50,000 men talk of walking out next week unless a new contract is agreed upon. John Lewis is said to be in New York and gives no indication of going before the World Labor Board. And here's a suggestion respectfully offered to congressmen who are home for Easter vacation. Drop in on Mr. X, who lives in your town, Mr. Congressman. You'll recognize his home by the flag in his window, a flag and a star, and perhaps 2. Ask to meet Mrs. X. Ask her what people are talking about. And she'll probably tell you they're talking about prices, the cost of food. Ask her how she manages, and she'll probably reply, heaven alone knows. For you see, Mr. Congressman, Mr. X is one of millions of Americans whose salaries are where they were 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10, and 20 years ago, whose cost of living has gone up shockingly high. Mr. and Mrs. X and their children, for whom the war has meant only pain and difficulty and a day and night struggle to keep afloat. Mr. and Mrs. X, who've had no wartime wages, no wartime profits. America's forgotten family, forced to give up more and more things every day and just hang grimly on. Mr. Congressman, when you get back to Washington, you'll be asked to vote for a withholding tax to check inflation. It's due May 3rd, according to reports tonight. A tax to hold back at least a part of billions of excess dollars people are pouring out in a mad rush to buy things. Can you vote an anti-inflation tax against Mr. X? Are there any excess dollars at his home? Is he helping to cause any inflation? Can he possibly stand a reduction of another penny in his present tight fix, let alone 20%? He'll give you his last dollar for liberty. He gave his boy. He's giving anything and everything his country calls for. His people have been in every front line whenever America calls. How are we going to tax a man against inflation when actually he's so badly deflated by higher living costs he can't possibly get by now? Gentlemen of Congress, are we going to pass a blanket withholding tax? Are we going to deduct 20% of all salaries, treating alike cases where income may have gone up 2 and 3 times as much as it was a year or 2 years ago, and others where it hasn't gone up $1 in years? Homes where a head of lettuce is becoming a rarity, where the common, lowly, everyday vegetables cost enough to be locked in a vault, $8.50, where meat is only a memory. I heard of a school teacher recently in a small American town who went to a bank to cash her salary check. Can I have it in new money, please, she asked. The teller behind the window smiled. Afraid of germs? Mister, she replied, a germ could never live on what my salary will buy at present prices. Ladies and gentlemen, Marshal Dane.
Thank you, Gabriel Heater. Men, did your face sting or did it sing after your shave this morning? If you weren't completely satisfied, get yourself some famous Barbasol shaving cream.
Yesterday afternoon at about 4:30, the war in North Africa came to an end. Early on Tuesday morning, the Axis armies were cut clean in half by the British drive across the neck of the Cape Bon Peninsula. That left mainly the German 90th Light Division to be accounted for, a division of tough, veteran fighting troops, some of the finest fighters that ever came out of Germany. In the mountains, they went on fighting until they had little ammunition left. Our troops in the north put down a smoke screen, and under cover of it they withdrew a little while our bombers went in 3 deadly waves to deliver the last aerial bombardment and one of the heaviest of the whole campaign. When our bombers had finished, our artillery opened up, and soon hundreds of white flags were appearing all over the place.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Swarms of Allied planes are roaring across the Channel today to strike new, destructive blows at German-held Europe. Southward in the Mediterranean, our bombers have pounded Italian targets. On the Russian front, Red Army troops are maintaining pressure on the Axis-Caucasian bridgehead and are making further gains in the Donetsk region. In the Pacific, the Japs have made heavy air raids against Allied New Guinea bases. Apparently, our offensive in the Aleutians is still progressing satisfactorily. But now, for the latest developments in the North African theater, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers' Charles Collingwood reporting.
The late spring sun is just going down behind the mountains in Tunisia. The wildflowers nod in the meadows and the fields smell of ripe things ready for the cutting. There's not much to remind you of war in Tunisia anymore, except a field here and there crowded with German prisoners and a few bits of rusty iron almost hidden by the grass. It all ended so quickly after it had taken so long. Looking back on it, though, it wasn't really so long. 6 months to the day. It was really only 6 months ago that we had just landed. Darlan had just been confirmed in power here, and no one knew quite what to make of the strange collection of renegade Frenchmen we found. 6 months ago, the tiny force that was grandly called the First Army was pushing up the coast in a desperate attempt to reach Tunis. Then we didn't get to Tunis, but got pushed back from Jadida to Tiburba and back to Medjez el Bab. And then the winter set in, and everyone who thought that Africa was a place of sunshine and cloudless skies found that it was a place of bitter cold and rain and mud. Mud everywhere. Those of us who were here remember the boys in the mud last winter. Boys flying Spitfires and P-38s out of a flat piece in the valleys that was thick with mud, like 1,000 hands pulling at the wheels, and the planes stuck to the mud like postage stamps. Up in the hills in the mud all winter long, other boys slogged up the hills and took them, and then the Germans came along and pushed them out, and they went down again and rested, and then they slogged up the hills again, and the Germans took them back, and that went on all winter long. But all winter long, the troops were coming into the ports, and pretty soon the First Army began to look like an army. The 78th British Division was joined by the 6th Armored, and then by others. The American forces that started out with the gallant little Combat Command B and Colonel Rapp's parachutists were filled out by the 1st American Armored Division, and by still more divisions. And all this while, the 8th Army was pushing the Africa Corps back from El Alamein to Benghazi, to Tripoli, to Marif. And when the rain stopped and the mud dried and spring came, we suddenly found that we had a real army here. The 18th Army Group, it was called, the 1 for the 1st Army and the 8 for the 8th. And as spring came, we saw we were going to win. The only question was how we were going to win quickly. Well, everyone knows now how General Alexander solved that one. And on the 7th of May, we went into Tunis and Bizerta, and the campaign was over. Of all the moments of that long 6 months, that was the greatest one. For the men who went into Tunis and Bizerta that day, there will never be anything like it. These were not just cities. They were symbols of frustration and of fighting in the mud without ever enough of anything, and of discomfort and misery and death. Those 2 cities of Tunis and Bizerta were what made it all worthwhile. I remember as we came out of Tunis that afternoon that we took it, it was raining, and all along the road there stood little groups of prisoners standing in the road in the rain. I was riding with Bill Stoneman, who was a correspondent for the Chicago Daily News. Somebody looked at the prisoners and said that they looked so miserable he almost felt sorry. And Bill Stoneman, I remember, thinking doubtless of the long months in the cold and mud, said, "I wish it was snowing." This is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Again this week, Admiral continues the story of one of America's greatest weapons of war, radar. You heard, and perhaps were amazed by General Eisenhower's report, that more than 1,000 Axis planes have been destroyed in a little over 3 months. Credit for this remarkable achievement goes first to the skill and training of Allied fighting men, and next to radar, the electronic instrument with superhuman power to see and hear. Radar detects the approach of enemy planes almost as soon as they leave their base, even though that base may be concealed by fog, storm, darkness, or distance. Radar not only detects these planes, but reveals their exact location, keeps close watch until our fighters can meet and blast them from the skies. Radar, built by Admiral, also performs another vital service in maintaining air supremacy. At night, American anti-aircraft batteries no longer need employ position-revealing searchlights to spot enemy bombers, for radar helps bring down enemy aircraft which aren't even seen until American shells cause them to burst into flames. Later in this program, Admiral will tell you more about the scientific principles which radar employs to perform these miracles for America. For radar, built by Admiral, is the 1943 model of America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
In Washington, the Navy has reported more air action in the Solomons, and the President and Prime Minister continue their conferences. For a report on these developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Eric Severide reporting.
If the fighting among the frozen boulders of Attu Island has reached a decisive stage, nobody here knows about it. The Navy is very expert at saying nothing, and nothing is said. All armchair strategists find themselves somewhat embarrassed about this fight. They don't know anything about the island, and they just can't visualize what the method of attack would be, the positions of defense. In fact, they have no idea at all of what the fighting is like. There was one short item from the Navy about the Solomons. Our torpedo plane spotted a Jap cargo ship. They put 2 torpedoes into its side. The vessel exploded and simply disappeared. 4 Jap bombers attacked our position on Guadalcanal. 1 was shot down and 2 were damaged. Before this week is over, the bewildered income tax payers of the country will have the answer on federal tax policy. As you know, the Senate passed the Rummel Plan. Today, even the strongest administration opponents of the bill are certain the House will accept the Senate version. As one of them said this afternoon, the momentum behind this thing is terrific. It's probable the bill won't even go to a conference committee of the 2 houses. With a bill as good as passed, the real question is the president's attitude. The Treasury experts who detest the Rummel bill just haven't decided whether to advise the president to veto it or let it become law. They do want the collection at the source which the bill provides. But they still look at the cancellation features as an outrageous windfall for the very rich. To their minds, this is fiscal immorality 10 times compounded in a period of national sacrifice. The country and the world will hear Churchill on Wednesday. Right now, the course of the Anglo-American War Council here is as highly secret as it ought to be. One thing bothers many of the best political and military heads in this capital. The illusion which has taken hold of the people that Anglo-American decisions hold the key to the immediate future of the war. They would like everyone to remember 1 or 2 imposing facts. In the first place, Germany has no fewer divisions than she had a year ago. And right now, she has about 180 divisions facing the Russians. She has only about 1/3 that number, protecting the whole periphery of Europe from Bulgaria to Norway. There is no better evidence as to the Germans' estimate of where the decisive battles will be fought these coming months. A tremendous German offensive in Russia is expected very soon. We return you now to Doug Edwards in New York.
The Japs continue to step up their attacks in the Australian area. General MacArthur's communique tells of more than 100 planes attacking Allied positions in New Guinea, and the Japs timed their raids with a new ground offensive, which thus far doesn't seem to have had any success. In Russia, the battlefields are relatively quiet, but diplomatic activity is increasing. For a report on this activity and the latest war news, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
In these times, soldiers make more news than diplomats. However, despite what armies do, it is the diplomats in Russia who now have the job of seeing that our military alliance with Soviet Russia extends beyond an understanding between armies to an understanding between people. I thought you'd be interested in knowing just what kind of men are handling this vitally important task for America and Britain. America's ambassador, Admiral Stanley, who made some headlines of his own a few weeks ago, is still more of a sailor than a diplomat. And this fact alone has made him a success in this country. When he entertains Russian officials at the palatial ambassadorial residence here in Moscow, he starts off by telling them, "Mighty glad to have you aboard." The ambassador thinks in terms of Navy commands, and he runs his office over here like he wants to run battleships. It's not a bad way to operate in this country. The British ambassador, Sir Archibald Clark Carr, is just the opposite. He's the Anthony Eden type of diplomat and recognized as one of the most capable men in the British Foreign Service. He has given the Russians what they expect to find in the best type of diplomat, and his success with Soviet officials is due to this fact. As the war approaches a climax and the victory becomes more and more of a reality, these 2 men are going to have more and more to do here in Moscow. There already are indications that the diplomatic front here in Russia is becoming more active. The latest development to watch is the arrival from America of former Ambassador Joseph Davis. This is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
For the past 2 years, it's been impossible for any American radio reporter to broadcast from neutral Switzerland. But right now, CBS correspondent Howard K. Smith, author of Last Train from Berlin, is ready in Bern to bring you a direct report. From this tiny listening post, surrounded by Axis nations and Axis-occupied countries, he will tell you of the repercussions of our great victory in North Africa. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Bern. Howard K. Smith reporting.
This is bad. Reverberations of the Axis collapse and Tunisia are still registering in this listening post today. From Yugoslavia, the radio of the Yugoslav partisans announces an entire company of Italian soldiers deserted their posts as occupation troops in Croatia and joined the partisans en masse when the partisans told them the news in leaflets. The incident occurred outside the northern Yugoslav town Novo Mesto, about 30 miles from the Italian border. In the troubled lands of Western Europe also, Tunis has left its mark. An extraordinary editorial in the Nazi newspaper of Brussels today admits as much. The paper writes, Belgians are once again putting their heads together and whispering to one another that the Germans are finished. Tunis has poured fresh water over the mills of their little mine. Enraged, the paper writes, some of them are so bold as to ask us if we have packed our bags yet. In some places, people can't disguise their glee even that much. In Denmark, for example, the owner of a bookshop was arrested this week for placing large portraits of Hitler and Mussolini in his show window. The pictures were all right, but the only book displayed right between the two pictures was Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Inside the Reich itself, registrations of the debacle have been less amusing. In Strasbourg, the local Nazi paper reports a youthful terror group is terrorizing the populace. The group's crimes include tearing down Nazi banners on the local Adolf Hitler Square, marking symbols of General de Gaulle on the Strasbourg Cathedral, and breaking show windows which display Nazi symbols. In Munich, the Munich newspaper Neueste Nachrichten reports the number of students now sentenced for belonging to defeatist organizations has reached 20, and it confirms that a Munich university professor and a Stuttgart merchant have been sentenced to death for being respectively the brains and the pocketbook of the organization. Travelers from Germany say a deep pall of gloom has settled down over the Reich after the latest triumph of, as Hitler put it, those eternally drunken men in Washington. However, they deny mischievous reports that the Fuhrer has commissioned Himmler to find out what brand of liquor it is they drink. I now return you to New York.
Back in this country, another CBS reporter is ready to bring you an on-the-spot record of just how the famed Norden bomb site works in action. For this story, Admiral Radio takes you now to an Army bomber flying somewhere along the Atlantic coast. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I'm sitting now in the goldfish bowl that sticks out of the blunt and ugly nose of a B-24 Liberator, looking for a mock battleship, which I devoutly hope will be the recipient of a devastating 100-pound bomb aimed and released by me with a slight assist, about 90%, by Captain Dick Aaron, who is acting bombardier on this trip. Between my legs is the famous Norden bomb site, and this will be the first time the releasing and aiming portion of a bombing mission has been heard on the air. The bomb sight is about the same coloring and size of a home movie camera. The bomb sight is, in the simplest possible terms, nothing but a rapid calculating machine. The highly trained bombardier puts certain figures in it, sets the crosshairs on the target, throws a switch, and it bombs away. Captain Aaron is beside me here, and I'm going to ask him to tell us what he's done to the bomb site, now whirring and whining softly in front of me.
I've put the bomb sight and the temperature zone, and put the temperature, the airspeed, the altitude into the sight. She'll compute ground speed and wind drift. See those little crosshairs inside the rubber eyepiece? If you'll put those on the target, tell the pilot upstairs where to fly, you'll have a hit, or should have.
How do I let the bomb go?
Just put the crosshairs on the target and watch those two pointers. One at the top and one at the bottom. They move toward each other, and when they meet, flip this switch here. There's your target up ahead. Just a minute while I talk to the pilot. Bombardier to pilot.
Mr. Bombardier, go ahead.
Target 165 degrees. Keep it 180 miles per hour. Civilian will bomb.
Roger.
I've got my eye in the sight now. It's like looking into a penny arcade filthy picture machine. I can see the target now. It's low and to the left in my sight. Got to put the crosshairs right on the target by turning a tiny wheel at the side. It's gone completely out of the sight. There, she's back now. turn the wheel, and the target quickly comes into the middle of the crosshairs. She's in the crosshairs now. Upstairs, our pilot, Major Ed Potter of the Flying Training Command, Stansfield, watches an indicator that tells him just what I'm doing. His job is to keep this ship level. Back in the bomb sight, I see the target still in the crosshairs. The pointers or indices are slowly drawing together. There it is. Bombs away.
There she goes, Mr. Slocum, off to the left.
The bomb, a 100-pound blue bullet, shoots along parallel to the plane and faster. Now it dips and heads for the ground. We passed over the mock battleship now. The bomb is out of sight. Major Potter, can you see it, sir?
Pretty good, mister. Fortunately, the Atlantic down there is no creek. I'd say about 300 feet at 9 o'clock.
300 feet to the left of the target. Well, that won't even rock my battleship, but it'll be well rocked before long, because I have seen the grim young experts studying at the Flying Training Command dropping right down funnels from 4,000 feet. It takes many weary hours to learn how to handle a Norden sight, despite the old Air Force gag that they should commission the Norden bomb sight and leave the bombardier home. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
The Allied air offensive against Germany and the occupied countries is now in its 5th consecutive day. For a direct report on this and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
The Allied air campaign against Europe continues. Reports from the southeastern coastal districts of England tell of big formations of planes flying across the Straits of Dover this morning in the direction of northern France. Later, more formations flying at high altitudes crossed the coast headed in the direction of Holland and Germany. No official details of these operations have been released yet. Last night, the RAF attacked enemy shipping, rail transport, factories, and Berlin. Latest details show wide damage to shipping and railways, and the mosquitoes which attacked Berlin hit their targets and incidentally kept Germany's capital city awake. Meanwhile, German General von Arnim, Axis commander in Tunisia, has arrived in England by air as a prisoner of war. This is Home Guard Day in Britain. Last Thursday was the 3rd birthday of the Home Guard, but all the major celebrations took place today. I have just driven into London from an American Army camp in the north of England. And at every village and town through which we passed, the Home Guard in full battle dress, each man with a gun, was on parade. These parades, smart and military, are among the most impressive sights I have seen in more than 3 months in England. I have met a good many of the Home Guard and spent hours talking to them. These men who in 1940 came out of the farms and fields, the offices and shops, and Britain's neat garden-encircled homes to sell their lives dearly. On that tragic day in 1940, May 19th, the call went out from the Prime Minister to the men of England. The call was answered. And today, all of England has paid tribute to these men who armed themselves and moved to protect their land. The tribute has been paid by the King, who took the salute here in London, to the lowliest citizen of the land, who stood on the sidewalk and cheered Tom, Dick, and Harry having their earned day in the sun. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
We have just heard a report from Howard Smith in Bern, Switzerland, about some of the reports that are coming into that listening post, as he calls it, in the heart of Europe. The tone of the Swiss press with regard to Italy is doubly significant. It suggests, and we must remember that Switzerland is Italy's neighbor, and that Swiss newsmen have something like first-hand knowledge of Italian conditions. It suggests that Italy is on her last legs, that the Italian people are in no mood for a last-ditch fight, and that Italy is fatally weak in the air. The Swiss lay considerable emphasis on Italian defenses along the line of the River Po, which is in northern Italy. Thus, we may take it, the Swiss newsmen are thinking in terms of the complete loss of southern Italy, that is, of the long, narrow boot thrusting out into the Mediterranean. And they are thinking of a determined defense only of the industrial region of the north, the one part of the country, incidentally, which has any real value to Germany. The Swiss papers point out how difficult it would be to defend the narrow boot against an enemy which held Sicily and Sardinia, which commanded the sea and possessed air superiority. All that is quite true, and some observers here have believed that once Sicily and Sardinia are in Allied hands, the peninsular part of Italy will be abandoned. By the Italians as indefensible, by the Germans as being of no value, but rather a burden to them. But a stout German-Italian defense along the line of the Po would impose considerable difficulties on Switzerland itself. There would, of course, be all sorts of German pressure on the Swiss to allow the use of their railways for military transit of various types. There seems no doubt that the Swiss are now prepared to say no at the outset to such demands and to stick to it. If the Germans attack, the Swiss are capable of making a stout defense of their mountain regions, and they are assuredly capable of blowing up the great tunnels through which the main lines of railway connecting Germany and Italy pass, so that even the complete conquest of Switzerland would not give the Germans what they seek. Should this happen, the communications of the German-Italian army would be largely dependent on the Brenner Pass line. This attitude on the part of Switzerland is of particular interest because it so closely parallels the case of Sweden, whose communications may also become of importance to Germany. The neutrals of Europe are taking note of the decline of the German sun toward the horizon. They are no longer to be bullied. They are standing firm.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. Now, once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
Admiral Radio, in peacetime the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, is now turning out radar. The basic principle employed by this amazing weapon of war can best be illustrated in this way. If you have two mirrors and wish to find the distance between them, you can do so theoretically by measuring the time it takes light to flash from one to the other and back again. Radar, now being built by Admiral, works the same way. A radio beam is broadcast. It strikes an object, an enemy plane or ship, and bounces back. Complex, precision instruments automatically measure the time elapsed, instantly compute the exact location of the enemy ship or plane. Next week, Admiral will bring you the amazing story of how radar is protecting American flyers against accidents and the story of why radar is called radar. Today, a major battle is raging on the home front, the battle to hold prices down. Everyone must do his part. Farmers, retailers, workers, consumers. Buy only what you really need and pay no more than ceiling prices. Make the things you buy last as long as possible. Eat it all, wear it out. Make it do or do without. We must hold the line at every point or face a dangerous rise in living costs. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
These are the latest developments. Japanese bombers have made an unsuccessful attack on American warships off Attu and the Aleutians. In the Mediterranean, Allied planes have continued their non-stop bombings of Axis airfields in Sicily and Italy. On the Russian front, the Red Army has repulsed new German attacks in the Donetsk region. And in Moscow, American envoy Joseph E. Davies is waiting for another call to the Kremlin to receive Stalin's reply to President Roosevelt's letter. Now, for our first broadcast from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London. All week long, the air war against the Germans was waged in strength from this island base. But this weekend, the heavy United Nations air blows against the Axis are being struck by the Mediterranean Air Command. Last night, Royal Air Force Bomber Command's aircraft remained on the ground here in Britain, although fighter command planes were out, and there were no enemy planes over this country. Today it was fine and sunny in the Straits of Dover, and at times noisy as the Allied planes flew out. Before we'd had word of their return, 9 German FW-190s made a typical hit-and-run raid on a southeast coast town. roaring in suddenly from rooftop height, dropping bombs, swinging around, roaring back out over the water, machine gunning the streets as they streak back toward enemy territory across the channel. That's the way these hit-and-run raids are made. And sometimes casualties are heavy, for if people are not caught in their homes by bombs, they may be caught in the streets by machine gun and cannon fire. In today's raid, the streets happen to be nearly empty of people. Not only that, but 1/3 of the enemy raiders were destroyed, so this Sunday was not a very good day for the German sneak raiders. And while this was going on, Royal Air Force Venturas, escorted by Spitfires, were bombing the coke ovens at Zeebrugge in Belgium. All the British planes returned safely. General Catroux, head of the fighting French mission in Algiers, reached London late last night, and this morning he conferred with General de Gaulle. This evening, we learned that Harold Macmillan, the British minister resident at Allied headquarters in North Africa, has also returned to London. Tomorrow, the French National Committee will meet. The text of General Giraud's latest letter to General de Gaulle was made public here this evening, and in it, General Giraud says, the time has come for immediate joint action for union. The way to achieve union, General Giraud's letter says, is to form at once a central executive committee to meet at Algiers. At the moment, I'm not able to recall the exact number of Italians captured by the various branches of the British Armed Forces, but, of course, the number is way up in the thousands. Late this afternoon, 2 Italians were captured. They'd escaped from their prison camp in Britain, and their capture is credited to the South Devonshire Constabulary. And now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Today, Admiral brings you another interesting story about radar. The day will soon come when American bombers can take off from combat bases and wing their way in far greater safety toward enemy targets thanks to radar. Planes equipped with ordinary altimeters face the constant hazard of crashing into unseen mountain peaks because an ordinary altimeter simply indicates the height above sea level, not the distance between plane and ground. Such an altimeter might register 5,000 feet above sea level, utterly ignoring a mountain peak towering 10,000 feet into the sky. Soon, however, American pilots will be free from such dangers, just as quickly as American planes can be equipped with radar that is today being built by Admiral. Because radar will tell American pilots the actual distance between their planes and the ground immediately below. Even the slightest variation in terrain will be instantly and accurately registered. In building radar, Admiral will not only help save the lives of American fighters today, but contribute much to the future success of aviation. For when peace comes, radar will be instrumental in making commercial aviation safer than ever. In just a few minutes, Admiral will tell you how radar gets its name. But first, here's Doug Edwards with more news.
As we said earlier, Allied planes have kept up their systematic onslaught against Italian and Sicilian air bases. Yesterday, 17 more Axis planes were destroyed in the air and on the ground. But now, for a direct report on the latest developments in that Mediterranean war zone, which may become an invasion war zone, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
Now that the Battle of North Africa has ended, political affairs are back in the headlines again in Algiers. The French papers today are full of reports about the expected accord between General Giraud and General de Gaulle, the accord which should bring about the union of fighting Frenchmen. They published the text of de Gaulle's latest statement, which appeared in other capitals 3 days ago. And the mere fact that they are now publishing what de Gaulle has to say seems a good sign. It looks as though the long-awaited agreement between the French leaders, if it is going to be reached at all, will be reached very soon now. The negotiations between the two generals have been long and difficult. If it had been just a military matter, things might have been settled long ago. But the essential differences were political differences, and the fundamental trouble all the way through was that Vichy had left a very strong heritage in North Africa. The government of Vichy left a mass of oppressive racial and social legislation. It left a number of fascist-inspired organizations, like a legion of former fighters. It left many people in high places who did not wish de Gaulle to come here. men in the army who were sent here by the German-Italian armistice commissions, men in the administration who were Vichy's friends, but not ours. Well, over a period of months, the political scene has changed considerably, and North Africa has become a better place to live in. The Vichy racial laws have been abolished. The others have been or are being drastically revised. During the past week, the so-called Vichy Charter of Labor was abrogated, and trade unions are now free to organize in accordance with French Republican law. The Legion of Former Fighters and other fascist associations have been dissolved. As for the pro-Vichy characters who remain on the scene, it is tacitly understood that when and if the goal comes, many of them will have to go. So the negotiations between the generals have already produced results in North Africa, good results which have represented a moral victory for de Gaulle, since it was he who insisted on the restoration of Republican law and on the dissolution of Vichy organization. The heritage left by the Pétain-Laval government is being slowly rooted out. It is not entirely rooted out yet. There are still men here who pay lip service to democracy, but who have quite other ideas for France. And that is why the coming of de Gaulle would have such great importance. It would help to kill Vichy in North Africa and to ensure that nothing like Vichy happens again in France. North Africa, returning you to CBS in New York.
The Russian battlefronts are still comparatively quiet, but for all dispatches, stress the fact that both sides are reported for big offensives. For a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
Former Ambassador Joseph Davies has not received an answer from Mr. Stalin to President Roosevelt's letter. For the past 2 weeks, I and the other correspondent here in Moscow have been telling you to expect heavy fighting this spring and summer on the Russian front. The Russian press and Soviet military leaders have been telling the people of this country the same thing. That fighting has failed to materialize. Although you might be getting mighty tired of hearing of it, I want to repeat. There is every indication that the Red Army may have to undergo its supreme test in the next 20 weeks. You remember Winston Churchill, in his speech to the American Congress the other day, called it Hitler's Supreme Gambler's Show. The Fuhrer has picked up the dice of destiny and he's rattling them, but he's hesitating about throwing them out. This year's spring fighting already is 10 days behind the schedule set by the start of last year's hostilities. Last year, it was the Red Army who made the first toss. On May 13th of last year, Marshal Timoshenko led an offensive in the direction of Kharkov. A year ago today, the Russian communique spoke of the Red Army fortifying its gains in the Kharkov direction. It also announced that 15,000 Germans were killed in 3 days fighting on the middle reaches of the Donets River. Today, the story is much different. There is only local scouting and artillery skirmishing. There are many reasons for the delay in the summer's fighting, reasons which grow out of the tremendous sacrifices which both the Germans and the Russians suffered in last winter's fighting. We are told it is almost a certainty that Hitler will start the fighting this spring, but he is hesitating because this time he feels he must not fail. He must get this campaign rolling before he has to organize another to protect his European fortress from a second front. Yes, Adolf Hitler has just about completed placing his bets on the Russian front, and the Red Army is covering all of them. And this is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
Here in our New York studio are two American war correspondents who spent many months together in Russia, in Moscow and on the battlefronts. Walter Kerr, New York Herald Tribune correspondent, has just returned from Moscow. CBS correspondent Larry Lesseur preceded him home. They're ready to give you their views based on long observations inside the Soviet Union of what the dissolution of the Communist International really means. Larry Lesseur, suppose you lead off.
Well, there's no more interesting story in the world today than the dissolution of the Communist International. Interesting not only to us Americans, but to the peoples of conquered Europe, to Hitler and his allies, and to the people of Russia. I know that this afternoon men are whispering about it on the street corners of Paris, in the cafes of Berlin, and near the red walls of the Kremlin in distant Moscow. I'd like to ask Walter Kerr what he thinks the Russians are saying about it this afternoon. What's your opinion, Walter?
Well, Larry, I'm sure that right now men and women are talking about this near Pushkin Square, in Gorky Street, in Moscow's famed subway, out in the Park of Culture and Rest, and probably at the ballet between the acts. I think you will agree with me that they are glad to hear about the dissolution of the Communist International. The people of Moscow are tired of that sort of thing. They're fighting a hard war. They are interested only in winning that war, in rebuilding their homes, and after the defeat of the Axis, to live their lives in peace.
Walter, I don't remember hearing anything about Comintern while I was in Moscow. Did you?
Very little, Larry. In fact, every Russian I talked to told me the International was dead, and that it had been for a long time. Only once in the 18 months I was there did I see it mentioned in the newspapers, and that was a one-paragraph item which said the Comintern's office workers had contributed a little money to the Russian Defense Fund.
Well, a lot of people here are wondering whether this dissolution of the Comintern is just a tactical move designed to last only for the duration of the war. Perhaps it's too early to tell now, but anyway, Walter, dissolution of the International removes one of the great obstacles to complete cooperation between the United Nations. Furthermore, it weakens the Axis nations, which are bound together by the Anti-Comintern Pact. Now there's a pact, but there's no Comintern, so the pact stands for nothing. I think there'll be a decided reaction in conquered Europe.
Hitler's propaganda line, Larry, is that he is protecting the people of Europe from international communism. But now the communist parties in enslaved Europe have been instructed to work with and to support, through the underground movement, their legally constituted governments in exile. And so it seems that Hitler's propaganda line has lost any possible significance.
Well, today Hitler is still trying to claim that dissolution of the Comintern means nothing, and that he's still the protector of Europe, saving it from Bolshevism.
We know differently. That Moscow's abandonment of world revolution will have a great effect in strengthening the United Nations during this great battle for their existence. It looks to me like just another nail driven into the Axis coffin.
Yes, I think you're right. Hitler will find this out just as soon as the communist underground members in Europe start to work in complete harmony with the other political parties of enslaved Europe.
Larry, what do you think the effect of all this will be in America?
Well, the Communist Party is not just a phrase. It's an organization of people. People who are fervent disciples of an economic religion. They, of course, will continue to be such. The Communist Party of America will continue to exist, but as a unit in itself and not as a part of a worldwide organization. If the dissolution means what Moscow has said it means, American communists will work without directives from Moscow, and they'll support our American form of government until Hitler goes down in defeat.
I think, Larry, that the Comintern has been more of a hindrance than a help to the Soviet Union in wartime. So the Comintern is out.
Yes, and my guess is that Stalin is glad to trade his Comintern for a second front in Europe.
And now, here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
There is every evidence that the Italian Air Force is dwindling away rapidly, both in numbers and in spirit. During the last 4 days, no less than 305 Axis aircraft have been destroyed by Allied raids on Sicily, Sardinia, and southern Italy, with very small losses of Allied planes. Many of these Axis aircraft were destroyed on the ground. Some of the planes destroyed have been German, but the majority were Italian. Since the total first-line operating strength of the Italian Air Force was not much over 1,000 combat-type planes at the beginning of the last phase of the Tunisian operations, there is a strong likelihood that the much-vaunted air power of Benito Mussolini is moving toward the vanishing point. As for the German Luftwaffe, there is not much prospect that it will send many of its fighters to defend Italy, when these fighters are so badly needed at home to protect the vital centers of Germany itself. German fighter strength is being concentrated in Western Germany under the pressure of a terrible necessity. And this is being done at a time when Germany is preparing for a great stroke on the Russian front, a forlorn hope on which all the little remaining chance of German military success in this war is being staked. One can imagine the pressure being put on the high command by the German army commanders in Russia for more air power and more air power to protect their communications and storage dumps from the Red Air Force, which is raiding them by day and by night. Under these conditions, there is not much likelihood of any strong German air power being told off to protect Italy. Sicily and Sardinia seem to be undergoing a systematic softening up process, which may very well be the preliminary to invasion. It remains to be seen whether the Italian army will fight any better in defense of its native soil than it has fought in other theaters of war.
Across the Pacific, CBS correspondent is standing by to bring you an interview with one of our flyers who took part in the recent raid on Wake Island. For this and the latest Pacific news, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Hot activity continued at both ends of the long Pacific front this weekend, with the Americans mopping up on the Aleutian island of Attu on one end, and a continued pounding of the air war on Jap bases by Allied bombers and fighters at the other end, in the Solomons and New Guinea. While the run to Wake Island hasn't quite become the milk route, United States Army bombers have bombed Wake 5 separate times. You've heard of the success of these bombing operations, the most recent of which was a week ago, when 24,000 pounds of high explosive bombs were dropped successfully on Jap supplies, materials, and installations. With me here is Staff Sergeant John H. Allen of Lowell, Massachusetts, gunner on a four-motored B-24 Liberator bomber. He was one of the men on that raid. Sergeant, tell us, where's your gun located?
It's the belly gun on the Ready Teddy. Some folks think a belly gunner is a man who stretches out on his stomach to shoot, but it's just the name of the gunner we call the gunner who fires the belly of a bomber.
Well, what's the Ready Teddy crew?
Oh, that's the name of our bomber, the Ready Teddy. We got a picture of the teddy bear dropping a bomb down on Tokyo painted on it.
Well, tell us about this raid on Wake.
We were in a squadron commanded by Major Dana Billings. I was in a plane he was piloting with Lieutenant Raymond Henderson as co-pilot. We also carried Colonel Clarence F. Hagee, who commanded the entire flight. He's only 36 years old, too. Our navigator, Lieutenant John Bridge, got us there right on. And our bombardier, Lieutenant Howard Bazemore, got our bomb squarely on the target. The weather was cloudy, and he took us over the target 4 times to get them right on.
Did you see them hit?
Yes, I happened to see them land, and right on the button they were, too. Right away, though, I got too busy for much sightseeing because we ran into Jap Zero fighters, and all the gunners got too busy. Tech Sergeant John Padone was right in the waist. I was in the belly. Staff Sergeant Louis Alexander was in the tail, and Staff Sergeant Ralph Eden was in the turret above. And once Lieutenant Bridge navigated us there, he got on the gun, too. Tech Sergeant John Cotton was taking pictures of the bombing for the record. And Colonel Hagee surprised us by grabbing a gun and firing away. He's a good shot, too.
That's what I hear. Say, how many Zeros were there in all?
About 20. 10 or 12 were flying around us, holding off at first. I don't think they like to mix it with us unless they can gang up on a lone opponent. Pretty soon, they started coming in. We kept right on going, though. I was following those Zeros pretty close, and our whole crew of gunners were getting in some good shots. Then I got a bead right on one and let them have it. I could see some of Jack Padone's bursts going into him at the same time. All of a sudden, the Jap flew into pieces.
Well, how do you feel about getting your first Jap Zero, Sergeant?
Oh, that isn't the way we figure it. That plane was shot down by the Ready Teddy crew. There were several bullets from several guns in them. Whatever we do as a crew, and the crew gets the credit. We share the works in the bomber.
Well, Sergeant, your father, John F. Allen, is back there in Lowell, Massachusetts, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He lives there alone now.
Well, what's his occupation?
Since I got in the Air Corps, he works in a parachute factory, making parachutes.
He makes parachutes. Well, John, here's hoping you and the Ready Teddy crew and your new squadron commander, Captain Alan H. Wood, never have need for any of his parachutes. We've interviewed Staff Sergeant John H. Allen, gunner on the good ship Ready Teddy, a B-24 four-motored Liberator bomber on last week's Wake Island raid. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu, returning you to CBS in New York.
Next, for developments here at home, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
There has been no change in the situation on Attu. A brief Navy communique this afternoon reported an unsuccessful Japanese bombing attack on 2 American warships operating in the Attu area. But aside from mentioning that 15 twin-engine bombers took part in the raid, the Navy gave no details. At Hot Springs, Virginia this evening, Richard Law, chairman of the British delegation, will offer to the food conference a detailed plan for freeing the post-war world from want. Though the text of his address will not be released until 7 o'clock, it's believed that his plan will entail an international food bank to lay away the agricultural surpluses of bumper years for international distribution in years of famine. Instead of curtailing production, it's understood, the British plan would increase production by subsidizing both the production and consumption of protective foods, that is, meat and dairy products as well as cereals. Speaking of food, the new coffee ration will be 15% greater than any we've had so far. Stamp number 24, which becomes valid on May 31st, will provide 1 pound of coffee for a 30-day period. Heretofore, the most liberal ration has been 1 pound spread over 35 days. Gasoline rations, however, are going to become much smaller before they get any larger, at least on the eastern seaboard. The Office of Defense Transportation has reduced the rations of trucks, buses, and taxis by 40%. Only city buses and trucks serving war industries will be eligible for extra rations from now on. The WPB is now preparing a list of priorities. Luxury delivery service will simply be no more. Henceforth, it will be prohibited for stores to deliver such things as beer, liquor, ice cream, and flowers. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
Once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here's a message from our sponsor, how radar, now being built by Admiral, gets its name. Radar, through fog, clouds, darkness, and distance beyond the limits of human vision, detects enemy planes and ships and determines their exact location. In military terms, this is called radio detection and ranging. And radar is a composite of the initial letters of these 4 words. R-A for radio, D for detecting, A for and, R for ranging. Together we have R-A-D-A-R, radar, a radio device for detecting and ranging. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, Admiral today is turning out radar for Uncle Sam. And the files of the War and Navy departments give ample testimony of its value to our fighting men. Radar is at work now saving American lives, helping to destroy the enemy. Next week, Admiral will tell you how radar safeguards our convoys. For your country's sake, for your own sake, buy war bonds. Put every cent possible into war bonds. In so doing, you'll help stop inflation, you'll be supplying our boys with the planes, tanks, and guns they need, and you'll be providing yourself with a nest egg to use in obtaining the good things available when the war is won. Buy war bonds this week and every week. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The American campaign on Attu is rapidly drawing to a close. The Navy announces that the largest Jap force on the Aleutian Island has been annihilated, and Tokyo has already admitted final defeat there. The Allied air offensive has continued over Western Europe and the Mediterranean, and in North Africa, Generals de Gaulle and Giraud are meeting for the conference to unify all French Empire forces. In Russia, bitter fighting is raging in the Kuban region of the Western Caucasus. But now, for news of the air warfare and the campaign against the U-boat, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
Hitler, the architect of the fortress of Europe, forgot one thing. He forgot to put a roof on his fortress. That one factor, more than any other, will mean the destruction of Hitler's new order that was to last 1,000 years. Yesterday, the head of Britain's Bomber Command, Air Chief Marshal Harris, said that the bombing Germany has had is chicken feed compared with what she's going to get as long as she persists in her aggression. Hardly had he spoken when the United States 8th Air Force and the RAF smashed into Hitler's fortress of Europe to prove it. In destructive raids announced last night, our fortresses and liberators struck at Saint-Nazaire, Rennes, and La Police in the greatest daylight blitz of the war. Hard upon the heels of our heavy bombers, the RAF last night found a new target in Germany. The new target is Wuppertal, home of giant IG Farben industry chemical plants and numerous other war factories. It has just been announced this minute that more than 1,500 tons of bombs were dropped on Wuppertal, starting tremendous fires. 33 bombers are missing from the raid. At the same time, in the one war arena in which Hitler has been able to boast of some success in recent months, the Battle of the Atlantic, the RAF Coastal Command got in a good stiff body blow. It was announced today that Coastal Command bombers have definitely destroyed 5 German U-boats in 10 days. We have been told repeatedly in the last few days that the United Nations are winning the Battle of the Atlantic. Last night, even the Germans indirectly admitted it. One of Goebbels' ace spokesmen told the German people that the U-boat war is a permanent race between the development of weapons of attack and defense, and therefore ups and downs must be expected. That, said the German spokesman, is why our U-boats are not finding so many victims these days. Air Vice Marshal Joubert, Inspector General of the RAF, yesterday described the German armed forces as a 3-legged stool. The Army leg, he said, was shaky, the Air Force leg cracked, and the U-boat leg as good as broken. You are all familiar with the Spanish and Axis propaganda campaign crying for an end to bombing on humanitarian grounds. Well, this morning, children were going to a Sunday school in a harmless small town on England's southwest coast when 7 German fighter bombers flew in from the sea. They thoroughly machine-gunned the town, besides dropping bombs. All the children managed to come out of the raid alive. At least it's thought they did. The humanitarians lost 3 of their fighter bombers before they got home. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Now, men of the Merchant Marine can tell you only too well how it feels when the thick blanket of fog closes in, particularly among the icebergs of the North Atlantic. It's a feeling of utter helplessness. Men on watch listen to the constant blare of the foghorn, hoping to catch warning echoes. At night, searchlights struggle to pierce the gloom. Speed is held to a snail's pace, yet at any moment may come the grinding crash of a ship striking an unseen iceberg. Such disasters, with their loss of ships, cargoes, and lives, will soon belong to history. For radar, built by Admiral, already performing so many miracles for America at war, will soon eliminate one of the greatest hazards at sea. Unhampered by fog, storm, or darkness, radar will detect icebergs in plenty of time to avert a crash. No blaring foghorns, no position-revealing searchlights need be employed. And best of all, American ships equipped with radar can safely plunge through fog at full speed. In turning out radar for Uncle Sam, Admiral workers are merely doing familiar tasks in a bigger, better way than ever. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, today, radar is America's smart set built by Admiral. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
In the North African war zone, Allied bombers have again raided the Italian Mediterranean islands, and General de Gaulle is now meeting with General Giraud to complete arrangements for French unity. For a direct report on these developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers' Winston Burdett reporting.
At noon today, a Lockheed Hudson transport plane circled over a tiny airfield in North Africa. On the field were General Giraud, French Commander-in-Chief, various members of his staff, a guard of honor, a battery of photographers, and a flock of correspondents. The plane taxied over to where everybody was waiting, and out of it stepped General Charles de Gaulle. At last, he was here. De Gaulle and Giraud saluted, shook hands, and strode solemnly across the field to review the guard. The formalities were stern and simple. The 2 poker-faced generals rode back together to Giraud's headquarters. And so, rather unobtrusively, the leader of the fighting French movement arrived in North Africa. Algiers is now the capital of fighting France. You may have heard that there's a ban on public demonstrations of any sort in North Africa. Nevertheless, around 4 o'clock this afternoon, several thousand Frenchmen just happened to be standing around in the park in the center of Algiers. They had heard that de Gaulle was coming to lay a wreath on the monument of the unknown dead. Children climbed into trees to get a better view. And when de Gaulle finally appeared, the crowd burst through the police cordon, flooded the park, shouted Vive la République and Vive de Gaulle. They really let go. A little later, General de Gaulle received the press. He spoke of the union of all French forces and of the new Central Committee which is to be set up in order to realize that union. This committee, he said, must have 3 characteristics, and I quote him, "It must be physically and morally capable of directing France at war. Morally, because it is important that the men with power should be worthy to lead. You know what I mean. Secondly, its power should be based on real French sovereignty. The Allies should be able to deal with men who are upright and proud. And thirdly, he said, the committee must act in harmony with the mass of the French nation." And he added, "It would be impossible to build something with which the French people are not in accord." General de Gaulle spoke with the air of a man who knew precisely what he wanted. I return you now to CBS in New York.
The increasing Allied threat to what the Germans call their European fortress brings a variety of reports from within the enemy countries to the listening posts in neutral Switzerland. For a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Bern. Howard K. Smith reporting.
While the Axis and its frightened friends in Madrid have this week suddenly discovered that air bombardment is inhuman, today in the mountains of Yugoslavia, German bombers have razed 4 undefended villages to the ground. The towns are in Montenegro. There were no soldiers in them and no anti-aircraft guns. The citizens didn't even have a rifle to defend themselves with. They just happened to be a part of the big territory the partisans have taken away from the Axis in Montenegro. On one of the towns, named Shaboljak, the Germans dropped 40,000 pounds of bombs, and that is 10 pounds of explosive for every person in town. The bombardments were undertaken as part of the Axis' new frantic offensive against the Yugoslav partisans to break their resistance before the United Nations can attack Europe. Today, the partisans have admitted that they have had to retreat before the German storm. The front on which they are fighting is about 100 miles long. It extends from just south of Sarajevo to just north of Albania. On the bottom of that front, the Germans, with tanks and bombers, took away from the partisans the important terminus of Kolashin, about 10 miles north of the Albanian border. The German base of operations against them, the partisan radio said, is the Montenegrin town of Plevolje. And they begged the Allies to send a few planes over Plevolje with bombs, preferably big bombs, just to let the Germans know that the partisans are not the friendless peasants they sometimes claim to be. The partisans believe they can take any town or city in Yugoslavia with air support. Today, in fact, their forces stand just 20 miles outside the Italian port of Fiume. In 2 years of guerrilla fighting, the partisans have carried offensives to within 10 miles of the Croatian capital of Zagreb and into the outskirts of Banja Luka. But each time they've turned away from the big cities because they haven't got the bombers. They're hoping, though, that someday the Allies will send bombers. And if they do, the partisans think they can take their country away from the Axis with very little additional help. I now return you to New York.
Next, for news of developments in South America, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Buenos Aires. Herbert Clark reporting.
CBS Buenos Aires. President Ramon Castillo decided this week that the Argentine Congress should open its regular 1943 session on June 8th. That decision and the choice of the date are 2 more indications that Senator Robustiano Patron Costas will be named to succeed Castillo at next September's presidential elections. Patron Costas became the crown prince last February, when Castillo picked him as a guarantee of the continuance of present policies. The presidential wishes have been respected by all factions of the conservative political machine. And Patron Costas will be formally named the rightist candidate on June 7. Liberals had planned to choose their candidate on June 8, but those plans were upset when Castillo selected the date as the occasion of his report on the state of the nation. Liberals, who are the majority in Argentina but are badly disunited, got together on an excellent pro-democratic, anti-totalitarian platform early this month. But they went back to bickering over candidates immediately, and the chances are dim today for the formation of a democratic union, a sort of a popular front, to contest that election. We don't expect much legislative production from Congress this year, partly because attention will be fixed on the elections, and partly because liberals plan to spend considerable time asking Castillo to explain some of his actions. They want to know, for instance, why the government keeps constitutional guarantees suspended by the state of siege decreed in December of 1941 and indefinitely extended last December despite a congressional order to lift it. Castillo gave a partial answer, or rather a partial refusal to answer, this week when he sent a message to Congress asking a further extension on the grounds that individual liberties were dangerous, that the government's liberty of decision would be compromised if the people were free to criticize. This is Herbert Clark in Buenos Aires, returning you to Columbia in New York.
There is heavy fighting today on land and in the air at both ends of the 1,600-mile Russian front. The Germans are attempting day and night air attacks on Leningrad, and Moscow reports that Soviet fighters and anti-aircraft batteries have knocked down 20 enemy planes. At the same time, German guns have opened up on Leningrad, battering the city with shells. But the Russian defenders are reported to be answering shell for shell without budging from their positions. A few hours ago, the Navy announced another victory by our forces on Attu Island. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The bloody battle for Attu is over at last. According to a laconic Navy communique this afternoon, the Japanese made a suicidal counterattack on the right flank of our forces on the floor of Chichagof Valley. Except for snipers, the communique reads, this enemy force was annihilated. On Friday, American troops had exterminated the last of the Japanese defenders of the mountain known as Fish Hook Ridge. Early this morning, the Tokyo radio broadcast an official communique stating that the Imperial General Staff has been out of touch with its forces on Attu for more than 24 hours. It is believed, said Tokyo, that all officers and men of the Imperial garrison died a glorious death for their country. According to Tokyo, the Japanese garrison numbered about 2,000 men. Again, according to Tokyo, our own forces numbered 20,000 men with superior equipment. What held us up so long was not the strength of Japanese resistance, so much as the foul weather conditions which have prevented air activity on all but 2 or 3 days of the 3 weeks the campaign lasted. The Navy communique merely says that Japanese casualties have been high, but according to the German version of Tokyo's story, every last Japanese on the island has been killed. Disabled soldiers who were unable to participate in the last desperate counterattack are said to have committed suicide. Because of the gasoline shortage, there were sparse crowds at the Memorial Day services in Washington today. At 11:30 this morning, General Somerville placed a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier in the name of President Roosevelt. Now, while this program is going on, the American Legion is holding its annual service in memory of the dead of the First World War. By special permission of the White House, color guards and other officials took taxis or drove their own cars to Arlington Cemetery. But the majority of the Legionnaires presumably walked. An OPA order last night banned the use of private cars in driving to and from patriotic celebrations. Despite congressional opposition to food subsidies, the OPA has ordered a 10% rollback in the retail price of butter to become effective on June 10th. The average saving to consumers will be 5.5 cents a pound. Rollbacks in the price of meat and coffee are expected shortly, and the total subsidy expenditure on these 3 items alone will come to $400 million a year. I return you now to New York.
On the Far Eastern fighting front, Chinese dispatches say Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's troops have captured Yuyang Quan, which is 35 miles south of Yichang. This town has been a focal point in the Jap offensive up the Yangtze River toward Chungking. There was another air raid alarm in Chungking this morning, the second in as many days. But as yet, there's no indication that Jap planes attacked at any point in the province. And now, for an analysis of the new Japanese drive in China, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
It is not yet clear whether the Japanese offensive in the upper Yangtze Valley is really a major drive aimed at the Chinese temporary capital at Chongqing. Latest Chinese dispatches tend to play down this theory, but from other sources the situation is reported as potentially serious. Certainly in advance from Yichang, the Japanese base highest up the Great River, all the way to Chongqing, would be a formidable operation. The greatest difficulty would be that of supply. The river itself must be the main Japanese supply line. The railways would be of little assistance, since the Japanese do not control either the northern or the southern main lines which reach the river at Hankow. An enormous number of river craft would be needed and would have to be kept in constant operation in order to supply a force which could hardly number less than 500,000 combat troops. Even if this could be done in theory, the front on which the Japanese would have to advance must be comparatively narrow. The farther the Japanese go from Yichang, the more their flanks will become exposed to Chinese attack. This has been the history of every Japanese attempt to advance from their present positions during the past 2 years. First comes initial success, as the powerful Japanese striking force moves out close to its base and after thorough preparation. Then comes increased Chinese resistance, as the Japanese get farther away from their bases. Finally, come Chinese attacks on the Japanese flanks and raids against their lines of communication. Invariably, this has produced the same result. The Japanese have had to fall back to their original positions, or at least to content themselves with minor and inconclusive gains. It may very well be that this process is now about to repeat itself on a somewhat larger scale in the upper Yangtze Valley. However, a new factor, that of air power, may be introduced if the 14th U.S. Air Force under General Chennault can be reinforced.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. Out in Pearl Harbor, our fighting men are closely watching developments in the battle against the Japs to the north and the southwest. For a report on our heroes who've seen action against the enemy and who are looking for more of it, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Once in a while, your correspondent is at Pearl Harbor on a bright morning when a submarine of the Pacific Fleet comes home to refuel, get more torpedoes, and let the officers and men stretch their legs a bit on solid earth. You never forget it. I watched such an arrival. Slowly the sub made its way through the entrance of Pearl Harbor and up toward the submarine base. It was no gala arrival. Only a few knew about it until she was there. But as she came up the harbor almost to a man, the civilian war workers who chanced to see her pulled up to a kind of respectful attention and then cheered her. Navy craft along her course paid quiet honor to her. No fanfare or tinsel of parade stuff here. It was more of a good-natured, bantering kind of greeting that fighting men give to other fighting men they respect. The sub came alongside, and you could see the green sea moss on her, a sure indication of a long time at sea. On her deck were most of her crew, grinning the sheepish grin that fellows wear when they come home after winning the state championship in football or basketball. These men had done well, and they knew it, but they were trying their best to be modest and casual about it. The officers and crew, who'd worn dungarees for days on end, had broken out their store clothes. You could tell by the folds showing crosswise on the breeches that the cloth had been folded in lockers for quite some time. Some wore beards, others were carefully shaved. All looked healthy and well-fed, but a little tired. There was a kind of a band on the dock. Most Navy bandsmen are busy fighting somewhere these days, but somebody had rounded up a drum and a trombone, a few cornets, and a big bass horn. As the sub came alongside, they blared out "Anchors Aweigh" in a way that did your heart good. Nobody said much until the sub tied up, and a group of officers from the sub base went aboard to congratulate the winning commander. Shoreside sailors were there to meet former shipmates on the sub, and they look admiringly at the pennants on the conning tower. Each sub that comes in shows its record by paintings on the ship's side or by pennants. This one had 5 pennants of blue, with a white silhouette of the 5 Jap ships she'd sunk. Some were in the shape of merchant ships or transports, and some were undeniably replicas of Jap warships. The official greetings were over, and immediately everybody started yelling greetings from shore to sub and back again, and then something happened that made you feel good. Down the dock came a small truck and put a half-dozen big mail sacks aboard, and right on that submarine deck, Uncle Sam distributed the mail to some of his boys who'd been many weeks, thousands of miles from any post office. Then the shore crew took over, already starting the work of overhauling, refueling, and reloading torpedoes. And the submarine crew took off for a few days' leave, some still reading their mail. All except one seaman, and I heard him say to a shoreside buddy, "Hey, Mac, lead me to the nearest telephone." I hope he had fun, because it wouldn't be long before he and the other submariners would be off to sea again to hunt and be hunted. And when that time comes, he and the other subfighters are always raring to get underway. They have adventure in their hearts, and they thrive on danger. I guess that's why they shoot down so many Jap ships. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you now to New York.
In the Southwest Pacific, General MacArthur's flyers have carried out the greatest number of sorties yet undertaken in a single day. They ranged more than 1,000 miles from Australia to bomb 3 islands in the small Sunday group. Off New Guinea, our Liberator bombers spotted a small Jap convoy, attacked it, and left a 5,000-ton transport smoking. 2 small warships and 3 more merchant vessels were in the convoy, which was last seen at Hansa Bay, which is midway between Wewak and Madang. Another Liberator scored damaging near misses on a 1,000-ton cargo ship, pulling 6 barges in the Banda Sea area, 700 miles from Darwin. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
How quickly can radar, built by Admiral, detect the presence and determine the range of an enemy ship or plane? Detection takes about as much time as it does to sweep the horizon with a pair of binoculars. Radar scans the sea and air with a focused beam of ultra-high-frequency waves that travel with the speed of light. When these waves strike a ship or plane, they bounce back, and thus the enemy is detected. But that's not all. Since these radio waves travel at a constant speed, 186,000 miles per second, the time required for them to travel to a reflecting surface and return provides a mean for determining the exact range or distance to the enemy target. Admiral-built radar translates this time into distance automatically, so it can be read much like the speedometer of a car. Thus, every move of the enemy ship or plane, as it approaches or retires, is constantly recorded before the eyes of the radar operator. Next week, Admiral will tell you how radar is helping to guard our coastlines against enemy attack. Another important assignment for this amazing weapon of war built by Admiral. Women of America, the WAAC is accepting enlistments today for the women radio operators, radio repairmen, and teletypewriter operators that are urgently needed by the armed forces to release men for active combat duty. Do your part in America's war for freedom by helping the WAAC and the Signal Corps get the message through. Go to your local U.S. Army recruiting and induction station today for full information. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WWII Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
The days of exercising and preparation were over. What the men needed now was a chance to relax before the big moment. But North Africa, with its bomb-scarred ports and miles of sand and olive groves, hasn't much to offer in the way of distractions, except one thing, bathing. And so wherever possible, those camps were close to bathing beaches and the heavenly blue sea. On the eve of sailing, those long sandy beaches might have been Blackpool, Brighton, or Coney Island, except that here there were no girls and no bathing suits. Just thousands and thousands of men fighting fit, their bodies and legs a dark mahogany. In the harbor, the ships, ignoring the terrific heat, held a naval regatta. That's how your fighting men, your husbands, your sweethearts, your sons, behaved on the eve of the greatest invasion in history. As we rendezvoused at sea, our own force looked almost big enough to do the job by itself. Escorting warships, big troop ships with their assault craft hanging on the davits, and literally hundreds of other landing craft steaming under their own power. Beyond the horizon there were other forces, some even larger than our own, approaching Sicily to arrive with us dead on 0 hour.